Good morning, everybody. 8:41. Hope you pack snacks as I suggested yesterday. We've got, I think, 219 testifiers to get through, about a dozen or so ACs, so we got a couple of really full days in front of us. I'll give you some instruction about public testimony at this time. So when your name is called, please come forward to the microphone and state your name for the record and who you represent, if you're representing an organization. If you have written materials for the board, please identify those materials by the RC, PC, or AC number. I will go ahead and provide the members an opportunity to get that paperwork before them, and we won't charge that time against you when you're testifying. But to members also, keep your paperwork close, please. At this meeting, I'm going to give the public 3 minutes to testify. Advisory committees and regional advisory council representatives will be given 10 minutes. Again, if you are so inclined to shorten that, we appreciate the brevity since we do have a lot of folks to get through and we're going to be behind in our schedule and likely adding extra days to this meeting. When you begin your testimony, the executive director will give you a couple moments to introduce yourself before starting the timer. When your time is up, you're going to hear that beep. Please stop speaking when the timer goes off, or I will be forced to instruct you to stop. And I really don't like cutting people off. It's awkward, it feels disrespectful to me, but I have to do it as part of my job, so please understand. When you're finished, please remain seated, so if we have any questions, we can ask you them before you head back to your seat and the next person comes up. Also, we ask that you confine your oral testimony to the subjects under consideration at this meeting. So that's obviously Aleutian Islands, Alaska Peninsula, Chignik, Finfish issues, and we got a little bit of herring in there also. When you're finished, please remain seated. Again, I already said that. Again, please be concise and direct as possible. It's in the intent of the board to deal with the merits of the proposals based on the general principles used by this board. We don't deal in personalities, thus we ask public testifiers not to refer by name to any person, any staff member, or any board member. That means that you can refer to their title and their position, of course, but please try to avoid using people's names if you can. If your name is called and you are not present to testify, a second call will be made. If you miss both your first and second calls, you will not be able to testify at this meeting. If your first call happens on an afternoon session, your second call will either occur at the end of the testimony list or the beginning of the next day's morning session, whichever comes first. And I'll do my best to make regular announcements about those second call opportunities so that people know. So, any questions, comments before we get started? Let's get this show on the road. First up, again, as I said yesterday for TK folks, I really appreciate it if you know you're in the queue and I've called your name. I'm going to try and give 3 or 4 names after the person that is testifying. Please move closer to the microphone. One of the front rows if there's seats available, just to alleviate the walk down the aisle time. It really helps things keep moving. Okay, first up this morning is Steve Gollivan Sr., followed by Melvin Larson, Paul Grunholt, and Glenn Gardner Jr. Hi, Stephen, welcome, good morning.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Stephen Galvin. I'm a member of the QTT tribe, and I'm a lifelong resident of Sand Point. Fishing has always been a part of who I am. My dad and my grandfather were fishermen, and I've been fishing my whole life. I'm opposed to all proposals that limit fishing time in Area M. In recent years, it has become harder and harder to keep fishing. The cost of fuel and groceries has gone up so much that it puts real pressure on the families like mine. Fishing is how we support ourselves and afford to live in our home community. I'm here today to speak on the importance of protecting opportunities for people like me and for the next generation so that my grandkids can continue this way of life just as my dad, my grandfather, and I have. Thank you for your time and for listening.
Thank you for keeping it short and sweet. I got a little bit of echo though. Appreciate you. Any questions? Well, we're going to give you the benefit of the doubt. I don't see any questions. Again, thank you. Thank you for being here with us today. Melvin. Good morning, Melvin.
it on? Good morning. My name is Melvin Larson. I represent myself. I have a seine and a set net operation out of Sandpoint. Sandpoint is one of the last native communities in the Chignik Island and is slowly dying. I oppose any proposal that restrict ARM. I've been an ARM fisherman for 60 years, and now I want to talk about me. The first board meeting I attended was in 1971. I watched the fishery shift from 5 days a week to 7 and back to 5 and then to hours. And now with the management plan, the seiners have taken upon themselves to manage the fishery by the minutes. We need time and area to manage this way. Since 1971, there have been about 50 restrictions put on ARM. There were also many tie-in and genetic studies over the years that show ARM had very little impact on Western Alaska and Chignik areas. I feel for the people of AYK and hope they understand that if we were the cause, we would have been fixed by now. As you can see, ARM shares in the burden of conservation. In 1983, 101 seines permits were fished, and in 2025, only 43 were fished. Restrictions put at local ARM fishermen makes it difficult for us to operate our business. In 2001 and 2003, when there was a 300,000 cap on ARM, some fishermen lost their boats and permits. With the management plan put in place for ARM 3 years ago, 6 more seiners from Sandpoint are listed on Dock Street brokers. This is what happens when we are restricted and restrictions continue. Local fishermen will no longer be able to survive. Without fish, processors can't survive either. Proposal 148 and 152. I have fished 5.5, 5, 4.5 strip nets. 4.5 was the best all-around fishing net. 3 1/4 might catch, but it will not hold fish in the wind and tide. The seiners are managing the fisheries themselves. How do you manage when you can't catch fish? The Chignik Island June fishery had provided a living for the community of Sandpoint for many years. In the last board cycle, Chignik fishermen were hit hard. During the peak of the red run, fishermen lose 50% of their fishing time when Chignik has a stock of concern. You add the weather and the chum stand down, Chignik is losing 70% of its historical catch. It is hard to sit here before you and not put my foot in my mouth. When Chignik fishermen are guaranteed $6 million, I repeat, $6 million before the mainland is open for fishing. Now Chignik fishermen want additional restrictions. ARM fishermen are already at the point where being a fisherman is no longer a valuable career choice for our young people. Restrictions have made our fishery unaffordable. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. That was excellently timed. You had 4 seconds left. Good job. Any questions for Melvin? Appreciate you being here this morning. Oh, Mike, go ahead.
Melvin, in 60 years, have you noticed a change in pattern of run timing or even in weather to kind of get an understanding of where these fish or how they're migrating through in June?
Well, every year and every day is different. I mean, I wish I could tell you, but one thing is when we had the 7 days, it wasn't the fishermen that got the 7 days of fishing, it was the department that gave us the 7 days because of weather. There. But no, every year you learn every year.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, Melvin. Appreciate you being here. Paul Grunholt, followed by Glenn Gardner Jr., Craig Bendixson, and Edwin Gunderson. Good morning, sir. Welcome.
Good chilly morning. Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Paul Grunholt. I live in Sandpoint. I'm a tribe member of in Sandpoint also. I've seined for most of my life. I'm kind of mostly retired now. I have a couple permits that I can't use because the seasons don't open on them. But I don't fish anymore, but I did for many years. And I want to talk about chums a little bit. When I was a youngster, your first testifier, I fished with his dad in May for chums. We used to fish for 3 weeks before the season even opens now, and used to be able to catch chums without any problem. That's what you'd fish for. Chums were earlier, then reds would show up. And chums are spread out through the whole ocean in June in particular, where sockeyes, reds, kind of hang along the shore. Easier to catch reds usually if they're available. One thing that's missing on chum information is if a certain amount of chums going by Area M in June go through, where do they go? Do they disappear? Or maybe there's an area like Bristol Bay where they kind of go through too. That's much closer. And no one's really answered that question. I think it bears a lot of consideration. And maybe a couple studies. And then I'll just end up, for me, this is in general terms, not applying to anybody in particular, but for me, the appearance of a conflict is just as important as an actual conflict, but that's just me. But thank you for the opportunity to testify. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Are there any questions? Appreciate your testimony today. Thank you. I don't see any questions. Thanks.
Pardon?
I don't see any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank
Thanks.
you. Thank you.
Glenn Gardner, Jr. Good morning. Welcome.
Good morning, Madam Chair, the board. My name is Glenn Gardner, Jr. I am a lifelong resident and fisherman of Sandpoint, Alaska. Proud member of the Chagin-Tiogungan tribe. Our people have lived with and depended on these salmon runs for more than 10,000 years. Salmon are not just a resource to us, they're our history, our culture, our lifeblood of the community. Area M salmon fishery is a fundamental component of our economy. It provides significant employment, generates ex-vessel first wholesale revenue, and forms an essential tax base for the communities within the Aleutian's East Borough. When Area M is strong, the communities are strong. When it's disrupted, the impacts are immediate and severe. Salmon fisheries across Alaska hold enormous economic, social, and cultural importance. They require balanced management practices that uphold the sustained yield principle established in the Alaska Constitution, ensuring long-term viability of resource for common use. That principle is not optional, it's mandate. At the same time, the Alaska seafood industry is facing significant disruption. Global market pressures, declining value, consolidation in shoreside processing sector. These things are harming the harvesters and the fishing-dependent communities throughout our region. We are seeing outmigration of limited entry permits and disproportionate impacts to our domestic small boat fleet. Further restrictions on Area M would compound this hardship. Disruptions to the Area M's salmon fishery would result in substantial immediate economic harm, job losses, reduced municipal revenues, diminished economic activity that cannot simply be replaced. Our region has experienced past management decisions that were not sufficiently grounded in comprehensive scientific analysis, and that has caused lasting economic harm. And again, without a measurable conservation benefit. We cannot afford to repeat that history. We recognize mixed stock harvest challenges occur across multiple fisheries statewide. With that being said, Area M fishermen, including the Area M Seiners Association, continue to work collaboratively with the Alaska Department of Fish and Game and other stakeholders to implement management measures that reduce interception risk when the AYK origin salmon are present. We support continued investment in research, monitoring, and improved in-season assessment to better manage Alaska's interconnected fisheries. The Board of Fisheries is appointed by the governor, confirmed by the legislature, and supported by scientific expertise of the Alaska Department of Fish and Game. With access to the best available biological, economic science, technological innovation, and public input, you folks are positioned to make these sound decisions.
Thank you, Glenn. I have a question for you.
Sure.
You caught my attention when you said domestic small boat fleet, and that's very interesting to me because that's, important, right? That's super important. Those are the.
That's us, that's me.
That's the local fleet. So when you say domestic, is there other fleets that you're not referring to in the area or around the area? Like are you carving that one out, or is that a blanket statement for the entire area?
Just a blanket statement.
Okay, thanks. Just wanted to get that clarification. Any other questions? Appreciate your testimony
You bet.
today. Thank you for being here. Craig Bendixson, followed by Edwin Gunderson, Logan Thompson, and Timothy Lundgren. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Madam Chair and board members. My name is Craig Bendixson. I am a lifelong resident of King Cove and have been a drift permit holder and fished Area M since 1986. I am against any and all proposals that negatively affect or impact our already limited June season. The fishing fleet, especially the seiners, have been doing a commendable job of sharing catch data and avoiding areas with a poor red to chum salmon ratio and standing down and not fishing until the situation improves, losing out on what is already a short amount of time available in June. I've been fishing the South Alaska Peninsula for over 40 years, and the worst fishing numbers I've ever had were the last 3 seasons. Just in the last 3 years, we've lost approximately 20% of our drift fleet who couldn't afford to keep fishing for what we've been catching. The seiners have also lost 30% of their fleet since 2023. The only processor that was in King Cove has closed and is no longer operating. Along with their closure and huge loss of fish taxes that are no longer coming into our community, I and several other small boats have lost our ability to fish for cod and participate in the small crab fishing opportunities. Our only source of income is now from our salmon fishing. I've talked with several friends who fish Bristol Bay, and they said it's not unheard of to make a half-hour set for 200 fish, have 150 chums and 150 reds. We know the migratory pattern of sockeye and chum salmon are changing due to water temperatures or other reasons, from the lack of fish in places that historically harvested these fish. A slight change of migratory route of the chum salmon bound for the AYK are probably being caught in neighboring Bristol Bay, which has large chum salmon catches, and WASP data showed coastal western Alaska chums present 20 years ago. Could the Bristol Bay sockeye fishery be the reason for the Yukon failure, and why wasn't this addressed at the Bristol Bay meeting? An analogy my uncle showed me years ago was you have Bristol Bay here, you have Yukon and the Kuskokwim, and you have the Alaska Peninsula and Area M down here. Now, if I get an infection in one of my fingers, I'm not going to go down here and chop my elbow off to save my finger. I'm going to start a little closer to home looking for the problem. So maybe the problem isn't the 200 permits over 600 miles away, but it is the 2,000 permits just over 20 miles away. Thank you.
Thank you for that perspective. Good food for thought. Any questions? I like your analogy, too. That was a good one. Thank you.
Thank you.
Edwin Gunderson? Welcome.
Good morning, Madam Chair and board members. My name is Edwin Gunderson. I am from Sandpoint, Alaska. I'm a Paloff Harbor tribe member, and I've been an Area M fisherman for 25 years. I'm on a family boat. I started fishing with my dad, my mom, and my grandpa. Today, we're still together as a family, and now we have my nephew and my niece as a part of the crew. Fishing is how we support our families and carry on our way of life. Scientists, including NOAA, have found that chum declines are strongly connected to changing ocean conditions, warmer water, reduced prey, and ocean survival challenges are affecting salmon long before they ever reach our fishing areas. These environmental changes happen across the ocean, not something caused by Area M. Closing Area M in June would have serious consequences for our communities. Families depend on that income. Local businesses depend on the fishing season. These decisions affect real people, real families, real communities who live here year-round. Area M fishermen have responsibly fished these waters for generations. We are not the cause of these environmental problems, but we are being asked to bear the burden. Thank you for the opportunity to speak and listening to the people whose lives depend on these fisheries.
Thank you, Edwin. Any questions? Appreciate your testimony today. Thank you. Logan Thompson, followed by Timothy Lundgren, Bridget Rossley, Peter Callaghan, and Lena Hoblet. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Logan Thompson. I'm a proud Unanga raised in Sandpoint. I'm a member of the Unga tribe. My grandfather was born in the community of Unga. My grandfather was, once a thriving fishing and mining community, now a desolate place littered with the remnants of old houses melting into the hills, being reclaimed by the land. A place we only visit in the summer, and if lucky enough, accompanied by our elders and people like my grandfather, who were able to share the stories of Unga and what it once was, what each timber sticking up from the moss used to be, particularly like the old post office where my grandfather was raised. I am here to testify as a co-owner of this small craft cafe, a small family-run restaurant, the only one in town, located in the Sandpoint Harbor, just steps from the dock. We are proud to have built not only a business, but a gathering place for locals and all those that come through our small town. It's more than likely that if you've been to my town, you've been to the cafe. In the morning, the old-timers, as we call them, my grandfather included, get a coffee and discuss with each other about the happenings of town, and often with the younger generations who are just taking the reins, starting their own fishery. In the afternoon, mothers meet with daughters, skippers meet with deckhands, kids meet with friends to enjoy lunch and talk about their day. I believe even some members of this board have dined with us. As I'm sure most people know, especially the fellow Indigenous people in the room, food is a universal language of culture and community. Whether dry fish or a double bacon cheeseburger, this is true. Our business, although relatively young, already knows the impacts of a seasonal economy. In fact, our sales in July, during the peak of the salmon season, are considerably higher than that of February, a far less profitable time for our local fisheries. This isn't even mentioning the months that we must be closed during the off-season, when operating costs would be higher than sales. In these months, we still have financial obligations like insurance, mortgages, utilities, and more. We rely on the salmon season to keep our doors open. In difficult moments when we must consider closing our business, we are reminded of our obligation to the community of maintaining a place to gather and the universal language of food. At the beginning of the testimony, I mentioned the fate of my ancestral lands of Unga. I share this not for sympathy, but as proof of what happens when a local economy collapses. I hope that in 60 years, I will not be having the same experience as my grandfather, telling my grandchildren that this old piece of tin was the roof that I was raised under. You will hear many testimonies like mine, perhaps echoing the same message as mine, but this is because it is true, not some abstract idea used to appeal to your emotions. So I ask you to consider this fact when you vote for proposals related to Area M, and remember to follow your duty of the shared traditional knowledge and this available science. Kagasokong, thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions? Appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Bridget? Oh, I'm sorry, Timothy Lundgren. Can somebody please silence their alarm or their phone or something? It's a little distracting, and I don't know who it belongs to, but appreciate it if you guys would silence your phones. Thank you. Hi, welcome.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Timothy Lundgren. I'm an Aleutian and a member of the Unga tribe of Sandpoint. My grandfather moved from Unga to Sandpoint to help build the village it is today. He was part of the early generation that laid physical and economical foundation for our community and by building homes, worked in fisheries, and establishing life that many of us depend on now. I was born and raised in Sandpoint. I graduated from Sandpoint School. I've fished commercially out of Sandpoint my entire life. Fishing is not something we stepped into later, but it was something that I was raised in. What I learned as a young person was that it allowed me to stay in the home and community as an adult today. There is no way I could afford to live out there with any more fishing time taken away. Over the years, we have already given up significant fishing opportunities. We adjust. We stood down voluntarily. We worked with managers. We implemented a stewardship measures this board endorsed 3 years ago. We did that because we understood the concern about the chum salmon. We wanted to be a part of the solution. But we still have to survive. Fishing is what allows me to provide for my family and myself. It allows me to stay rooted in Sandpoint instead of moving away. It allows me to participate in substance and harvest for my family and elders, to stay connected to our cultural practices. Reducing fishing time in Area M will not reserve those environmental changes, but it will create immediate and measurable hardship for families like mine. My family has already had to start over once in our history when my grandfather left Unga. It was because communities were shifting. Sandpoint gave their family a chance to rebuild and put down roots. It gave us schools, harbors, and a future. If fishing opportunities were to shrink, I have to ask, where would we go next? Rural communities like Sandpoint do not have diversified economics. Fish is our economic backbone and supports of our harbor, our local businesses, our fuel availability, and the ability to keep families here. When fishing suffers, everything else feels it. But hard change is made here in a region that has already demonstrated cooperation and reduction. There are not the answer to the problem driven by a large-scale force. Rural Alaska should not lose its economic lifeblood because of proposals that will solve the issue proposals that will not solve the issue facing Arctic, Yukon, and Kuskokwim salmon. I'm asking you to consider the real-world impacts of additional reductions on families like mine. These are families who have built their lives around fishing in good faith and who have already stepped up to be a part of the stewardship efforts. Please don't make it impossible for us to continue living in the community our grandparents helped us build. Thank you.
Thanks, Timothy. Are there any questions? Thank you for being here. I appreciate your testimony. Bridget Rossley? And I hope I pronounced your name okay. Good morning.
Morning. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Bridget Rosilli. I grew up in King Cove and am now residing in Sandpoint. I work for the city in Sandpoint, however, I am here representing myself solely. While I do not personally fish anymore, commercial fishing does impact my life. I've lived in fishing communities my entire life. I was raised in one, and I'm raising my children in one now. My children come from a long line of fishermen on their father's side. Fishing has always been the backbone of places I call home. It shapes the local economy, the rhythm of daily life, and whether families can stay or are forced to leave. A significant portion of my household's income depends directly on Area M fisheries. We also rely on subsistence harvest for food security. These decisions are not theoretical for us. They affect whether our family can remain, whether our community stays viable, and whether our children have the opportunity to build their lives in the same places that raised them. I recognize that there are serious concerns and real hardships being experienced in other regions, and I respect that subsistence and fishing cultures across Alaska matter deeply. However, complex fisheries challenges should not be addressed in ways that disproportionately harm Area M communities when it has not been clearly shown that these measures will lead to meaningful improvement elsewhere. From both the community and municipal perspective, the impacts of reducing or eliminating fishing opportunities in Area M are immediate and severe. Fish tax revenue from these fisheries supports basic city operations, schools, and essential services. When fishing opportunities are reduced, the effects are felt everywhere. Businesses struggle, families leave, schools lose stability, cities lose the ability to function. There's no alternative revenue source waiting to replace this loss. Area M fishermen have already made significant sacrifices. Chum harvests are actively managed, fishing time has already been reduced, and those reductions have been followed. These actions reflect a fleet that understands conservation and long-term sustainability because of their future and the future of their communities depends on it. Further restrictions or shutdowns would not be minor adjustments. They would erase livelihoods and dismantle communities that have already adapted to substantial management changes. Cultural loss does not happen in isolation. When one part of the community's way of life is damaged or removed, the effects spread to families, children, businesses, schools, and the long-term future of the place itself. Respectfully, I ask the board to reject measures that negatively impact Area M without clear and conclusive evidence that such actions are necessary or effective. Thank you.
Thank you, Bridget. Any questions? Thank you for your testimony today. Peter Callaghan? Good morning, Peter. Welcome.
Hello, Madam Chair and members of the board. I am Peter Klugen of Sandpoint. I am part of the QT tribe. My family has had a history of fishing in the Chignik Islands since 1890, starting with codfish. I'm a fifth-generation fisherman in Area M who has spent my whole life on boats. Learning from my grandfathers and dad, at the young age of 15, I have thankfully have had the opportunity to be the captain of my grandparents' set net boat. I am 17 now. Commercial fishing is not only a job to me, it is a way of life, something I hope to pass down to my own children one day. Without commercial fishing in the summertime, not only myself, but majority of the community members would have to leave to find jobs elsewhere. Not only that, but some school funding would be cut. We would not be able to live in our Anungan land like our ancestors did once before. It is important that we can live here to continue practicing our subsistence lifestyle based on salmon. This is not only a fishery to me and many others, this is a legacy we are born into. I feel as if fishing is something that I have to carry on through my bloodline. I believe this fishery is where I am meant to be. Growing up, I had always had a passion for fishing, and I believe I am the future of my fishery. Without this fishery, I doubt our community would be alive because the majority of our support comes from fish tax. I have already seen what no fish tax does to a community, our neighbors, King Cove, AK, who are severely struggling and left without a market. I have many friends that have had to leave because of this cannery shutdown. This shows that our livelihoods are supported only by fishing. This also means my friends can't practice subsistence if they're forced away. I am opposed to proposals 127, 129, 130, 131, 132, 133, and 136, which greatly reduce fishing time in our area. It is hard enough to make a living with the limited time we have. This fishery is the only thing keeping our people here. We do not have any other revenue resources here to keep us alive. I'm also opposed to proposal 151, as us senators have always been able to use leads. These leads protect us from ending up on the rocks in our little skiffs. We do not have any other fisheries than crab and cod. Changing this fishery in any way would negatively impact my future, my friends, and my families.
Thank you, Peter. Good testimony. Any questions? Thank you for being here. Lena Hoblet, followed by Dale Peterson, who I don't think is here, but I'm calling his name anyway. Okay, got it. Cody Trader, Gary Mack. Hi, Lena, welcome.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name's Lena Hoblet. I'm Athabascan and Yupik from Holy Cross on the Yukon River in the Doyon and Tanana Chiefs Conference region. I'm a member of the Holy Cross tribe, and I was born and raised in the interior, where my parents still live today. I return every year with my children, who are fifth-generation commercial fishermen in Area M, so they can stay connected to the river that raised me. At the same time, my children and I call False Pass our island home. I serve as a tribal administrator for the native village of False Pass. It's a small tribe, but we are mighty and we are resilient. I stand before you as someone who is deeply rooted in both regions. I know the heartbreak in the AYK right now. I've watched returns decline, I've watched communities struggle, the pain is real, and it lives in my family. But I also live in False Pass, a small community that's been made into a target for decades, and I struggle to understand how hardship in one native region has been redirected toward another tiny native community that is also simply trying to survive. The native village of False Pass welcomed me, an interior native woman from the Yukon River, with open arms. They did not question where I came from. They did not measure my worth by geography. They saw me as native first. They trusted me to serve as their tribal administrator, and they trusted my leadership. They supported my children and respected my background, my river upbringing, my AYK roots. And in return, I've come to deeply respect the Aleut people, their history, their endurance, and their stewardship of the sea. That connection matters, because it reminds us that strength as Native people has never come from division. It has always come from relationships, from marriage between communities, as we've heard from the traditional knowledge testimonies, from shared work, from mutual reliance. False Pass did not see me as AYK versus Aleutians. They saw me as someone trying to raise children in a good way and serve a community with integrity. That is what tribal welcoming looks like. That's what sovereignty looks like in practice, choosing unity over suspicion, choosing collaboration over exclusion. And it's hard for me to reconcile that lived experience of intertribal respect with the narrative that says one Native community must be sacrificed for another. That's not the way we were taught to survive. As Native people, we've always adapted to change to ensure our sovereignty survives. That's what we have done for thousands of years. My education is in education. I taught social studies at Mount Edgecombe High School, where I was once a student myself. I focused on stewardship, civic engagement, and responsibility. Today, I see former classmates and former students in this room. Some are advocating on the other side of this issue, and I'm proud of them because they're showing up, they're engaging, and they are listening respectfully. That's what civic responsibility looks like. This is hard work, and it's important work, and today I speak in protection of Area M because the science says so. The data does not support Area M as the indicator of the AYK decline. I value science. I believe decisions should be generated from information in front of you, and we owe that to our children. Shutting down or further restricting Area M will not restore AYK salmon abundance, but it will inflict real damage on another small rural Indigenous community. When I bring my children back to the Yukon River, I teach them to respect subsistence. When I'm in False Pass, I teach them to respect commercial fishing, which is also subsistence fishing. Thank you.
Questions? Ms. Irwin.
Thank you, Lena, for joining us today, and I appreciate your perspective being from both areas. You mentioned at the very end of it where you teach the respect for subsistence. Do you subsistence fish in the interior as well as Area M, or just in Area M?
In both regions. So the winter is stocked with whitefish, which my parents rely on for traditional food source. You're welcome.
Thanks for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Dale Peterson? Okay, wasn't sure if that was him or not. Cody Trader, followed by Gary Mack, Maxim Kuznetsov, and Kurt Kuznetsov. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Cody Trader. I've been fishing in Area M for 15 seasons, and I am a camp member. I'm opposed to the entire suite of proposals aimed at further restricting the June fishery in Area M. Area M is always portrayed at these meetings as the reckless intercept fishery, especially the Yukon chum intercept. This story is repeated at every board cycle by folks who say that every fish counts, but who won't cite the actual fish counting. They're telling everyone here a story, just not the complete story. Area M fishermen have worked tirelessly with the Board of Fish at each cycle to arrive at highly self-restricted solutions to appease the loudest voices in the room about this topic. The data has always shown that we cannot be the source of the Yukon chum demise, but that we, regardless, have drastically reduced the amount of our total chum harvest through adaptive management, voluntary stand-downs, and Board of Fish action. If we caught 0 chums, we would fall from approximately only 5.5% of the total AYK run to 0%, which is the only number they seem willing to accept. The most recent ADF&G chum genetic study offers data that undeniably supports leaving our June fishery intact. Restrictive measures in Area M have had no correlation to the true aggravating factors for Yukon chums not returning. They are experiencing an inundation of competition from Asian chums, environmental stresses in their own river systems from permafrost melt and other warming factors. Also, the Bristol Bay fishery, much closer to the Yukon, harvesting chums at 5 times the percentages that we do. Yet camp has never found a good faith basis to submit any proposals to interfere with any of those management areas. No further board action aimed at Area M will fix any of these problems. Our nets cannot cool a warming river or prevent Asian chums from overtaking other species. Inherently, these proposals are completely ineffective and misguiding. They are only a replay of Proposal 140 from the previous board cycle, reworded into several similar proposals. As I recall, Madam Chair spoke just before the traditional knowledge section of this meeting to address repetitive testimony and a concern for time constraints, and I agree. The sheer number of repetitive proposals aimed at us in June speaks to a concerted, time-consuming effort to present the board with a negative image of Area M, hoping that a yes vote on any one of them will appear to be an even-handed decision. I respectfully implore the board not to fall into this trap. A yes vote on any one of these proposals is a death knell for us and the true goal for decades now. The Yukon chum decline will never be addressed if these proposals keep us so busy arguing that actual solutions can find no fertile ground. Real problems need real solutions, and these constant attacks suffocate any good-natured discussions about conservation. Our June fishery is already heavily restricted and monitored to protect all chums. The last board saw fit to keep the current chum restrictions intact, and the data compelled since then show that this was a prudent decision. The current plan is effective and working as designed. These proposals will dismantle this cooperative work and run headlong into a brick wall of logic and good science. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Cody. Mr. Godfrey.
At the very opening of your statement, if I heard you correctly, you said you're a member of the council?
The concerned Area M fishermen camp.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Irwin.
Thank you for your testimony.
Yes, ma'am.
In the past couple of years since the last restrictions were put in place in 2023 by this board, have you seen a difference in the amount of chum that you're catching in the June fishery?
Well, according to the most recent ADF&G study, that number has dropped significantly. We've noticed far less chum that we're catching personally because we're standing down voluntarily. And like a previous testifier said, the chums tend to run offshore. We kind of know where to go to catch sockeye versus chum if the sockeye are available. So
Thank you.
I hope that answered your question.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Wood.
Yeah, I've got a question for you. That's all right. Get back there.
I was off the hook there. Any questions, please, go ahead.
All right. So there's this generational like mistrust in this idea of chum chucking.
I understand.
And I would like to know from you, especially in the last 3 years, like how has this agreement that you have had with working with the seiners and preventing that from happening, or have you seen more or less enforcement out there? Like how are people cooperating with this?
Thank you for your question. We've seen significantly more enforcement, at least it appears to be, from visually. We've seen the Stimson down there, the troopers down there. And there was a chum chucking incident or a couple that got ticketed. We actually asked, as a group of fishermen, for more enforcement. We've been in contact with the troopers and writing letters to try to get more self-policing or enforcement involved so that we can have an accurate record of what's going on out there and not just taking our word for it. So we've been inviting that to happen. So in any group, there's always going to be a bad actor. We're very good at self-policing, and we don't tolerate that at all out there as a group of fishermen.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions before I jump out of my chair?
Mr. Chamberlain.
Thank you. Thank you, Cody. You said there were times you had to stand down. Can you give a rough estimate of how much time you've had to stand down to avoid chums?
Yes, and I want to be clear that I'm a gill netter, not a seiner. The seiners do have their own stand-down periods, voluntary stand-down prescriptions. However, the drift gill net fleet, we were marking down time for anchoring up when we felt like the chums were running strong. I don't happen to have those figures handy as part of my notes, but we were recording that time, and one of our colleagues in camp might have that information. We did document it.
Thank you. I'd very much like to see that. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All right, now you're off the hook.
Thank you very much for your time,
Thank you.
everybody.
Gary Mack. Good morning.
Morning. Morning, Madam Chair and board members. My name is Gary Mack. I was born and raised in King Cove and have been involved in the fisheries for nearly my whole life. I am here opposing any proposals that would reduce our fishing time or net size in Area M. I have a hard time believing that our region is the only intercepted salmon bound to other rivers. These fish migrate through many different areas, the Bering Sea, the Gulf of Alaska, the Pacific Ocean, Southeast Alaska, and the Aleutian Islands, and Bristol Bay before eventually returning to their river systems. It does not seem reasonable to suggest that Area M is the only fisheries catching salmon during their coastal migration. I also support providing additional fishing time when escapement goals are met in other areas. In our fishery, when we encounter too many of the wrong fishing stock, we take responsibility by standing down voluntarily and effectively reducing our own time by days. We manage ourselves conservatively, and that should be and hopefully will be recognized. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for your concise testimony, Gary. Any questions? Appreciate you being here.
Okay.
Thank you. Maxim Kuznetsov, followed by Keurig. I need to put my glasses on. Saffron Kuznetsov, Michael Kuznetsov, and then Monty Mack. Good morning, sir. Welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen of the board, my name is Maxim Kuznetsov. I'm from Homer. I have fished in Area M with my family since I was a kid. I started as a deckhand on my dad's boat, and finally in 2020, me and my wife took a risk and invested into our own operation. We wanted to run a boat together and provide for our kids. This is why I support Proposal 115. It's a management plan that protects Bear and Ilnik River sockeye salmon while also giving our fleet some much-needed fishing opportunity. During the previous 3 seasons, any time that Bear River escapement was struggling, management has chosen to shut down all sections north of Bear River, and as far as I could tell, there hasn't been a noticeable increase in escapement numbers during the time our fleet has lost harvest opportunities. If the goal is to protect Bear River sockeye, then management should focus closest to the source of concern. Closing the southern portion of the Ilnik section while leaving the northern portion of the Ilnik section open gives the department the tools to manage for weak Bear River sockeye runs. Closing areas further away where Bear River fish make up a minimum portion of the catch does not meaningfully benefit the stock, and this has been shown by recent genetic studies. Conservation measures should be targeted where they are biologically justified. I also support Proposal 113. We all want stronger runs and healthier rivers. In 2024, the Nelson River sockeye salmon escapement exceeded the upper escapement goal by almost fourfold. This was the largest escapement ever recorded for the river. This will reduce future productivity and overall sockeye salmon returns. Allowing drift and set gill net gear to fish by emergency order in the Caribou Flats section when the upper escapement goal is exceeded would help control the river. This will lead to more abundant runs and higher production in the area. I would also like to add that I'm against Proposal 116. This proposal imposes significant new restrictions on an already struggling fishing area. Demanding we stand down while Nelson River has consistently met and exceeded its escapement goals is absurd. This would lead to biological disaster in their river as well as financial ruin for our fleet. Make no mistake, if this proposal does pass, it will no longer be financially viable to return to Area M, and dozens of families who rely on salmon fishing will be forced to abandon the area altogether. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Irwin.
Thank you. Thank you for traveling from Homer to give this testimony today. You said that your concern is the biological disaster if there's a large number of escapement into the Nelson River. Is that based on your observations that the productivity would be lower if more escapement happened, or is that based on an area manager or something that you read?
I believe that it's pretty well known that over escapement for a river is generally a bad thing.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Kirik Kuznetsov. Good morning, welcome.
Good morning. Hello, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Kirik Kuznetsov. I was born and raised in Homer, Alaska. I'm a third-generation fisherman and have been drift gill net fishing in Area M for the last 18 years and running my own boat for the last 12, and have been a member of camp since day one. My dad, my uncle, and many other relatives are also Area M fishermen, some having fished there for almost 40 years now. I'm here today to speak to you about Proposal 115, which would codify the way the department has actually managed the fishery in the Chignik section in recent years. That the department has made management action in the entire Chignik section for Bear River sockeye salmon in recent years prior to July 20th. For example, in 2023, when a weak sockeye salmon run in the Bear River caused the entire closure of the Bear River and Three Hills sections for the months of June and July, which was needed, and the department then closed the entire Chignik section all the way to Stroganoff Point for 17 days during the peak in July for Bear River sockeye, even though the Chignik River sockeye was exceeding the upper escapement goal. We couldn't fish on a sockeye run that was exceeding its escapement goal because of a river system 85 miles away. The closure was over 115 miles of coastline. This was an extremely unnecessary burden on fishermen and lost fishing opportunity. It was the equivalent to closing every Bristol Bay district for a poor Chignik River run, and this just does not happen. Weak sockeye stock management should not happen at North Peninsula either. If adopted, Proposal 115 would still allow the department to manage for the Chignik River for the entire run in the Chignik section from June 20th to July 31st, and manage for Bear River sockeye by closing 100 miles of coastline in the Bear River and Three Hills sections, and also codify management in the southern portion of the Chignik section up to Unagashik Bluffs for Bear River sockeye. This would allow fishermen an opportunity to potentially fish in a portion of the Chignik section from Unagashik Bluffs to Stroganoff Point based on Chignik and Meshik River sockeye, which is already codified in regulations, and allow the department to let fish through for the Bear River in the southern portion of the Chignik section when the Bear River sockeye escapement is weak. The department would have all necessary management tools actually codified in regulations. WASP data shows that the further away the river of origin, the smaller the harvest rate on the stock. According to the WASP study, allowing fishermen the opportunity to fish in the northeast portion of the Chignik section from Unagashik Bluffs to Stroganoff Point would only result in 0.5% to 3% of all sockeye caught to be of Bear River sockeye, which is almost negligible. Please consider passing this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate that. I don't see any questions. Thank you for your testimony. Safin Kuznetsov. Good morning.
Good morning. Ladies and gentlemen of the board, my name is Safran Kuznetsov. I am proudly a member of CAMF. I live in Homer, Alaska, and have fished in Area M since 2008, first as a deckhand with my father, and for the past 12 years as the owner and operator of my own gillnet vessel. Area M is often portrayed as the primary cause of failing fisheries and poor escapements in the AYK region. However, multiple scientific efforts do not support that conclusion. The available research instead points to broader environmental factors as major contributors to poor AYK chum returns. Reducing the June fishery in Area M will not produce measurable results for those systems, but will instead only harm the families that rely on that fishery for income. On the North Peninsula, I support Proposal 113 to allow harvest on the sockeye surplus above the upper escapement goal at the Nelson River. In 2024 and 2025 combined, roughly 4 million additional pounds above the upper goal went unharvested. Excessive escapement carries biological risk at Nelson River and represents lost economic opportunity. I support Proposal 114, removing expired and outdated language. It's important that our regulations remain clear and relevant, both for fishermen to understand and for the department to be able to regulate effectively. I support Proposal 115, codifying Bear River sockeye management in the southern Ilnik section while maintaining management of the North Ilnik section based on Ilnik and Meshik stocks. If conservation measures are necessary for the Bear River, measures should be concentrated near the river and immediate areas rather than expanding into distant sections where stock presence is minimal. I oppose Proposal 116. It would mandate 4-day closures every week and restrict fishing to within 1.5 miles offshore, even when Nelson escapement goals are met or exceeded. Since 2023, Nelson has experienced very strong returns. Imposing mandatory shutdowns under those conditions is not justified. Excessive returns at Nelson River will lead to depressed future runs. The 1.5 mile restriction also raises serious safety concerns in exposed Bering Sea waters with surf, sandbars, and onshore winds. After 3 extremely difficult seasons, these measures would significantly reduce harvest opportunity, increase the risk of bodily harm, and risk forcing North Peninsula fishermen out of business without measurable conservation benefit. Area M has endured 3 consecutive depressed seasons. Additional restrictions without clear, science-based justifications will not solve broader stock issues and will cause real economic harm for an already struggling fleet. Thank you.
Questions? Thank you for your testimony today. Appreciate you. Michael Kuznetsov, followed by Monty Mack and Michael Franklin. Welcome.
Hello, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Michael Kuznetsov. I live in Homer, Alaska, and I've fished in False Pass since 2010 when I started as a deckhand for my dad. I began skippering in 2017 and purchased my own boat in 2020. I'm a year-round fisherman, and Area M is a major part of how I support my family and make a living. I support Proposal 113, 114, 115, and I oppose Proposal 116. I support Proposal 113 because it provides a tool to harvest sockeye salmon when escapement is projected to exceed the upper goal at Nelson River. We have seen extremely large escapements in recent years, including numbers far above biological targets. Science shows that excessive escapement can reduce future productivity through density-dependent effects on spawning habitat and juvenile survival. Allowing fishing opportunity during those surplus situations helps maintain a healthy river system while also preventing lost harvest opportunity for fishermen. This proposal is a reasonable, balanced approach that benefits both the resource and the fleet. I support Proposal 114 because it removes outdated regulatory language that sunset years ago. Keeping expired language in regulation only creates confusion for fishermen trying to understand the rules and for managers trying to apply them. Cleaning up regulations may seem minor, but clarity is important for compliance and effective management. This is simply good housekeeping. I also support Proposal 115. This proposal improves management by ensuring Bear River conservation concerns are addressed in the areas where Bear River fish are actually present, without unnecessarily impacting fisheries targeting Meshik and Ilnik stocks further away. These river systems are geographically separate, and management actions should reflect that reality. Openers should be based on the strength of local stocks whenever possible. This proposal maintains conservation authority while preventing unnecessary lost opportunity in areas not contributing significantly to Bear River escapement issues. I oppose Proposal 116. This proposal would significantly reduce fishing time and impose broad restrictions even in years when escapement goals in Nelson River are being met or exceeded. Mandatory extended closures remove flexibility for managers and fishermen and create economic harm without clear biological benefit. After multiple difficult seasons for the fleet, further restrictions that are not clearly supported by stock-specific conservation needs will push more operations out of business. Area M fishermen depend on a predictable opportunity that is tied to actual abundance. The proposals I support move us towards better targeted, science-based management, while the proposal I oppose moves us towards unnecessary restrictions. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Michael. Questions? Mr. Chamberlain.
Thank you, Michael. You said you fished year-round. What other fisheries do you prosecute?
I do halibut, black cod, gray cod.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Monty Mack? Is Monty with us this morning? Okay. How about Michael Franklin? Hi. Good morning.
Good morning. Madam Chair, members of the board, my name is Mike Franklin. I'm superintendent of the Aleutians East Borough School District. I'm here to explain the educational and fiscal impacts that proposed restrictions to the Area M fisheries would have on our schools and the students we serve in the entire Aleutian East region. The Aleutians East Borough was founded on two inseparable purposes: to support fisheries and borough-wide school district. In rural Alaska, schools are community anchors, hosting events, providing essential services, and for many students, reliable daily meals. When a school closes, the effects are permanent and communities rarely recover. Over the past decade, we have already closed 2 schools, abandoning Nelson Lagoon and Cold Bay with no local educational opportunities for families. Enrollment declines have forced us to reduce staffing by over 30% and cut student opportunities, including activities that build connection and hope. We are proud of our Grow Our Own work. More than half of our certified teachers are now local, raised in our communities, and educated in our schools. Yet any further revenue loss would force additional cuts and layoffs to those same local educators. From a school district perspective, the proposed Area M restrictions would directly threaten the viability of our schools. The borough funds over 10% of our operating budget through fisheries tax revenue. So reduced fishing means less support for our schools. Fishing is also the primary source of jobs in our region, with very little alternative employment. When fishing opportunity drops, families leave. When families leave, enrollment drops. And because state funding follows enrollment, revenue drops again. Losing both local funding and enrollment funding at once puts our small rural schools at risk from 2 directions. And at our smallest sites, losing even one family could mean permanent closure. Fishing in our region is not only economic, it's cultural. Many of our students grow up in fishing families where they learn true responsibility and how their work contributes to their households and communities. That sense of purpose builds confidence, resilience, and supports mental health. In communities our size, we all wear many hats, and I also serve as an EMT in Sandpoint. With declining opportunities, we have seen an increase in health challenges. I have personally responded to overdoses, suicide attempts, and mental health emergencies involving people our students know, sometimes their own family members. I have seen firsthand how the loss of stability, employment, and purpose affects our families. Maintaining viable, sustainable fishing livelihoods is directly connected to the health and future of the young people we serve. If the benefits of the proposed restrictions are uncertain, but the harm to our schools, families, and children would certainly be direct and irreversible, the only responsible decision is to refrain from imposing additional restrictions on Area M fisheries. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Ms. Irwin.
Thank you, Michael, for your testimony, and also thank you for your work as a first responder. My question is, you mentioned 10% of the school revenue comes from the fisheries, is that correct?
That's correct.
And so I don't know how long you've been in this role, but we've heard testimony that people have been here working through these issues of this fishery since the 80s. And so my question is just, during that time, I'm not sure how long the school has been open, but has there been any efforts made to transition into other economic dependencies, recognizing that for how long this fishery has been at risk of being cut?
Yeah, I can speak from a school perspective, not a borough perspective. So that's the local contribution that the state requires our borough to give to our schools. And the borough receives the majority of their revenue from fish tax. So from a school perspective, there is no other option for receiving revenue.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. I appreciate it.
You bet.
Thanks for your testimony today, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Sherilyn Lundgren, followed by Safran Rutoff and Grant Newton. Hi, Sherilyn, welcome.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, and of course I am following my boss. My name is Sherilyn Lundgren. I work with Aleutian's East Borough School District. I was born and raised in Sandpoint. I'm a member of the QTT tribe. I came from a family that has been fished in Area M for generations, and my husband and son continue to fish there today. Aleutian's East Borough is home to more than 3,000 Alaskans with deep roots in the eastern Aleutians and go back hundreds of years. Fishing is not just our livelihood, it is how we survive, how we feed our families, and how we keep our communities alive. There is no other industry here that can replace it. When fishing is reduced, families are forced to leave, taking generations of culture, knowledge, and community with them. In my 20 years of working in the school district, I have seen firsthand how closely fishing and education are connected. Our district once had 6 schools, as Mike said. Today, 2 have closed and 2 other schools struggling to stay above the minimum student count. Over the past 5 years, enrollment in our 2 largest communities has dropped by nearly 30%, and as families leave, we have been forced to cut staff over 30% and reduce teaching positions to part-time. These are not just numbers, these are children, classrooms, and futures disappearing. 50% of our teachers grew up here, graduated here, and made the choice to come home and teach. Most of our classified staff are local families. Proposals that reduce fishing in Area M directly impact the people who educate our children and hold our communities together. Our school district is funded by the state and the borough depends on fish taxes. Reducing fish time in Area M means less funding for our schools, cuts we cannot afford. We are already seeing these impacts in King Cove with the loss of the cannery. I strongly oppose proposals 127, 129, 130, 131, 132, 133, and 136, and any proposals that further reduce fishing time in Area M. Area M has already taken impacts from all sides. Before imposing more restrictions, more research must be done to identify the true causes. Decisions must be based on facts, not accusations, because what is at stake is the survival of our communities and the future of our children. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions? Appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Safran Rutoff? Good morning.
Good morning. My name, Madam Chair and members of the board, my name is Safran Rutoff. I fish in vessel Allegiance. I was born and raised in Homer, Alaska. I have fished Area M since 1993, was also a camp member since then. Area M has been one of the most studied fisheries in the state of Alaska, especially when it comes to western Alaska chum catches. Scientifically, it has been proven before that Southside chum catches are not the main cause of AYK chum returns. Area M has become a target by other areas without any scientific proof. I'm asking the board to please look into other fisheries of what is causing this AYK of no chum returns and not just target Area M. I oppose proposals 129 to 133. If South Unimak site gets shut down in June, all of the Area M fishermen will suffer, especially the young generation who barely started. June fishery is very valuable to all Area M fishermen. Area M drift and seine were sanding down during openers on south side and let chums pass for 3 years, but still AYK chum returns did not improve. I'm asking the board not to place any restrictions on Southside June Fishery. Area M is struggling as it is at this moment. There will be no future for our children and grandchildren in Area M if area gets cut down. Please don't take away our children's future without any scientific proof. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Thank you for being here. Appreciate it. Grant Newton? Good morning.
Morning.
Are you going to give your personal testimony or the AC testimony first?
Personal?
Very good.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Grant Newton. My home has been King Cove for over 50 years, an advisory committee member since 1982, when we harvested a relatively high number of chums while fishing in June. Fall Yukon chums were weak that year also. Since that time, we have been regulated to conserve chums in June. Prior boards never shut us down and even gave us some relief, with the WASSUP and later genetic studies showing very few fall Yukon chums in June and low harvest rates of Western Alaska stocks. We are a state of Alaska mixed stock fishery that has and continues to be severely regulated to avoid chums. We have a default already in place with chum caps that can stop the fishery. This, coupled with local policing and in-season adjustments, have reduced chum catch significantly. We have been successful at letting as many chums pass as possible and still have a fishery. We are fishing the same area and its ever-changing mixture of stocks that have always passed by and still heavily depend on it for our survival. We are fortunate to live in an area that has an economic resource. King Cove is newly on the list of cannery towns that are no more. Our city, its infrastructure, schools, public safety, all were built around and financed by the fishing industry. The loss of the cannery has not only left the need for the local government and residents to dig deeper, but has magnified the importance of the June salmon as the only small boat fishery in the area. Families are moving out because they can't find work or a way to survive. Our fishing area is minuscule compared to the unlimited ocean that expands beyond the horizon. We are not in a narrow funnel that the fish must pass through, but a thin slice on the fringes of the waters of the North Pacific and Aleutian Islands. The tides, the wind, often affect abundance and opportunity in June, seen by the dismal returns of sockeye, while Bristol Bay has experienced record returns. Sometimes the fish are not even in the area, and when they are, it is only fractional. Our fishery is not the sole migratory route for salmon. It seems impossible to be noticeably affecting any stock of fish in the whole world, with our relatively few nets, small area, and far removed location. We don't feel that by limiting us further, it will help a situation that science, genetics, and history have shown we don't have a severe or notable impact, but that further limitations will disproportionately affect our area. Thank you.
Thank you, Grant. Any questions? Seeing none, would you like to give the AC report at this time, please?
Is that okay?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Stand by for just a second while we set the clock. There we go. All right, whenever you're ready, we're good. I hope.
Don't know exactly the procedure here, but we have a 9-member, my name's Grant Newton, and I'm chairman of the King Cove Advisory Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. We have a 9-member advisory committee in King Cove. The majority, there are 3 seiners and 4 gill netters and a couple of set netters on the board. We went through the proposals and came up with a general statement, which I'll read into the record. It's after 40 years of restricting Area M for chums and sockeye harvest, we've restricted the sockeye harvest by reduction in depth of gear, creating window closures to allow passage of fish, reduced time fishing during season and complete closure of first 10 days, caps and triggers that halt fishing or alter it, complete closures of areas in fisheries deemed high in chums. coupled with the entire fleet awareness and these voluntary actions of fleet stand down for the first day of the season, fleet movement out of the area with high chum catch, and voluntary stand downs by seiners when experiencing high chum abundance. The committee opposes any further restriction action on Area M with lack of any new evidence that further restrictions will noticeably or scientifically improve the regions of concern for salmon. We are far removed from the areas of stock concern. The committee recognizes that there are other fisheries, trawl, Bristol Bay, in river, that can harvest the concerned stocks. The present and past scientific factors, warming effects of permafrost, and zooplankton bloom are having an effect on salmon sustainability. The Area M fishery has existed in constantly changing form and regulation for over 100 years. During that time, the stocks of concern have cycled through their natural ups and downs. We feel as a committee representing the town of King Cove and surrounding communities that any further action will cause more duress and hardship at a time when Alaskan fisheries and communities are fighting to survive. We support proposals that address changes within our fishery that make it more current for stock management, methods of fishing, conservation of stocks, and general health of our area. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that statement. Ms. Irwin.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Newton, for your service on the AC, and thank you for your testimony. You mentioned that the fleet stood down the first day of the season, and I'm just wondering, was that when in June do you guys catch, are you catching the most sockeye? I would assume if you're standing down the first day that maybe it's not the greatest sockeye day, or maybe it's a high chum day, so you're trying to avoid it. But when in June are you catching the most sockeye?
Sometimes you catch them on the 10th, and we've caught them before earlier when we were allowed to fish the 1st through the 10th, but now since they've shut that off, anytime from the 10th on. And sometimes the fish come through early, and sometimes you'll catch fish on the 11th, and then the 12th and the 13th, there's nothing. And so it's just when fish have fins, I guess is what I'm trying to say. So you can't really predict. The odds are usually the first couple of weeks there aren't the ratios and a number of reds that we're looking for.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Swenson.
Yes, thanks for your all your information. When you stand down the first day, isn't that, and I know you do that, you don't have to, don't you do that and do kind of a test fishery and give that information to the Fish and Game? Isn't that how that works?
The drift net fishery doesn't, the seine fishery possibly does, but I'm not sure.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you for your testimony today. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
John Ludwig, and followed by Raymond Watson. Good morning.
Good morning. Madam Chair and Board of Fish members, my name is John Ludwig. I'm an Aleutian native from the Area M, False Pass, Port Moller, Outer Port Hyden fishery. My father fished Area M for over 60 years. I have fished Area M since 1969 for 57 years. I'm also a camp member. Once again, we are faced with proposals that have been and would be damaging, limiting, and cripple our fishery unnecessarily. There is little biological or scientific evidence behind these proposals. Instead, we are again the scapegoat for other fisheries' problems. Whenever a fishery has problems, catching difficulties, Area M is blamed for it. Basically, when we come to the meeting, it's like coming to the chopping block. And it's kind of scary. The northern district of Area M is primarily a drift gillnet fishery, which is orderly and well managed. We are nothing like the Bristol Bay fishery. We are mostly a scratch fishery. We have to spread the fleet out in order to catch fish. We have a minimum half-a-mile rule from net to net. So our nets are spaced to half a mile apart. Our gillnet fishery is a long grind. We arrive in mid-May or sooner to prepare and finish up by mid-September. I am against any proposals that would endanger our safety and well-being that is vindictive in nature. Proposal 116 would severely impact fishermen on the North Peninsula. I have family in Sandpoint that are presently struggling. This proposal would make it worse on all impacted. So in a nutshell, we in Area M are faced with many proposals that would cripple, hurt, damage, and harm our fishery unnecessarily that lack scientific and biological evidence. 3 years ago, we had 3 major processors in the North Peninsula buying fish. Now we only have 1. It is unfortunate that some fisheries in the state are struggling. We have often been blamed for other fisheries' decline and regulations implemented to address the concerns. Scientific studies, one after another, show Area M is not the reason for the decline of other fisheries. I oppose any proposal to reduce Area M fisheries. I support Proposal 113, the Caribou Flats proposal, to control the sockeye escapement into Nelson River. I also support Proposal 114 to clean up old language. And basically, Nelson Lagoon, they could solve their problems by going to a smaller mesh gear. I did that about 3 years ago, and I went from a 5-inch mesh size to 4 3/4, and I can use 4 5/8 in July. So that would solve it right there.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Oh, Mike, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Do you fish on both the south and north side?
Yes, I have for my whole life.
Have you noticed a difference with the depth of your net from the south side to the north side in chum harvest?
Well, we used to fish 120, and we went to 90 mesh. I think basically we have a chum pool, so there's really no incentive to catch chums because we get in trouble politically. So basically, if there's chums running farther offshore, I'll tend to go closer to the shore. And we try to avoid the chums and also realize that the June fishery, the majority of the chums for AYK are passing through before June 13th and even in the month of May. So the majority of the chums that are gone to AYK are already passed through the area. So a lot of regulations in the past. And I used to fish 140 mesh gear years ago, and then I went to 120, and then now we're at 90 meshes deep. But basically, if the chums are really heavy and thick offshore, I'll go closer into the shore. I'll try to avoid them.
Thank you.
Ms. Irwin.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony. You mentioned that you will move closer to shore to avoid some of those chums. In your time, have you been able to tell, like, phenotypically at all, the difference in that the coastal Western Alaska or Yukon chum? Because you mentioned that they're running at the end of May, early June, and I'm just wondering, is that from just phenotypically you're seeing a difference, or you take it to the processor and genetically they are different than hatchery chum, for example?
Yeah, they already got genetic ID for the chums, gone to AYK, and they're coming in through way earlier. And back in the old days, we used to gill net June 1st, but then we got, I guess, June 10th, and I think now it's, June 13th. So we happily, delayed the opening till later. And if there's chums running and there's too many of them, then I'll just pull my net in and just wait. Or fish closer in where there's less chums, and hopefully more sockeye.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Ms. Raymond Watson. Henry Hunter Sr. How about Mava Waterman? Good morning.
Morning.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Mava Waterman. I've been part of the Area M salmon fishery for over a decade, first as a deckhand in King Cove and now as a year-round fleet manager based in Sandpoint. I'm here today to focus on what Area M fishermen have already done and what adaptation looks like when it happens live on the water. The first year we implemented our adaptive chum management plan, I was fishing aboard the Cape St. Elias. My skipper served as the adaptive chum management lead, updating the catch portal, communicating constantly with the fleet, and linking fishermen across areas who have never shared information before. Sorry. With tools like Starlink Internet, we are finally able to operate in real time. Data could be uploaded from the grounds, numbers checked immediately, and decisions made without delay. Sorry. At the same time, tenders became the backbone of this system. Every delivery is sampled, beginning, middle, and end. Offloads happen all night, tenders sort fish while fishermen wait, knowing those numbers will determine whether we fish the next day. Before this program, June followed a 4 days on, 1 day off schedule. Under self-management, that changed completely. We now stand down in the middle of the day, watch data come in, and stop fishing when chum numbers are unacceptable under our self-imposed limits, sometimes while we watch reds swim by. While sampling is happening, we're on the radios and phones talking about numbers, chum counts, ratios, hotspots, and when to stop fishing. Boats that once operated independently now share information because the system depends on it. That data feeds directly into same-day closures and stand-downs. I later transitioned into fleet management because the fishery is fragile and requires constant communication to survive. What we are doing in Area M is pushing the boundaries of the resources we have access to. We are adapting live using the technology and tools available to us. Our management program may look different, but it is a model that could benefit any area. We are pushing the ceiling, maximizing fishing time where possible, and making immediate visible changes to protect chum the same day we're fishing. I want to respectfully note that hard caps or predetermined closures implemented by the board would undermine this work. They would take away fishing time we have already sacrificed and dismantled the safeguards we've built under your supervision to respond dynamically and safely. Fixed closures remove our ability to react in real-time conditions and weaken the tools that are working. This system works because the people behind it. The fishermen sitting behind me today are missing active fishing time just to be here, to be present, accountable, and engaged. They are tired, they have sacrificed, and they continue to show up because they care. They care about conservation, their communities, and their neighbors in the north. This program is as unique and as special as the fleet that built it. We are not asking for you to imagine what adaptation can look like, because we're living in it. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mava. Mr. Godfrey has a question, then Ms. Irwin.
When you say real time, what's the lag factor on that? Is it hours, less than an hour?
About as fast as we can shoot off a text on WhatsApp.
Starlink has proven reliable? No
Very
outages?
reliable. I've fished in this area when we had global star communication. The only access to talking on the phone was on a speaker in our wheelhouse. Now we stream movies on our phone, so.
Thank you.
Ms. Irwin.
Yeah, thanks, Mava. My question is, when you're talking about this communication with the fleet and these voluntary stand-downs, is there an organized operation where the entire fleet is a part of this communication and stand-down? Or is this like maybe 3 or 4 friendly boats that you know that you guys are communicating and creating that system?
This is fleet-wide. This is every boat participating. We're self-managing our fishermen to fishermen. And in all honesty, my experience through fleet management, that is the strongest support and accountability you can have is your fellow fishermen breathing down your neck for not telling people numbers or where you're at. So every single boat, doesn't matter.
And just for clarification, that's seine boats, right?
Yeah, I'm talking over
Yeah.
our same fleet.
Thanks. Just wanted to make that clarification. Mr. Chamberlain.
Thank you, Maeva. And I think you heard me earlier ask another speaker a question of, can you give me an estimate of how often the fleet has stood down? And is there documentation of that anywhere?
I will leave more of the details to my fishermen because they've built this program and I think they deserve to speak on it. Regarding your question, oh shit, I forgot what you asked. Can you ask again?
Thank you. Goodness, now you made me forget what I asked. Well done. What I was looking for is an estimate of how often the fleet has stood down and if there's documentation behind that.
Yes, we track all of our stand downs by the minute. It's been significant. I remember when I was just a little greenhorn on a deck. This was before we had stand down, so we would fish 4 straight days, and then we'd have not even a full day off. And now we take naps in the middle of the day. We're watching shows. It's wild because we know that's what we have to do to allow chum escapement. So when we see it's dirty, we sacrifice. I mean, I used to stand on deck being like, please, are we done for the day? I'm so tired. And now we take naps.
Thank you. That's actually wonderful to hear. When you say dirty, what would constitute dirty as far as a chum to sockeye ratio or whatever the metric is for determining when stand down occurs?
So basically what we're doing is every single set, we're having the crew count every single fish. That means not only are we hauling gear, but when they're split aboard, the crew members have the hatch open and one by one we all count. Like someone's counting reds, someone's counting chums, and we take those numbers and give them to our skippers, and every single boat is doing that. So the guys running the boats can keep track of every set and how many chums are in each one. And as we see those, if we have a chum number climbing, we stop fishing. But if we're staying in our limits, again, I'll have my fishermen talk on exactly what the caps are, but.
Thank you.
Mr. Wood.
Yeah, thank you. There's been criticism of no management, but I'm wondering if this information is being shared with the department real time as well.
Yeah, we're transparent. We're an open book, so our portal, there's access to our portal with ADF&G.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Appreciate it. Let's go ahead and take a little bit of a break and come back on the record at 10:30, and we'll pick up with John Lamont, Arsene Rutoff, George Rutoff, and Tyler Wooding. See you in 20 minutes. I got an empty table up here. If you see any of the members, tell them to shake a leg. Okay, well, we're going to get started, and I hope the members show back up here shortly, because we're starting on time. Are we ready, Annie? Okay, so we're back on the record. The time is 10:31. We're working our way through public testimony. Next up is Mr. John Lamont. Good morning, sir. Thank you for being here.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, staff, distinguished elders in the crowd, and traditional knowledge holders and participants. My name is John Lamont. I'm a concerned Alaska citizen. I currently reside in the Chignik, Fairview area of the Matt Valley. I'd like to begin with a quote. In the Aleutian communities of Area M, fish are far more than a resource. They are life and survival. For many rural families, fish are the only dependable subsistence food source. That doesn't only go for Area M, that goes throughout the state. There's other areas that are really, really dependent upon our salmon resource and our other whitefish resources. So it's important that we all know and we all understand that we are the fish people. Thank you for that, whoever did the quote. I wrote the simple proposal 136 with some past Area M fishing history in mind. You can ask me about that later if you'd like, or if we have more time to support a future decision you all may be contemplating here at this meeting. My proposal is to close Area M for 1 3-week period in the month of June, 7th through the 28th, and compensate the fishermen for not fishing for those 3 weeks using state research funds. This should have been done years ago with the Western Alaska Salmon Stock Identification Program, or WASIP funding. This is research. How? Simple. Take commercial fishers' average fish ticket sales from the last 3 to 7 years during the commercial salmon openers during this time period and send them a check. The fishermen will have these extra 3 weeks to fix their nets, clean their vessels, and even possibly take their families on vacations. They'll have very little fishing expenses for those 3 weeks. In the short term, results may show more salmon returning to the Arctic, Yukon, and Kuskokwim rivers. You have identified at least one factor in why salmon returns to these rivers are dwindling, if there is that result. I don't know how much time I have, but a little history, and I'm not a historian, but salmon traps in the Falls Pass area in the early 1900s, when used, very little salmon returned to 2 major river systems in western Alaska. Fish data report shows that. Direct correlation between Area M and rivers in western Alaska. As a gentleman said yesterday, the distinguished elder, I think he's the chief of our region, as a respected elder had said, the throat that feeds the Bering Sea and river systems in western Alaska with an abundance of salmon that migrate from the North Pacific, especially Chinook and chum. And I really thank him for saying that. I was listening in. Closing the waters for 3 weeks in June will have an insignificant impact on subsistence salmon fishing for our indigenous peoples in that area. After listening to testimony from traditional knowledge reports yesterday, the testimonies from the knowledge holders stated most of their fish are netted in the month of July. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong. Are there any questions?
I don't see any, but thank you
Thank
for
you.
being here.
Yep.
Arseny Rutov? Arseny? Not quite sure. Welcome. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Arseny Rutov. I was born, raised in Alaska. I'm a fourth-generation fisherman. I've been fishing since I was 10 years old, and I've been running my own boat for the last 22 years. My 15-year-old son also has been fishing with me and learning the business since he was 8. Fishing is how we support our family and pass this way of life to the next generation. I support Proposal 115 because it makes management more fair and more practical. It would increase fishing opportunity while still giving Bear River the chance to meet its escapement goals. Bear River, Meshik, and Ilnik are different river systems, and they should be managed based on what's happening in each one. When there are concerns for Bear River fish, those should be addressed in the areas where Bear River fish are actually present instead of limiting fishing everywhere. This proposal allows managers to do that while still protecting the resource. I oppose Proposal 116 because it takes way too much fishing time and flexibility. Mandatory closures and additional restrictions can hurt fishermen even in the years when fish returns are strong or escapement goals are being met. After multiple difficult seasons, more lost fishing time will put families like mine out of business. I don't believe these broad restrictions are necessary to achieve conservation, and they create economic harm without clear benefit. At the end of the day, fishermen want healthy fish runs just as much as anyone because our livelihoods depend on them. But we also need local management of salmon stock that makes sense, is targeted, and allowed us the opportunity to fish when abundance is there. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions? Appreciate you being here. George Rutov? Followed by Tyler Wooding, Paula Jerkovich, and Casey Kupchayak. Good work. Welcome, George.
Hello, members of the board. My name is George Rutov. I'm a member of CAMF, the owner and the operator of a gillnet vessel in the Area M. For many of us, the last 3 seasons have been some of the most difficult times in the modern memory. Income has been severely reduced, and many families are struggling to stay afloat financially. It is deeply concerning that policy decisions affecting our livelihoods are often driven by political pressure rather than clear scientific evidence. For example, there are continued efforts to restrict the southern peninsula June fishery based on the belief that Area M is responsible for declining AYK chum returns. We have already made an effort on voluntary stand-downs and accepted restrictions in the past few years. However, it seems like those reductions have not resulted in a measurable improvement in the Yukon River. That strongly suggests that we are not primary cause of the declines. On the North Side Peninsula, I oppose Proposal 116, reducing fishing area from 3 miles to 1.5 miles for the entire North Side Peninsula, and mandating additional 96-hour closures is not reasonable, particularly when Nelson River has experienced substantial over-escapement in the recent years. Imposing further restrictions on an already struggling fleet is not justified and would cause serious economic harm. I support Proposal 113, which allows the fleet to harvest surplus sockeye above the upper escapement goal at the Nelson River. Harvesting excess fish protects the long-term health of the system and provides needed economic opportunity. I also support Proposal 114, which removes expired and unnecessary language that just creates confusion. Lastly, I support Proposal 115. We want to be given an opportunity to fish North Ilnik while having south of Ilnik closed when Bear River Run is weak. The Bear River is located 85 miles away, and that large area closed is enough to achieve Bear River escapement goals. We are asking for balanced, science-based management that allows hard-working families to continue making a living. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Tyler Whitting. Morning.
Good morning. Please reference RC 19. Hello, Madam Chair and the Board. My name is Tyler Wooding. I started fishing in Area M with my dad when I was 10 years old. I've been an Area M drift permit holder for the past 17 years, and my family has been fishing in Area M for the past 5 decades, starting with my grandpa. I'm opposed to restricting time in the South Unimak and Shumagon Islands June fishery. Any reduction of fishing time in June will be damaging to our season. With our current schedule and adaptive management plan in place, we have reduced chum harvest. The genetic sampling results that were done in 2022 through 2024 in the June fishery showed that an average of 91,000 coastal western Alaska or CWAC chums were harvested out of the 3-year average of 400,000 chums. It is responsible to assume that a significant portion of these CWAC chums harvested in the June fishery are bound for river systems in Bristol Bay, the Kuskokwim, and Yukon rivers, as well as Northern Sound. As CWAC is considered a large area, Bristol Bay and the Kuskokwim have had improved runs, where the Yukon is still struggling. Referencing RC 19, page 1, it shows the Wassup chum harvest rates for CWAC caught in Bristol Bay from an average of 21% in 2007 through 2009. In the same years, the South Peninsula had much lower average harvest rate of 4.2%. In the most recent ADF&G's harvest report, our fishery is in line with Wassup rates. Therefore, the June fishery has very little impact on CWAC chums. On page 2 of RC 19, this graph shows the last 3 years of genetic sampling done in June and the genetic sampling from the Wassup years. The stock composition in the June fishery for CWAC averaged 24.3% in the last 3 years. The major difference in the graph is that in the Wassup years from 07 to 09, we had an average of 25% Asian chums. The last 3 years, we averaged 48% Asian chum composition, resulting there is far more Asian chums than CWAC chums caught in the South Peninsula. In conclusion, all the proposals of restricting and changing our current management plan would be detrimental to all fishermen in Area M. I believe the South Peninsula June fishery has very little impact on coastal western Alaskan chum runs based on current stock compositions and harvest rates. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Questions? Appreciate your testimony today.
Thank you.
Paula Jerkovich. Good morning.
Thank you, Madam Chair and fellow board members. My name is Paula Yurkovich. I'm a third-generation commercial fisherwoman, captain in Area M, and a proud camp member. My grandfather began fishing these waters long before me. He built this life with the unshakable belief that if you worked hard, respected the resource, and fished responsibly, there would always be a future. He pioneered what is known as the Bronco boat, one of the early fiberglass boats in the area when wooden boats were still the standard. He recently passed away on February 2nd. Standing here today, I carry him with me. I carry his life, his sacrifice, and the legacy he trusted our family to continue. Currently, I fish alongside my father, my brother, my cousin, my uncle, and many others whom I respect. We each run our own boats, separate operations, separate livelihoods, one family still trying to make a living on the same waters my grandfather once trusted us with. This is not just a job, this is our life. I'm here today because decisions made in this room do not only stay on paper, they show up on our decks, in our bank accounts, in the quiet moments where we ask ourselves if we can afford to fix an engine, keep a crew, or keep going at all. As a female captain, I did not inherit this position easily. I earned it, like we all did. I work hard to be taken seriously. I push through doubt, isolation, and the reality that I often had to prove myself twice just to stand equal. I've sacrificed stability and time on land because this life matters to me, because this fishery matters to many of us. Every proposal that further restricts Area M may look small on its own, but on the water they stack, and eventually the weight breaks people, not corporations, families. These decisions determine whether fishermen like me get to stay, or whether the next generation quietly disappears because the burden simply becomes too heavy to carry. What people may not always see is how heavy this life can be. The uncertainty, the physical toll, the financial pressure, the emotional weight of carrying something bigger than yourself. But we continue because this is who we are. All I ask is that when decisions are made, you remember the people behind them, the families, the generations, the lives built quietly on these waters. I'm not here as a number. I am here as a granddaughter, a daughter, a captain, and someone who has been raised in this fishery. I respectfully oppose any proposal that further restricts Area M without clear, demonstrated benefit that truly benefits or truly justifies the human cost. Because when families like mine are pushed out, something irreplaceable leaves with us, a way of life, a lineage, a future that cannot be rebuilt once it's gone. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Casey Kupchak. Hi, Casey.
Good morning. Madam Chair, members of the board, my name is Casey Kupchak. My Yupik name is Hochrochchulcha, and I'm a tribal member of Duyuhilk, the traditional village of Togiak, and a BB&C shareholder. I am here today to testify in strong opposition to Proposal 188, which seeks to take 15% of the unharvested Togiak sacro herring and hand it over to the Dutch Harbor food and bait fishery. To the board, this proposal might look like cleaning up a management plan or finding a use for a surplus, but to the people of Togiak, this looks like our resources being signed away to foreign regions and outside interests. The justification for this proposal is there is a high demand for bait in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands. If there is such a high demand for herring, for bait and food, why are you looking to Dutch Harbor to fill it instead of Togiak? We live on these waters are our home. My community and the locals who live near Togiak should have the first right to harvest in our own district. By reallocating this fish to Dutch Harbor, you are effectively telling the people of Togiak that our local economy doesn't matter as much as the profit margins of the fixed gear fleets in the Aleutians. You are taking a local resource and exporting the profit and the opportunity away from the very people who have the most at stake in the health of these stocks. Major allocation changes should not occur without full ecosystem, subsistence, and rural economic analysis. Data needs to be gathered and understood. How would these changes impact the long-term health of the herring biomass? Additionally, North Pacific Fisheries Management Council is seeking to raise trawler herring bycatch from 1% to 3%. If the sacro fishery is inactive, don't just give the fish away to another region. Instead, I ask the board to find ways to allow Togiak locals to pivot. Help us open the food and bait opportunities for the people who actually live there. We have the skill, we have the history, and we have the right to benefit from the fish in our own backyard. Our tribe is actively looking for markets for our gillnet fleet so we can utilize our tribally owned process facility. The Togiak stock is strong. The fishery is idle because buyers left, not because people wanted to stop fishing. Bristol Bay communities need space to build new markets and village-led processing, not see fish given away. I do not support the outside-in management style of Proposal 188. Please do not reward outside interests at the expense of Togiak's sovereignty and our future economic potential. Koyana Chaknak.
Thank you for your testimony. I don't see any questions. Appreciate you. Leilani Loers, followed by Georgiana Dre, Brian Ridley, and Leah Woods. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair and the board. For the record, my name is Leilani Loers, and I'm from Togiak, Alaska. Proposition 188, as proposed, does not sufficiently prioritize conservative spawning biomass threshold, guaranteed subsistence access before commercial allocation, the ecological role of herring as a forage-based species, and transparent fisheries management. The The Togiak fishery has been at times one of the largest in Alaska. The scale requires extra caution. Removing large amounts of biomass in a short window can have an ecosystem-wide impacts, especially during a time of warming ocean temperatures and environmental uncertainty. It operates with a guideline harvest level based on a percentage of estimated spawning biomass. Under Alaska State Statute 16.05.815 and the Division of Commercial Fisheries Policy CF-008, which in turn is responsive to the information sharing requirement of the Federal Magnuson-Stevens Act. Confidential commercial fisheries data may not only be released with aggregated summary format, and only if it reflects at least 3 entities, such as 3 permit holders, 3 vessels, or 3 processors. This requirement exists to protect individual business activities and discourage underreporting or competitive harm. In a small or highly concentrated fishery, such as the Dutch Harbor food and bait fishery, that confidentiality protection can inadvertently hinder public understanding. When fewer than 3 participants operate in a district, the department cannot release detailed harvest or effort data in testimony or public documents. This leaves fishermen, subsistence users, and community members with an incomplete picture of fishing patterns, consolidation, or trends that underlie management proposals. Our communities have legitimate interest in transparent decision-making, particularly when stock status, allocation, and community impacts are at stake. The Rule of 3 was triggered in full in Togiak in 2020, 2021, and 2022 due to fewer than 3 processors participating. I respectfully urge the board to reject Proposition 188 unless it clearly strengthens the spawning biomass of thresholds for the Togiak district, ensures sufficient escapement for full spawn deposition before the large-scale harvest, incorporates traditional ecological knowledge alongside biomass surveys and management making decisions. Our responsibility is not only to today's fishery, but to the generations who will stand on those same beaches and wait for the herring to return. I support proposals that reduce fishing time, gear, and mixed stock fisheries. Proposal 108 through 112, 141, 147, 148, 151, 152. I do not support 113, 115, 119 through 126. That will increase interception and increase fishing time in area. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Leilani. Any questions? Appreciate you being here. Georgiana? Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Georgiana Dre. My Yupik name is Gizngalga. I am originally from Manakotak, however, I reside in Dillingham where I work and my 5 kids attend school. I grew up between the communities of Manakotak, Togiak, and Twin Hills. I've lived a subsistence lifestyle my entire life. I continue to practice subsistence with my parents, taking in what I can while I can, following each season, as each season brings its own resources. Maluchok is the gold in the bay during the spring. Maluchok means herring roe on kelp in Yupik. Today, I am here to testify on Proposal 188, which I respectfully oppose. I grew up harvesting Togiak herring and herring roe with my family. My late grandma Nayak, who grew up in Togiak, used to get so excited when it was time for herring. She would always say, which translates to herring are so yummy. She liked them dried. She loved the oil content. Herring are not only important to us, they are a foundation species in the ecosystem. Herring are critical forage fish. They feed seabirds, marine mammals, halibut, and salmon. When herring populations are disrupted or pressured in ways that change their distribution or abundance, it affects the entire food web. Herring is one of the first fresh foods in the spring after a long winter. It feeds their families and our elders, and it brings our communities together. Through traditional sharing within families and communities beyond Togiak, Twin Hills, and Manakotak, but to our families that live in urban areas. We are also facing concerns with king salmon stocks in our region. King salmon rely heavily on strong forage bases in the ocean. Weak forage conditions impact their growth, survival, and ultimately their return to our rivers. When we talk about allocation changes or increased pressure in the Togiak herring fishery, we must consider the broader ecosystem impacts and the potential cumulative effects on struggling salmon stocks. As you all know, our rural communities have practiced stewardship for generations. We understand that protecting herring protects everything connected to them, including king salmon, ice seals, beluga, and clams.
Proposal 188 risks shifting balance away from local communities and toward increased pressure on resources that play a critical ecological role. Once ecosystem stability is compromised, it is extremely difficult to restore. We can't afford to give decision-making power to outside interests that have different perspectives that often overlook the local knowledge and history of stewardship that already exists. I will conclude with asking that you help us protect our access and the balance that has sustained it. I ask that you please consider keeping the economic opportunity to remain in Togiak and the surrounding communities that also heavily rely on the herring as a subsistence resource. Guyana, for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Appreciate you being here. Brian Ridley, followed by Leah Woods, Sharon Hildebrand, and Kathleen Peters-Duray. Welcome back. Good morning.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair and members of the board. My name is Brian Ridley. I'm a tribal member of the Native Village of Eagle, and I've had the honor of being the chief chairman of the Tanana Chiefs Conference for the past 4 years. Salmon are our primary food, our culture, our identity, and the backbone of our river communities. Yet for too long, subsistence users, just 1% of the total user group, have carried 100% of the conservation burden. Our fisheries have been closed year after year, while other fisheries continue to operate and harvest the same stocks we are forced to forego. Conservation must be shared. It cannot fall on our river people who depend on salmon the most. In every other fishery in Alaska, the practice is to close commercial fisheries when escapement and subsistence needs are not met. Prioritizing commercial harvest over escapement and subsistence violates the sustained yield principle in the Constitution and the sustainable salmon fisheries policy. Federal managers have taken action. The North Pacific Fishery Management Council decided that the Bering Sea pollock fleet will operate under a cap for Western Alaska chum and face consequences when those stocks are weak. They acted because the science is clear. Western Alaska salmon are in crisis, and every point of interception matters. Like many of us here today, I continue to advocate with our Alaska delegation. Just last week, I met with Senator Sullivan and Rep. Begich, who both took the notable step of submitting formal comments to the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council addressing the Alaska salmon crisis and urging decisive action. Their leadership underscores the urgency of this moment. It's now time for the state to take action. Area M lies in the migration path of Western Alaska chum and Chinook salmon, with early to mid-June marking the peak migration window confirmed by genetic and harvest data. When harvest continues during that peak migration, our fish do not make it to their spawning grounds. Every salmon counts, and the future generations they represent. We understand that what we ask will affect Area M communities. TCC is not asking for a full closure, although our tribes support that, and state law clearly says non-subsistence uses shall be eliminated when subsistence needs cannot be met. What we are asking is simple. The burden of conservation must be shared across all user groups. As I have said before, our tribes along the Yukon have shouldered the full cost of this collapse. Today, we're asking for meaningful action. Our request is to adopt the positions of PC 196, strong, time-certain June closures, and real reductions in fishing power during peak migration. We support 108, 127, 129, 131, 132, and 136. We oppose any proposal that increases commercial fishing time, area harvest, or gear efficiency. The decisions you make today determine our future generations if they'll know salmon or if they'll just be a story from our elders. Thank you. Masicho.
Thank you, Brian. Any questions? Mr. Wood?
Yeah, thank you. The last few years, I've been trying to read as many papers as I can about environmental conditions that are affecting your area, Yukon in particular. And I've been able to read quite a few papers, mostly out of Canada, by like Al von Finster and Federer, about the outmigration of smolt. Has Tanana Chiefs done anything to, or have they invested in any way into the science of climate change and the environmental factors that are affecting the returns back to your area?
Specific to climate change, under the prior administration, we were able to access a large amount of funding from the federal government for solar projects out in the villages. Oftentimes, our villages pay the highest price for electricity out there, and we saw that as the easiest way, one, to bring down electricity, but also help with the climate change issue. So I forget what the exact number is, but at one point it was around $100 million of solar projects across our region, and we saw that as the single biggest way to make a difference with climate change.
But specifically, mostly with water quality, water temperature, has there been investment in that and to kind of study how that is affecting the spawning habits of the fish that would be returning otherwise if they could, because of the water temperature and quality?
Yeah, we've done work with trying to get more biologists, trying to get our own information, as well as other Native organizations in our region to try to get a better handle on some of those things. So I guess to add to that a little bit, if I can, as I said 3 years ago, I fully understand that there's a number of factors affecting our fish, and I realize that. But as I testified to North Pacific, I forget what the prayer is, help me change the things I can change. That's where I need the help, because to sit here and say, oh, well, maybe your council can't help here, but you're gonna fix climate change, I don't know that that's gonna happen overnight. We all collectively have to do that worldwide if we wanna make a change. But these are the things, these are the low-hanging fruit that we can actually, you can take action to try to help bring the fish back, and that's what we're looking for.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your being here. Leah Woods, followed by Sharon Hildebrandt, Kathleen Peters-Ray, Ben Juneby, and Jack Holchis. Good morning.
Morning. Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Leah Woods. I am the tribal administrator for the Manly Village Council from Manly Hot Springs, Alaska. I'm originally from Rampart, Alaska, along the Yukon River. I wanted to share a little background about where I came from and what life was like. So growing up on the Yukon River, we fished as a family, and that was a source of food for us. And that also kept me connected to my family, connected to my culture, my land, and the waterways. And ever since I could remember, the state of Alaska has always had restrictions, always had restrictions on us. 24-hour openings, certain periods of openings, and then the mesh size of the fish net, changing that. I remember one summer, and I'm sorry, but this mic keeps cutting out, changing the mesh size when families can't even afford that, $1,000 for a fish net, and then to send it out to the community. So we have always had restrictions. Always had restrictions on the Yukon River, the Kayukuk River, the Tanana River. So where are the restrictions at Area M? And that's where our fish comes from. It comes from the ocean. And so currently banning subsistence fishing. Food for the families, food for the elders and the children. And you have to understand that in these villages, the cost of living, $10 for a gallon of gas, $18 for a gallon of milk, and the lack of employment. So what do you suggest that we do for these communities? And so if the fish are coming from the ocean to these rivers, and you banned us from fishing because of the low count, so what is happening at Area M? How many fish are they taking? I mean, please help me understand this. Our current system and our current situation. You know, restricting subsistence fishing is a violation of state law. A violation of state law. Alaska state law. Darn it.
Thank you. Do you have any questions? Mr. Wood?
Did you have a quick follow-up to that? Were you at the very end?
I was going to define the state law
We have that in front
and
of us.
recommendation. Okay, so,
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, we do have that, but thank you.
Thank you for being here. Appreciate your testimony today. Sharon Hildebrand?
It's Atlan sa uza nalada hatsin sa danslit verbankslista. I'm Sharon Hildebrand. I'm the Vice President of Tanana Chiefs Conference. And Madam Chair Van Dort, I'd like to thank you for making time for us today and members of the board. Also, I appreciate all the elders present who have stated testimony on behalf of our people all over the state. Tanana Chiefs Conference serves more than 18,000 Alaska Native tribal members whose ways of life depends heavily on the healthy, sustainable salmon runs. I'm from the village of Nulato on the Yukon River. I'll be providing testimony in coordination with other representatives. We support 136. My people of the Middle Yukon are seeing the ecosystems collapse within our villages and outside of our region without salmon in our rivers. And when salmon runs collapse, consequences are not abstract. They directly impact our tribal members. It impacts their way of feeding their families. It impacts the ways we practice our culture, and it impacts the sustainability of our communities. I recognize that some communities depend heavily commercially on salmon, but as one of our chiefs shared yesterday, our communities also along the Yukon River of Nulato and other communities, Middle Yukon, we heavily depended on commercial fish, but now we don't. We're only dependent subsistence-wise. And even subsistence-wise, we're not able to provide for our families because the numbers are so low. Area M is directly going to be impacted by commercial fishing and such. They're going to see a complete crash in the way they subsist for their families. It's not only about money in your pockets. It's about us sustaining our lifestyles, feeding our families, maintaining a way of life for us to continue in the future. Our communities depend on fish, salmon. Without the salmon, I've heard yesterday, respect towards the elder that was speaking, that we have other resources. The other resources within the interior are impacted directly by the drop in salmon. We've seen big animals, those have decreased. We've seen the impact in birds. You've seen articles on that. Even before those articles were published, our elders have stated they've seen less birds in the area that we're able to hunt. There is a direct impact by the salmon crashes to all of the ecosystem. We're one, it impacts everything. It's just not one area. And with that, I ask that you fully support 136, Masi, thank you for your time. Irawa de Laktanik. Until we see each other again, you take good care of yourselves.
Thank you, Sharon. Any questions? Thank you for your testimony today.
Masi.
Kathleen Peters-Duray. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for this opportunity to share my thoughts on what is happening in my community. I'm here representing the Tanana Tribal Council and my family. I'm born and raised in Tanana, lived on the Yukon all my life, have seen the abundance of king salmon, silver salmon, chum salmon all my life until 6 years ago. The crash of all species of salmon on the Yukon has had a critical, it's been a complete disaster. We are also under a 7-year moratorium by the state. So between the crash of king and silver and chum, our subsistence rights are not being met. I am a subsistence fisherman. We had a tiny commercial in the fall for fall chum, and that basically paid for our gas for that season. My family, we stayed in camp from the beginning of the king run until the end of the fall chum run. And I raised my 3 kids there, and I was also raising my grandchildren there. I'm supporting proposal, my tribe is supporting proposal 131 and 136. We are, the known migration route of AYK fish, it goes through Area M. And we are highly concerned. And I also, Alaska has great fishermen. We had a great resource. In many areas of the state, our salmon and all the resources are going away. We need to implement, you need to implement, some measures so that so the salmon can go up our river and spawn. So that in 10 years, after the moratorium is done, maybe we'll have some coming back. We are in a crisis, not only on the rivers. 26 years ago, I went to Canada and saw the Canadian fishery, and they had no fishery. Now we are similar to what happened in Canada. It's going to happen all over until we start putting together a plan, collaborate with one another. I'm not against the fishermen. Everyone loves fishing. That's our lifestyle, whether you're on the Yukon or in King Cove. Some of the outside fishermen that fish Alaskan waters need to go away so that we can have a resource. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony. I'm going to assume that you're close to a gentleman named Stan. Thank you for sharing him with us.
Thank you so much.
Any questions? Appreciate that.
All
Please send him our regards.
He's listening.
Okay, good. Hi, Stan.
Thank you.
Thanks. Ben Junby? Welcome.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Board. I'm going to ask you a question. Can I do that? No. Anyhow, I'm going to tell you a story about fishing with a blind man. Guy would teach me how to put out net. This blind man would teach me how to mend nets. He passed on about 10 years ago at 94 years old. But it was pretty easy fishing with this guy if you knew what you were doing with him. And not many people get the opportunity to fish with a blind elder like I did, like we did. And it was really a pretty good learning experience. Now, just like him being gone, our fish is gone. Maybe they followed him. But now we are no fish, and I want to support 136 and 131. There was more that I forgot to bring over. But yeah, and I wish we come to some kind of agreement here today where we can at least get some fish going in the river. Cuscom, Yukon, any kind of little streams going up for them to get up, way up. I'm from Eagle, next to the border. And I watched them swim by. I go to the bank in the summertime and I watch them come up. And it take about 15, 20 minutes for the second one to swim by. Where in their earlier days when I used to watch them, we used to go up like this, behind each other. It was pretty cool. Not so cool anymore. So we need to come to some kind of agreement to establish fish back in our waters. Thank you very much.
Thank you for being here. Are there any questions? Appreciate your testimony today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jack Holtjes?
Good morning, Madam Chair and Board. My name is Jack Holtjes. I'm First Chief of the Nakanaga, which means our people speak. We are the voice of the people, our elders. Not only the elders, but our younger generation. We try to teach them what we learned. I'll tell you my story. I was born in Huslia, but I was raised on the Yukon. And on the Yukon, I used to live in fish camps. And we work all day and putting fish away. And a lot of people didn't fish. So people shared. They gave the less fortunate people what they caught. And we helped each other. I moved back to Huslia in 1972 after I came back from Vietnam. I got a lot of relatives along the Yukon. And we don't catch very many kings on the Chignik River. So the people, my relatives down in the Yukon, send us fish. Everybody's related. It's something that we do. Our elders paved the way for us. As you could see, there's young people starting to talk, speak up for their elders, for their people. We're all one people. We are one. And everything that they're fighting for their people. I've been on this board. I'm a Chignik River AC member, by the way. I've been on theirs for 33 years. And every year, it's about fighting for our lifestyle, fighting for our younger generation, so that they'll have something to live for besides computers. They have to have substance They have to learn how to put away their food. They have to learn how to live off the land and respect the land. So I have a lot more to say, but I know we're timed.
Thank you.
And I want to thank you and the board and everyone else there that's listening to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you for being here. Appreciate your testimony. Jimmy Hurley Sr., followed by Avery Hoffman, Percy Lonitz, and Charlie Green. Good morning, sir. Welcome.
Some little notes here. Madam Chairman and respected board members. My name is Jimmy Hurley. I'm from the Bristol Bay region, a little village called Ekwak. I fished all the district of Bristol Bay for 45 years, herring, togiak fishing, seine, gillnet. I fished in southeast longline out of Wrangell and for halibut and Pacific cod. I was president of Southwest Region Schools, got a new school in, $40 million school in New Stuyak. I helped write up the first IGAP grant that spread throughout statewide all the tribes. And I acquired a CDL and a pilot license. 1985, I got my pilot license, and thanks to BBDC, I got a CDL, and I work at the airport here. Had to come in here to attend more of these meetings. So I was mayor of Ekwak. I sat on BBDC board, Bristol Bay Area Health Corporation, Ekwak Village Council, and I did value-added classes at Indian Valley, with the help of BBDC, training our CDQ members to do a MAPA, value-added. But thanks to BBDC, I helped with the Levelock Fish Plant. I've done a lot of things, but it's the main thing of all my priority is I subsistence fish on the Anushak River. That's my main thing that I go back to. Well, since ARAM's interception in 1906, there's been interception of salmon bound for Bristol Bay. The amount of salmon is 8.3. So I think that's come to a halt. I think it's time that ARAM and whoever is responsible for this pay back Bristol Bay. We've given all, since 1906, our fish. Intercept fisheries is costing a lot of money. I mean, subsistence, how much subsistence fish out of that king salmon have been interception? Yeah, you think about that. So I'm shortening up my speech here because I don't know how much more time I got, but it's this would benefit our commercial fishermen to shut it down and our subsistence. So I'm not holding back on anything to say that it's a demand that I see. It's myself. I support proposal 136, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Hurley. Any questions? Thank you for being here. Avery Hoffman. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair, and the board and the staff for allowing me to give my testimony. Hi, my name is Avery Hoffman, born and raised in Bethel, Alaska, and raised alongside the Kuskokwim River, and currently reside in Bethel. I serve as the Natural Resource Director for the Uhu-Tsaramute Native Council, and I was currently appointed to the Bethel AC. I support proposals 136, 131, 127 to limit Area M fishing time, and proposals 148, 152, and 110 to limit Area M fishing gear. The Kuskokwim River and its resources are deeply rooted in my identity and my family history. My family has lived off the land and waters for generations, and subsistence traditions have shaped what I know today. Growing up, chum salmon were abundant. I harvested them in my subsistence gill net every year. However, in recent years, these numbers have plummeted. In the last several years, chum salmon harvest has been very low. One summer, I caught only 3 chums, and my number reflects other subsistence fishermen across the Kuskokwim drainage. Under the Alaska Sustainable Salmon Policy 5 AAC 39.222, The burden of conservation for a depleted species must be shared. And under the state constitution, the highest priority for managing salmon are meeting escapement goals, then providing subsistence harvest opportunity, and then allowing commercial fishing. Yet while the Yukon River is shut down and the Kuskokwim River is no longer seeing its historic chum, commercial fishing in Area M continues. It feels as though in-river subsistence users are the only ones being forced to carry the weight of conservation. And it is clear that this board is violating state policy. I began working for ONC Fisheries at age 17, traveling to local fish camps and conducting weekly surveys each summer for 6 consecutive years. Through these surveys, I've gathered information on weather conditions, fishing success, local and traditional knowledge, and relaying these observations to managers. During that time, I've personally experienced the frustration of combat fishing, emotionally distressed community members, and the growing fear of losing both our chum salmon and our traditional ways of life. In my short lifetime, I've watched the Kuskokwim River fish camps slowly become ghost camps. During our fishing season, our people are heavily monitored by both federal and state law enforcement. Every opener is met with aerial surveillance, boat checks, net inspections, and even monitoring through social media. This is a subsistence fishery, yet it has become one of the most heavily monitored fisheries in the state. To me, this level of oversight reflects how our vital way of life is scrutinized at every possible step. In conclusion, subsistence users want to see this board take action to conserve the returning chum and Chinook salmon so that our people, culture, and way of life may continue. Koyana.
Koyana, thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Thanks.
Thank you.
Percy Lolnitz? Good morning.
Good morning. I'm going to start out this morning as introduce myself. My name is Percy Lolnitz I. I am the first chief of Kaikuk. I serve on an executive board member for the Yukon Inter-Tribal Fish Commission. I am a Middle Yukon chairperson, advisory committee, and I'm also a Kaikuk City Council member. But, you know, being on these few boards, it's always never about me. And so I come before you this morning with my trust, my respect, and a wide open mind. I'm not going to be here to talk about numbers, scientific data, or reports of any kind. There's people behind me that would know the appropriate methods and how to engage themselves on these topics. So there's some little small piece of Alaska history I'd like to point out to this board. In 1945, the nation's first Anti-Discrimination Act was passed. 20 years before the Civil Rights Act, Elizabeth Peratrovich, a Tlingit civil rights leader, was pivotal in the passage of this act. And my only reason for bringing that up is because last week I was here, I testified before the Northern Pacific. Well, 3 years ago, I did the same before this board. And for some odd reason, and don't get me wrong on this, or don't quote me, I feel that I'm being disrespected for the decisions that were made. Okay, so I'm in support of 131 and 136. So today, this morning, if you look at the shirt, and people, I see you have your lights on, so I just want to say in closing that I pray all of you will come to a wholehearted decision with open minds, with mutual respect, and with dignity. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Are there any questions? Thank you for your time, sir. Thank you for being here.
Yep.
Charlie Green, followed by Kathleen Dementeff and Speedy Sam. Is Charlie here? Charlie Green? Is Kathleen here? Kathleen Dementeff? Hi, Kathleen, welcome.
Before I start, the regalia I wear right here in my ears, I'm representing 229 villages. And I wear the cuspbuck for the other people, but I have 42 villages in my region. So I'm representing the whole state of Alaska. Through the chair. My name is Kathleen Dementoff. I was born and raised in a subsistence lifestyle in Nenana. I am from a federal recognized tribe within the state of Alaska. My subsistence rights has not been met by the great state of Alaska. All our people on the Yukon River and drainages are the most regulated by the state of Alaska. I believe the state regulation is broken. Due to low fish count, lack of fishing, lack of regulations of chum chucking, that is denied constantly. But I've seen citations for chum chucking in Area M. Alaska state law, AS 16.05.258, mandates a subsistence preference requiring this Board of Fisheries and Board of Game to provide a reasonable opportunity for subsistence use before allowing other harvests. We all follow our traditional knowledge law to preserve our fish, animals, and ecosystem. Due to the lack of state regulations on commercial fisheries, an unfair burden of conservation being placed on the rivers, we are now experiencing closures and low fish counts. And we're not lying about low fish counts. You can look at the records. I support Proposal 136 and 131 to help get our fish up the Yukon. We're not asking for a total closure, shutdown. I would hope to see the leaders get together and negotiate the closure. We're not trying to shut the fisheries down. We're just trying to help our fish get back up the Yukon. All these villages I represent are having hard times due to the harsh winters. They use that fish to bring them through the winter. So it's up to you guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Appreciate your testimony today. Thank you for being here. Speedy Sam, followed by Michael Stickman and Tom Kriska. Good morning.
Good morning. I'd like to do my introduction and then I'll do my testimony. But first of all, I'd like to thank the chair and the board committee for letting me sit at the table with you folks. My name is Speedy Sam. I'm a Marine Corps veteran. I'm from Hoosley, the bank of the Chignik River. I'm a Khoikhon Athabascan. On my dad's side, I'm a Bear Clan, and on my mom's side, I'm a Keber Clan. I'm a fisherman, a trapper, and a hunter. I provide for my family. I'm the second chief of my village for the past 20 years. I serve on a fish commission. So my testimony today, like I said, we've been going on this for 6 years now that my people haven't been fishing. But we seen this 20 years ago when the fish were declining that, we work at it. That, yes, I heard numerous statements about fish camp being closed, our health, and our tradition and our subsistence way of life has been being affected. Yet, been hearing those for years now. Like I said, I served in the Marine Corps. In 93, our Uncle Sam sent me to Somalia, Africa, to fight for the people that starving over there. And when I came home, I put the rifle away, and my people told me to pick up this book and start fighting for our people now. And that's what I'm doing today. Because we want our fish back in our rivers. It's a way that it's affected a lot of things in our lives. Like I said, I'm from a Bear Clan. Last fall, our hunters, they caught some bears that what helped us throughout the winter. We fill our freezers with bear, fish, and moose meat and caribou meat. But now that there's no fish, and now that our bears are being so poor that we cannot eat it, it happened last fall. They feed off the fish. So now we are forced to fill our freezers with moose meat and caribou meat and store-bought meat. Store-bought meat is pretty expensive nowadays. But also the fish. You guys heard many stories about our health declining, our tradition, the way of life. I'll tell you a story. There's a hunting lady that walked from Nome to Hoosley. Over 500 miles she walked. And on her journey, she walking home, that when she get tired, she carried some fish strips with her, and she put that in her mouth when she's getting tired. And that gave her strength, and that gave her energy to keep going. If you ever want to look at it up, read Jimmy Hunting's book or Sidney Hunting's book. It's in there.
Thank you.
My time is up already?
It is. It goes so fast.
I'm sorry.
Nope, you're good. Any questions? Thank you for being here. Michael Stickman. Hi, Michael, welcome.
Thank you. It's still morning, so good morning. Before I introduce myself, I'll tell you a little bit about myself, okay? My name is, well, I wouldn't tell you my name because my time will start, but I was born in I was born.
That's a tactic.
I was born in Nolado in 1959, so 67 years ago, and 4 or 5 days, something like that, or maybe 11 days. Yeah, so I'm 67 and 11 days old now. But I was born in Nolado in 1959 on February 9th. It was, I think, 70 below, no hospital, no nurse, nothing, just the indigenous people and the woman, because the women were the caretakers of the tribe. So I was lucky. I was born early, and the women were so smart that they knew that the closest thing to an incubator was an oven. So they stuck me in the oven for about a week, and then they were able to bring me to the hospital in Fairbanks. But before I start, I spent 30 years on the Middle Yukon Advisory Committee to the State Board. I spent 4 years on the Western Arctic Caribou Herd Working Group for the State Board. 12 years on the Western Interior Region Advisory Council to the Federal Subsistence Board. And then 21 years as the first chief of my tribe. 20 years as a permanent participant to the Arctic Council. So
I just want to make sure that you know that your time is going. I just paused it to let you know this. But
okay,
if you want to get into it, now's the time.
So I've been around, but my main goal here is to save the chum salmon. I've lived on the river my entire life. Before we stopped fishing, I was fishing for my family. I have 4 sisters. I don't have no wife, no children. I just fish for my sisters and for the family. Before we actually, before I get into anything, I really want to support the proposal of 136, and 131, if we have to go back, but 136 is what I prefer. And I've been around, like I told you, I've been around for a long time. I was there when my father caught 18,000 summer chum for dog food. I was there for many of those years. And it's incredible to see that now that I'm 67 years old, and I never ever thought I would see the day that there would be no fishing on the Middle Yukon. I never ever saw that. I never ever thought I'd see that. At one point in time, 1 million summer chum was going up the Anvik River, and you guys have all that information. That's history. And then at another point in time, 5 million fall chum were going past Allakaket and spawning in Henshaw Creek. 500,000 fall chum. So that's the kind of history that we have. So hopefully you guys do something to help us on the Yukon, because my tradition, my culture is going away because of no fish, because I'm a salmon person. Salmon is in my DNA. But like my colleague back here that said he's the Bear Clan, I'm also the Caribou Clan. So.
Very good.
So thank you for your time, and hopefully you close REM and save the salmon.
Thank you for your testimony. I don't see any questions. Appreciate it. Tom Kriska? Is Tom with us today?
He's flying in still.
Okay. Ron Yalen? Welcome back, Ron.
Oh, thank you. My name is Ron Yatlin, not Yatlin.
I'm sorry. I feel that way when people call me Merritt, so I get it.
Okay, I'll call you Chair Carlton Van Dort and members of the board. My name is Ron Yatlin. I am a tribal member of Beaver. I'm a veteran of the U.S. Army, 82nd Airborne. I was a squad leader in Charlie Company, 1st of the 508. I am presently an elder of the Beaver tribe and on the Yukon Flats AC. I am a 19-year diabetic survivor. I am speaking on behalf of myself and the village of Beaver. All of the leaders on the Yukon Flats are very concerned about the survival of our people and our way of life. In our village, we have no store. We are very dependent on the air service, which operates 5 days per week for groceries and for medical treatment travel. Sometimes we can't make it to meetings because of bad weather. The Yukon Flats has long suffered from a lack of fish to fill our smokehouses and our freezers. Back before 1989 and the oil spill, Our family used to put away 300 king salmon in one season. Today, the last time our subsistence needs was met was in 2019. Presently, we live in a moratorium until 2030. Presently we live in a moratorium until 2030, so we don't expect our subsistence need will be met at least until that time. The Beaver Tribe supports Public Comment 230. We also support Proposal 136 because we are not meeting our escapement goals. Our concern is Area M is not regulated like the rest of the state. The first concern is Area M is regulated for the entire season, and the rest of the state is regulated in season, so the biologists could respond to how the run is going. The main concern is the moratorium that was put in place for the Yukon River should include the total area where the fish migrates. Any regulation that is made by this board is not permanent. We know that the present regulations is not working for the subsistence fishermen. It has not worked for many seasons. We were informed that maybe the reason the fish were not returning was because the river was very polluted.
Thank you. Unfortunately, your time is up. It goes pretty quick. Are there any questions? Ms. Irwin.
Thank you, Mr. Yatlin, for making your trip. You said your subsistence needs haven't been met since 2019. Could you tell me how you're making up for that? Are there other species that you're harvesting? Are your subsistence needs able to be met with moose or caribou or other species?
Yes, we attempted to fish for sheefish and whitefish, and but we did not have a location to put a net, so we found a place. We found a place by fish hook to where we could fish for sheefish and whitefish. So, as I said in my traditional testimony, we went to the Fish and Game in Fairbanks and asked them to see if we could set a net there because we're trying to feed a big family, at least 5 different families. And they told us we couldn't fish there.
Thank you.
Thank you for being with us today. Appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Sorry I had to interrupt. Donald, Charlie? Good morning, sir. Welcome.
Good morning. My name is Donald Charlie. I come from Nenana, Alaska. I'm also the first chief of Nenana Native Association. I remember as a young boy, I would follow my father down by the riverbank, and during that trip, he'd pick up a little willow, and he'd put it on the edge of the water. And I would always wonder why he would do that. And that was probably around the middle of June. And later on, a week or two later, that little twig is almost submerged in water. Water was rising without the assistance of rain or melting snow from the mountains. And at that time, that's when the fish start coming up the Tana River. It would push the water up, and that's how he tested. That's how he knew the fish was coming up. And he would start getting ready with fish wheel We used fish wheel at the time, not fish net, but we had fish wheel, started getting ready with fish wheel by July 4th. Fish wheel was done and people would eat king salmon by July 5th. And it was a great time that time, you know. When people go out and get moose, caribou, they're happy, okay, because they do that all the time. We got to wait almost 9 months, 10 months to get king salmon. Everybody's happy when the first king comes in and is caught, and everybody's asking who caught it, who caught the king. Everybody's walking around with big smiles and greasy lips because of the king salmon. That time, we didn't have to use leads or gates on the fish wheel. And oftentimes we'd stop the fish wheel, just let the fish go by, because at that time we had enough fish to sustain. Later on in the fall, just before freeze up, we'd start fishing for our dogs. We'd cut fish, make dry fish, we'd split them and hang them, and then just before freeze up, we'd throw whole fish on the bank, let them freeze right there, and that fed the dogs throughout the winter. Now we have to buy gas. That time we used fish for our main method of transportation, was our dog teams. Now, in my lifetime, I had never ever thought that I would see no fish on my table. There was so much fish coming up the river, it would raise the water. And now the fish is gone. Haven't fished probably in the last 10 years, except for whitefish. And it bothers me. My elderly people back, they would say, you can't waste food. You can't waste fish, because sometimes the fish wouldn't be there to waste. And that's happening now.
Thank you.
They were correct years and years ago. We've been having fish come up more than 13,000 years. There's evidence of fish bones at archaeological sites, 13,000 years salmon bones.
Yeah, thanks. I see if anybody has any questions for you. Appreciate your testimony today, thank you. That was an interesting, I didn't know that about like the stick and moving the water, and that's the sign of fish, thousands of miles away, hundreds of miles away, that's cool. Thank you. Is Gabriel Jonathan here?
He had a medical.
Okay. How about Leo Lolnitz?
He's traveling from weather delay.
Okay. How about Robert Walker? All right. Welcome.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, and I see we have George Papas here. I worked with him in the past. I'm also a member of the West Interior Regional Area Council. I do not represent them at this time, Madam Chair. My name is Robert Walker. I was born in Holy Cross. I migrated to Anvik due to the power of a lady. I mean, you know, a lot of us know how that goes, but we go. But anyway, I want to start from the bottom, Madam Chair. I mean, I talked to some of our tribal members, and I talked to our president of Tanana Chief, and also the West Interior RAC, and also I talked to our Intertribal Fish Commission from the Yukon. You know, we've been here sparring for years here. Every 3 years we come here and we have issues, pointing fingers. I see the fish commissioner is not here, you know, and why don't we work with you or the fish commissioner or even George We have to start a dialogue with Area M because look at all the fingers pointing. That's not what I'd like to see. We want food, they want fish to sell. Okay, we can start there somewhere and start a dialogue with them because we have a person here who could work with us, and you also too. And once we get this started, we want to go back to our food. It's been discussed, you heard it for days. Food, food, food. That's what we want. We want to have a window, maybe 12-hour window per week. We want to dialogue with Canada too also, make sure that they get their fish. But how we're going to do this is something, again, Madam Chair. Who do we get to the table with us? How are we going to do this? And when are we going to do this? This is something that we need to be set. The animals, I will bring this up again, I did the other year. Our black bear are disappearing. The grizzly bears are killing the black bears for food. They dig them up in the springtime, they dig them up in the fall time. And now they're walking through our villages again. People who have cameras outside of their house see them walking. I am afraid that one day they're going to take a person. They have already taken most of the dogs in all the villages along the river. The eagles, I find we don't have any more there. They're not here around Anvik because we have the largest spawning chum salmon in western Alaska. I looked at the paper the other day, and this is where I see the eagles, the Anchorage dump. Is that what our symbol is, America? Infinite dump, food, find food. They don't have food to eat anymore. You know, this is kind of like, you have to understand where we're coming from because they live with us. We see them, seagulls are disappearing, and so forth. Madam Chair, I am a little irate about this too because that's what we live with all the time, 100 years, 10,000 years. Our ancestors lived with all these animals. Now they're gone, and so forth. Is my time up?
It is.
Ah, okay, thank you much.
Thank you. Maybe we need to get a louder beep. Thank you. Appreciate your testimony. Any questions? Thank you for being here. It's nice to see you again.
Okay.
All right, that brings us to the lunch hour. I think this is a nice place to pause, and we will start back up at 1:30 with Claude Petruska, followed by Rochelle Adams and Stanley Mack. Are there any announcements? No. Thank you. You follow instruction well. I like it. Good afternoon, everybody. We're back on the record. The time is 1:36. The day is February 20th. I believe it's a Friday, but I'm not positive. Confirmed. Welcome, Mr. Petruska, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, well, whenever you're ready, please begin your testimony. Thank you for being here.
Yes, okay, my name is Claude Petruska, better known as Joe. I'm here to represent my home region of the Upper Kuskokwim area. We just lost an elder in my village. I'd like to have a moment of silence for this elder and his family. Okay, I support proposals to reduce fishing time and gear in the Area M June and post-June fisheries to protect Kuskokwim, Western Alaskan chum and king salmons. This includes proposal 136, 131, 127, 110, 148, and 154. I oppose proposals that increase fishing time or gear length in the Area M fishery. When I was born here in Anchorage, my mother took me straight to fish camp, which was located between McGrath and Nicolai, a place we call Big River. I also grew up on the banks of the Kuskokwim River. My family used to fish for chums, for dogs. They would bundle up 40 fish per bundle. They would trade that for food at the Medford trading post. There would be so many fish in the river that the outboards used to break the sharepin on the propeller from hitting salmons. We haven't seen declines in the Kuskokwim king salmons for decades. Now we got chum declines. The whole community used to move to Medford during the summer months to go fishing, plus wait for fire calls to go firefighting. Only summer jobs there was. And there was fish camps on every bend around that community. Now only few families go because the salmons are so few. Our subsistence is heavily regulated in the Kuskokwim, so the escapement goals are met. Restrictions being subsistence needs on the Kuskokwim River are not being met, meaning there are zero surplus salmons for commercial harvest on the Kuskokwim. However, the department's data show that Area M's June fisheries continues to commercially harvest Kuskokwim chum and chinooks. The unmonitored and unenforced inset fisheries management without escapement goals or in season management. It's unsustainable and fails to meet the state's obligation to uphold sustained yield and to propose subsistence fisheries above commercial use. I asked the board to act to reduce Area M fishing time and gear to protect Kuskokwim salmon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Thank you for your testimony. Rochelle Adams, followed by Stanley Mack, Drayton Newman, and Dustin Newman. Hi, Rochelle.
Dringwinzi, Shojwait Rochelle Adams Oji, Kuchajets Sendu Kwatsanili, Masi Cho Dina Ina Nai, Nangu Andidi Aikehan. All we're asking is for salmon to be able to return home. For years, you've heard our chiefs, our elders, our leaders in River speak. So where's the action? We cannot bear this burden of conservation alone. We're not talking about profit, although our tribes spend millions to show up to these meetings, to purchase salmon from other areas of the state, to pay for our medical bills, from not having our salmon. Our people are not eating the salmon, they're eating metformin. We're not able to follow our traditional protocols, our ceremonies, our spiritual practices. We're not able to send our people on their final journey without the sukcho, without the salmon, is our protocol for potlatch. It's not about money for us. It's about our lives. We're literally dying in the river. We haven't eaten salmon for 6 years. My relatives in Canada haven't fished in over 2 decades. As it is now, there's zero hope for us to have salmon again on our tables. This is a human rights issue. We've been showing up to every fisheries management space to advocate for our salmon, to be able to complete their life cycle, to return home to their natal streams and river. All we want is for the salmon to return home. What else can we do? The subsistence users cannot possibly give up anything else. We're up against a wall. In an imposed moratorium, we don't have the privilege to police ourselves. If we caught one fish, we would be criminalized. Our net would be cut. We'd have heavy fines. There's no fish in our future unless you take action here and now. That's what we're experiencing. Our elders can't eat their native food. Our pregnant mothers aren't able to nourish their babies. Our next generation without our salmon. The best, healthiest food available from our land and water. Our babies aren't able to teethe on this food. Mothers cannot eat this to produce breast milk, to grow the minds of our next generation. Our intergenerational learning and knowledge transference is broken. Fish camps are our PhD programs. We're not able to be in our classroom for our education. I'd like every one of you and everyone behind me in this room and watching online to think, what would you do if you were in our shoes? What would you do if you were not able to access your traditional food for 6 years or 2 decades, with no future having it back on your table? So in closing, I stand behind my leaders and my chiefs in river, our sovereign tribal nations, and I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you.
Masi chot eh.
Questions? Thank you for being here, Rochelle. Appreciate your testimony today. Stanley Mack. Good afternoon, sir. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Get situated here. Madam Chair, my name is Stanley Mack, born and raised in King Cove, fished all of my life. Believe it or not, I'm still fishing. I sympathize with the reports that you have been presented with. People from the upper Yukon, lower Yukon, points beyond. Today I come before you representing the RCs that I've presented to you in regard to the contamination reports that no one seems to want to talk about. And you all have copies of these contamination reports, and I know firsthand exactly what contamination can do to a river system or a creek system. We were brought up when the salmon leave the ocean and go into a river, you leave them alone. They're for our future. We stood by that, and we do that all the time. Madam Chair, the RCs that I presented are actual facts. And I know firsthand what contamination could do because there was an incident in our neighborhood or on one of our islands. We had the largest pink run ever. Someone came in one night and contaminated it, and we found a bunch of fish laying along the beach, and we investigated it. I can remember I was just a youngster then, and I went out there, and that fellow, he never fished in that area ever again. Today, it's still in recovery. That person that contaminated that river system or the creek system, luckily didn't get into the lake, so it's still washing away and cleaning up. Madam Chair, we look at this water system. The Chignik River is so contaminated that I don't think there's any fish going up there. If there is, that's a miracle. The Chignik River, with Aleutian Air Force Base there, contaminated that they don't even drink the water on the Air Force Base. So you can imagine what's going into the sewers. Coal Bay was another place that was contaminated, and they can't drink the water there now because of what the military left behind. There were 2,500 barrels of product dug out of the ground in Coal Bay. The records indicated that they only had 250. There was 8 feet of petroleum product on the water table. I was working for the electric company, and we started pumping on that. Madam Chair, I wished I had time to explain all of this. I see my time is up now. I would wish that you would, before we start pointing fingers at everyone, just look at the 3 pointing back at us. And I think the State Department has a responsibility here to hold the military responsible for this action, instead of every year coming back and saying, I don't get my fish, I don't get my fish. In closing, if I may.
Well,
Madam
your
Chair,
time is, I think we've got the message, and we'll take a look at the RCs.
I would like to emphasize that in the Kobuk River alone, there are no sewage treatment plants there. So that everything that's going in there, including Clorox.
Okay, thank you, Stanley.
Thank you.
Any questions? Appreciate your testimony this afternoon. Drayton Newman, followed by Dustin Newman, and Charlie Lean, and then Ernie Weiss. Good afternoon.
Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you all for listening to us today. My name is Drayton Newman. I was raised in King Cove. Currently, my wife and I are raising our 2 children in Sandpoint. We have a small set net operation that I solely operate. There's multiple times where I'm questioning the feasibility or the practicality of what I'm doing. But I will do it time and time and time again if it means I could provide for my family. So it goes without saying, I'm here in opposition of any proposals that further restricts or stops our area and June fishery. I am sorry for everybody struggling in the AYK. I know for a fact I have relatives on the Yukon. My grandfather was from Anvik. The first time I ever learned to set a net was on the Yukon River. But taking away Area M's fishing time and further restricting our gear isn't going to fix the issues that they're facing. It's only going to hinder us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony today. Are there any questions? Thanks. Dustin Newman? Hi, Dustin, welcome.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Board. My name is Dustin Newman. I'm originally from King Cove. I'm the grandson of the late Robert Babe Newman and Rudy Damaski Sr. I'm Unangach and Degatan Athabaskan. I grew up in King Cove and now live in Anchorage. Looking through the proposals, I sympathize with our relatives along the Yukon-Kuskokwim. I sympathize with my Unangach people along the Aleutian chain and Alaska Peninsula. Both regions are threatened by the decline of fisheries, whether it's commercial fishing or traditional foods. No one group holds the right answer to the questions of balancing our worlds, our ecosystems, our ways of life. No longer can we point fingers at who is wrong and who is right. We have to work together. The late Father Michael Lesnikoff left us with these words that are the foundation of Unangach values. Kurligan makachtakan chitchinahukangan, the way of our beginning, our ancestors. Aniktu nigin akagan aknangan kulngin akoch gugumalagakoch, for the coming generations that we do not see yet for their time here. Unangach people have been caretakers of what is called Area M for thousands of years. We aren't a salmon people, We are an ocean people. And we continue to steward these waters through effective management based on traditional knowledge from our Unangach fishermen. What is clouded in extractive colonialism is rooted in our traditions based on our food systems. As a people, we must recognize our impact as a collective group, recognizing that warming temperatures in the Bering Sea and along our coastal marshes that influence the salmon runs. We must also recognize the impact of our own people have on the ecosystem in the Bering Sea. On a federal and state level, we must face the reality that the system forced upon our people and regions is mismanaged and further harms the ability to have a true sustainable fishery for generations to come. Proposals that negatively impact the Eastern Aleutians are not the answer to the issue of lower chum and Chinook salmon runs. It is simply a hypothesis, an experiment that will culturally and economically impact the people of the families in the region. It will create further division among the regions that will have greater impact on our ways of life as Alaska Native people. Together, our tribal people should be meeting in the middle with our traditional knowledge and data to create systems that benefit us all in fisheries management. Lastly, I want to tell my people, Udadan, Tanangan, Kogan, Unangan, Anangan, our people's land and sea around here. Area M is Unangach land, Unangach water. Take pride in our lands, our waters, our people. It is said.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Irwin has a question for you.
Thank you for traveling, Mr. Newman, for this. I really appreciate your testimony and coming together. And my question is, do you see any proposals on the table or any compromise that could be made at this meeting to allow for what both, our different sectors are looking for? Are your suggestions outside of the state process?
They're outside of the state process at this moment.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Charlie Lean. Hi, Charlie. Good to see you.
Thank you.
I'm going to do your AC first.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Madam Chair, my name's Charlie Lean. I'm the chair of the Northern Norton Sound Advisory Committee, sometimes the Southern Seward Peninsula Advisory Committee. We switch back and forth between wildlife and fish. All right, AC 14 is the minutes of our meeting. We primarily count, for the purpose of this meeting, we primarily spoke to the June Area M fishery and not the other portions of the Area M fishery. We were cognizant that the state requires a sustained yield of wild stocks, not foreign stocks, not hatchery stocks, wild stocks. And those stocks are rapidly declining. The stocks are disappearing in Norton Sound. I can name a number of streams that no longer have chum salmon. I can name some that don't have king salmon. The genetic study we just heard earlier spoke to the fact that there's been roughly a 50% decline since WASP. That's approximately 10 years of chum salmon, of Western Alaska chum salmon. And if you look back in like the 1990s when the tagging studies were going on, granted it's apples and oranges to some extent, but it seemed like there were even a greater decline. So it's pretty well documented, major decline. The state requires a subsistence priority. We're quite aware of that as well. We don't have our escapements in Norton Sound, so then subsistence opportunity is impacted just by the sheer abundance of fish, or lack of. And then, you know, we had a Tier 2 fishery imposed on us by this very board years ago, and in 2025, we met the criteria for a Tier 2 fishery. It didn't happen, fortunately. None of us think that works very well, but that's the rules. There should have been some measures taken. Yeah. Anyway, We support meaningful reductions to the June area fishery to conserve chum and Chinook. We oppose gear increases and time increases. We thought proposal 131 was our best, was our favorite. We took essentially a non-committal stance on 127, 130, 131, 132, 133, because in general, they didn't go quite as far. We specifically said we didn't favor a complete closure of the June area fishery. We opposed those 128, 129 that we saw as threshold limiting regulations. We don't think thresholds work. We opposed adamantly 134, 135, 137 that would lengthen fishing time. And opposed 149 because it's a set net gear increase. Perhaps you don't want to know that, but 180 we supported. 180 is a proposal to limit statewide sport fishing to 5 Chinook a year. It was keeping in our mind that we were concerned not just with Norton Sound trends, but statewide trends and regional trends. We supported proposal 147, which would shorten gill nets. 148, reduce the seine net length. 149, 151, 152, support. We opposed 149. We opposed the idea of monofilament gill nets. So we would, those are 150 and 153. Yeah. So I think that concludes my AC report.
Okay, great. Any questions? Ms. Irwin and then Mr. Swenson.
Thank you, Mr. Lane. I just want to clarify for the record, I thought you said you supported proposal 131, and then you listed a couple proposals that you said didn't go far enough, and I thought I heard you include 131 in that. I just want to clarify which proposal did your AC most favor?
Got to check myself.
I can look over your AC comments as well if that's easier.
It was 131. 131 was the one we favored.
Okay, thank you.
I think Mr. Swenson's going to hold his question for now. Thank you, Charlie. Would you like to do your personal testimony at this time?
Yes, thank you. So my name's Charlie Lean. I'm a 50-year-plus resident of Nome, Alaska. I'm a multi-generation Alaskan. I remember the statehood celebration in Nome, Alaska. And, you know, that was in some ways seen as a triumph for the state to rid themselves of a overbearing salmon industry that was taking too many salmon and drastically affecting abundance in the southern part of the state. My career as a biologist began in 1976. Back then, it was in western Alaska. Back then, Bristol Bay produced red salmon. AYK produced chums and king salmon. There were so many chums in AYK that nobody sorted fish. They were just salmon, and then there were king salmon. There are 2 kinds of salmon, that's all. Those kings were the gold standard of the world. Best oil content, nice size, great fish. The fall chum, be it Kotzebue or Yukon Falls, 8.5 pound average, graded out better than coho salmon. They had good oil content, really firm, nice fish. that's the beginning of my career. By the mid-career, things were collapsing in the late 80s. And in 1987, I was the area manager for Northwest Alaska, and I closed a number of fisheries and severely restricted others. The kickback was extreme. I've been shot at. I've been sued in court. I had to institute Tier 2 fisheries, all of which were terribly traumatic. Ever since, salmon management's been subject to a lot of shortfalls of escapement. It's been up and down, pretty rough. As I said, I think Nome Subdistrict should have been in Tier 2, 2005. Eastern Norton Sound closed for a number of years due to lack of kings and chum. Our commercial fisheries, our subsistence fisheries are on the ropes, barely functional. Board usually hears arguments about escapement-based management, Statehood Act, state constitution, sustained yield, et cetera. The regulations speak to maximum sustained yield, biological escapement goals, sustained escapement goals. All this is talking about wild salmon, not hatchery fish, not foreign fish. That's the mandate. That's the law. So another thing, okay.
You gonna be around for committee?
I'll be here for the committee.
Okay,
Yep.
good. Any questions? Thanks, Charlie, appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Thanks for your service on the AC also. Ernie Weiss. After Ernie, we'll hear from Serena Alstrom, Thad Tikyun, Martin Andrew, and Raymond Oney. Hi, Ernie.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Alaska Board of Fisheries. For the record, my name is Ernie Weiss. I live here in Anchorage. I've been a member of the Anchorage Fish and Game Advisory Committee for the past 10 years and employed as Natural Resources Director for the Aleutian East Borough for 15 years. The borough includes the communities of Acatan, False Pass, Cold Bay, Nelson Lagoon, Sand Point, and King Cove that rely on Alaska Peninsula salmon fisheries. My testimony today here is my personal comment. I've lived for more than 25 years in the town of King Cove, served as a teacher, raised a family, and fished summers on family fishing vessels. As you're aware, the processing plant in King Cove that had processed fish for over 100 years straight has now been closed going on 3 years, and King Cove is in trouble. But that's another story. My main message here today is please pay attention to the science and to the facts. Without naming names, I'll point to PC number 5 by my esteemed colleague at the borough, her upcoming testimony in RCs, and to the work of the Alaska Peninsula fishermen are doing to share in the burden of chum conservation through adaptive management. These fishermen are communicating in real time and cooperatively ceasing fishing operations in areas when chum salmon are observed to be present. We commend that work, ask that it is allowed to continue, and I also request continued genetic testing as feasible. I have empathy for the residents of the Yukon and Kuskokwim rivers, having spoken with people at your November meeting in Fairbanks, listening to impassioned testimony at the North Pacific Council meeting earlier this month, and today at this meeting. I am sympathetic, but totally restricting the salmon fisheries of the Alaska Peninsula that would destroy local fishing businesses and communities is not the answer. There's at least one proposal being advocated for that aims to totally close the June South Peninsula salmon fishery. Even if you completely close the June fishery, I believe it would not substantially increase the Yukon-Kuskokwim salmon returns. What is working is the adaptive management system being used by local South Peninsula salmon fishermen. I do have some specific issues with many of the proposals that would unnecessarily restrict South Penn salmon fishing operations, and I plan to point those out as needed during the Committee of the Whole. Our communities have always been salmon fishing communities. Alaska Peninsula salmon fishermen are working to avoid all chum salmon in June, most of which are of Asian origin. But please pay attention to the science and don't take actions that will needlessly do in these Southwest Alaska Peninsula communities. Thanks for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Any questions? Thanks for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Serena Alstrom? Welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you for providing me to testify today. My name is Serena Alstrom. My big name is Juchitjo. I grew up in St. Mary's on the Lower Yukon River and lived a subsistence lifestyle. I grew up with my dad, hunting, fishing, getting his dog team ready, ran dogs, chucked the trap line, and chucked under ice fishing. Due to my dad's health, he's stepped down from many of his leadership roles and has handed the torch to me. And I'm the executive director of the Yukon River Drainage Fisheries Association. While detailed information about Yerdfa was revealed earlier during this meeting, I think I'm not going to go in depth about Yerdfa. You can read that in the RC. Just a little bit highlights about Yerdfa. We've been around since 1990. We had our first meeting in Galena, where a lot of fishermen, some of the fishermen behind me, attended that first meeting in Galena. And the whole reason behind that was the concerns about the declining salmon in the Yukon River. First-hand knowledge, people have seen the river, the salmon decline in the river, all the way from to the headwaters in Teslin, where we do have representatives from Canada as well. I've been very privileged to visit almost all the communities on the Yukon River, counting only 5 that I have to visit still. So I've seen firsthand all the communities and what they've gone through, living a subsistence lifestyle myself, and really dependent on salmon. I know how everyone is feeling. In my previous employment, I've also had the privilege of traveling to a lot of Aleutian communities, all the way from the small community of Nikolsky up the chain, and many of the communities on Kodiak Island. So I also seen those communities as well. What we're talking about, and we've been here before, we've been fighting, as you can see in the RCs, we've have letters to not only the Board of Fisheries, but the governor, the commissioner, stating our status of the Yukon River and why the migration route should be managed. We can't look at one end of the spectrum and restrict just the Yukon River and expect a positive outcome. We need to really provide restrictions throughout the whole migration route of the salmon. And if you look towards the Migratory Bird Act, you know, the birds fly all over the world. You know, there's been cases where there's, you know, our birds aren't coming back to Alaska, and we were wondering why. Well, because they weren't putting restrictions in the lower 48 in Washington and Oregon. Our fish can't fly, but they're sure migrating in our oceans. I'd like to just conclude that Yerdfa supports one or more of the proposals that would reduce fishing time and increase opportunities for additional chum salmon to pass through the management area without being harvested, specifically Proposal 131 and 136. We also support proposals that would reduce allowable seine gear sizes, specifically Proposals 148,
Serena.
152, and 110.
Thank you. Mr. Swenson has a question.
Thank you for your presentation. What birds aren't coming back?
That was back, I'm not a bird person. I just know that one of our board members sat with a committee and really worked with the Bird Migration Act. And so he was really knowledgeable and he pointed that out. And so.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Sorry to interrupt, but got to keep her moving. Mr. Wood?
Yeah, thank you. Serena, I just want to say thank you for the last 3 years letting me attend the Yerdfa calls. And I tried to make them every call for 3 years, and what you provide is an incredible resource from the mouth of the Yukon to Canada. And I really appreciate it, and thank you for letting me attend.
You're welcome, Mr. Wood. I invite all the board members to participate in those calls. Very knowledgeable information being shared there.
Thank you for your testimony today.
You're welcome.
Thad? I'm going to let you say your name properly on the record. Tikyun? Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Thad Tikyun, a member of my tribe, the Aleutian Native Council. I live along the Kuskokwim River, 60 miles inland from its mouth. My area of western Alaska is one of the regions hit by the low runs of salmon. Genetic studies have shown at times that up to 25, 30%, even as high as 57% of salmon bound for western Alaska are intercepted and sold, and records show that the numbers have increased in the last years. Other fisheries have restrictions, including all of western Alaska, the Yukon River, because of the treaty with Canada. Yet we have a fishery that continues to profit off intercepted fish. None of the streams in Area M produce the number of salmon that western Alaska does. Caps certainly ain't working, nor does a stand down. It's a nice gesture to people that don't have the fish. At the last testimony I gave, I also expressed my concerns about Area M policing themselves. That also does not work. Only enforcement does. We have more enforcement on our rivers. We need a window that lets the salmon through an area so they can reach the spawning grounds. At present, what is in place is not working. It is your duty as a board to manage the fisheries. Where are the regulations, the sustained yield policy, the burden of conservation, the Alaska statute? Do any of these still apply? That being said, I ask that the board make every effort to conserve the salmon stocks. Therefore, I am in support of the following proposals. Proposal 136, closing all commercial salmon fishing for all gear types from approximately June 7th through the 28th. This is the only way that we can be ensured that the Area fisheries has a window and the fish have a period of time to make it through to the northern side of the Aleutians. Proposal 131, which establishes a consecutive closure of from approximately June 12th through the 23rd for seine and drift net gear, while having a set net provision unchanged. And lastly, if proposal 136 or 131 are not implemented, proposal 127, establish a minimum 10-day consecutive closure between June 10 and 23rd for seine and drift net gears to allow passage of salmon through Area M.
Okay.
I support proposals 110,
Mr.
148.
Sir, your time has
152,
elapsed. Thank you. Appreciate it.
And I oppose any extended
Excuse
fishing
me.
periods. Thank you.
Please. Thank you. I'm going to ask, I'm trying to be fair to everybody, and I need, when I ask people to stop, I need you to stop,
Okay.
please. Thank you. Are there any questions? My apologies for the interruption. Thank you. Martin Andrew, followed by Raymond Oni and William Ikigarak. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and board members. My name is Martin Andrew. I am a member of the Association of Village Council Presidents Subsistence Committee. I would like to point out the impacts of unrestricted Area M commercial harvests on AYK, Region Chum, and Chinook salmon stocks. Area M's June fishery harvest is entirely composed of salmon originating in rivers outside of the region, being managed without escapement goals or in-season management. Each year, the fishery harvests a large number of mature Chinook and chum salmon that would otherwise be heading back to Western Alaska to spawn. In the South Alaska Peninsula, there is a substantial overlapping amongst the statistical harvest areas that produce the largest catches of both chum and Chinook salmon. Weight at harvest data indicate that mature migrating adult Chinook spawners are harvested in the Area M June fishery. A number of genetic studies dating to 1993, coastal Western Alaska and Yukon chum salmon contributed 25 upwards up to 59% of the Area M June fishery harvest. The average annual June harvest of chum salmon from the South Alaska Peninsula was 351,000 during 2000 and 2015 compared to 501,000 during 2016 to 2025, which shows an increase. Chum salmon need time to pass through the June South Alaska Peninsula fishery. Thus, any chum passing through the Shumagon area during a closure would be subject to harvest in the Unimac area, meaning there is no period during the largest part of chum passage when chum are entirely protected from being harvested. Chinook salmon commercial harvests from the South Alaska Peninsula averaged 10,323 annually during 2000 and 2019 compared to 14,520 during 2020 to 2025, which shows a 30% increase, allowing the Area M commercial fishery to increase its chum and Chinook harvests while AYK escapement goals and subsistence needs are not being met is a violation of the Sustainable Salmon Policy and the state constitution. In closing, I support proposals 136 and 131. I oppose proposals 134, 135, 137, 138, 139, and 146. I ask for continued in-season genetic sampling and real-time genetic sampling and an analysis of Area M chum and Chinook harvests. I also ask the board to consider multi-year closures to fishing in areas of consistently high harvests of chum and Chinook salmon. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to you today.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? Appreciate your testimony. Thank you. Raymond Doney? Good afternoon. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Co-Chair, members of the board. For the record, my name is Raymond Oney, lifelong resident of the Yukon River, born and raised in Marshall, now living in Alunuk for the past 40 years. I have been a trapper, hunter, and fisherman all my life and just recently retired. During the territorial days, since 1951, my parents, grandparents, and those before them lived a semi-nomadic lifestyle, traveling from winter, spring, and summer camps throughout the season to sustain our way of life. I've seen the abundance of resources that provided our needs. Summer was most preparation we did, moving to fish camps, getting ready for the Chinook and chum salmon's arrival right after breakup. Every family member had a shared responsibility, from setting and checking net daily, packing fish to be cut, finding poles to hang the fish, and getting smoke wood. Family dog teams had to be taken care of too. Since the mid to late 80s, I've witnessed the dwindling Chinook and chum salmon crash. From a small commercial fishery, which no longer exists, to absolutely no subsistence opportunity throughout the summer, as we are still heavily restricted. I am here today to testify before you because it is your responsibility to sustain the salmon. We have not met our needs. This cannot continue. I am in support of Proposal 136. Thank you for giving us an opportunity to look at different proposals to address the ongoing crisis of salmon destined for the AYK region. For this, I strongly support Proposal 136 as my first priority among the proposals seeking to amend the South Alaska Peninsula Salmon Dune Management Plan. If adopted, this will close all commercial salmon fishing for all gear types from approximately June 7 to 28. There should not be any commercial fishing of this important resource in Alaska waters, while in-river users are first to be restricted. We all need to be responsible with conservation.
Thank you for your comments today. Are there questions? Appreciate you being here. Are you going to be around for a couple more days?
Yes,
or?
I will be.
Great. We'll look forward to talking with you more. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
William? Ikugarak? Ikugarak. I'm sorry. Welcome. Will you press the button on the mic there? There you go.
Thank you. My name is William Ishkohak, and I am from Guigelnuk, and I am a victim of the typhoon Halon, where I've lost all my subsistence gear, equipment. But other than that, I want to speak for my people. My name is William Ishkuhak. I was born and raised in my village of Guigelnuk, a nomadic village from as far as I can remember. Springtime, my family used to move along the ocean to get closer to the hunting areas. And at breakup, my father would already be getting ready to go to fish camps up Kuskokwim River. My home is about 25 miles west of Kuskokwim River. And as far as I can remember, I have been fishing with my father. And I have passed that tradition on to my grandson, which is 11 years old now. And during those years, I've watched and I've seen what the restrictions can do to the fishery or the subsistence lifestyle that you are living. We have been regulated out of subsistence and regulated out of commercial fishing. So we used to fish camp right across from the Bagayahawk, which is about 60 miles up the river from my home. And early traveling wasn't that easy. It used to take more than a day or two to get to the fish camps. Back then we used to catch kings, great big kings, and regulations, restrictions. Now we're only catching juvenile fish. And see how fast those area fishers would come storming to your door. And I think that moratorium is placed on the wrong place. I think it should be placed at area N. And we, our people, we don't have the money to help bribe, to make you help make decisions. But we ask you, we have compassion. We have love, we have fellowship, and we share. So I'm asking you to please share with us.
Thank you.
And lastly, I will invite you to visit YouTube and see a documentary of our village, No River. Village of No River, and it will tell you how far back we are users of the sand.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions? Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Ishkrock. Vivian Corthius, followed by Parker Larson, Jeremy McGlashan, and Emil Mobeck. Is Vivian here with us? Okay. Parker Larson? Welcome.
This one? Okay. Hello, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Parker Larson. I'm a member of the Unga tribe, a lifetime resident of Sandpoint, and generational fisherman. I have grandparents from Sanak, grandfather from Unga, and grandmother from Perryville. My family has been fishing out of Sandpoint for generations, and I want to keep that tradition going. I started going fishing with my dad when I was around 6 years old and recently took over our family fishing business. Since taking over, I've already seen changes in our fishery. Openers been cut and we lost fishing time. These reductions are already having real impacts on our livelihood. The graying of the fleet is real. I'm one of the very few young captains in the area. It is important for our younger people in the community to have opportunities like mine. We're supposed to carry on our traditions and legacies. I oppose any cuts to our fisheries. We have been using adaptive management and it has been effective. This approach allows conservational goals to be met while still providing fishing opportunities for local fishermen who depend on these fisheries to survive. Further reductions would only continue to harm family-based fishermen in our community. These fisheries are not just our jobs, they are our culture, our history, and foundation of Sandpoint. Thank you for your opportunity to testify.
Thank you for being with us today. Any questions for Parker? Appreciate your testimony. Thank you. Jeremy McGlashan? Is Jeremy here today? Okay. Thank you. Emil Mobeck? Hi, Emil. Welcome.
Hello, good afternoon, Madam Chair, member of the boards. I'm Emil Mobeck, I'm a proud community member of Sandpoint, member of the Polliff Harbor Tribe of Sanak, commercial fisherman who has spent my entire life working in the Alaska Peninsula. Fishing isn't just a livelihood for me, it's a tradition passed down from generations and very foundation of our existence. The South Alaska Peninsula fishery is a historic one, with catch data stretching back to the beginning of the last century. As the Fishermen's Management Report 2603, Appendix A 10, pages 31 through 33, clearly shows, documented fishing activity in our region dates back to 1908. These records also capture a snapshot of our much longer history. We were fishing these waters long before official data began, and these deep-rooted histories must be acknowledged and respected. This fishery is not a new fishery. It is part of our identity and our culture. We understand and share the concerns regarding the health of fish stocks to our north and east, we're actively and responsibly working on any potential impact our fishing might have. Our area has implemented a modern live catching recording system, which has proven effective. When the data indicates the number of stock of concern are too high, we stand down. We are committed to avoiding the target of these fish precisely because we understand the severe consequences of fishery closures. Our actions demonstrate our commitment to sustainability and our willingness to adapt to the health of our fisheries. Appendix A12, page 40 to 45 of the same report, highlights chum salmon catch reports being back to 1962, over 60 years ago. This historical data shows our longstanding presence and our legitimate right to fish in our ancestral waters. To push us out would mean we would have to pick up and move again. Our parents and grandparents moved from their villages in the 60s to work in the salt station and canneries that were already established in these areas. We should not have to be made to pack up and leave again. Our fight is not only for the fish, but is for the fight for the continued existence and well-being of the communities within the Aleutians East Borough. Consider the broader implications of such actions. If our fishery is dismantled and it is later discovered that our activities posed little to no threat to other areas, what then? Who will be the next fishery, the next community that is targeted and dismantled? As an Alaska Native striving to support my fellow Natives, I would like to caution, if they come for us, they will come for you. We should recognize all of our struggles and stand together to protect our ways of life and heritage of all of our Native communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Ms. Irwin.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mobeck, for your testimony. My question is, you mentioned if your fishery is dismantled, it'll be devastating to your area, which is obviously a lot what we're hearing. For my question is, what does dismantled look like for you? Is that anything that is different than current status quo, or is that time, area, gear?
Anything than less than status quo. I mean, we're right now, I used to own a business in Sandpoint. Can't keep it going anymore because of the restrictions and everything that's come down on us. There's just nothing coming through, nothing coming in. We're under heavy restrictions.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks for your testimony today. Appreciate it. Donald Mike, followed by Jamie Wirtz and Julian Manos. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Give me a second to get myself situated. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Board of Fisheries. I'm originally from the village of Chignik on the Lower Yukon, on the north mouth of the Yukon River on the southern end of Norton Sound. And I was born in an abandoned village just 5 miles downriver from Chignik, and I was born in one-room cabin, so I turned out okay. I'm sitting here testifying in front of people, so that's a good thing. But I appreciate this opportunity for comment, and I am here representing myself as an individual. I'm not affiliated with anyone organized organizations here. And first of all, I'm going to be mentioning some information that you may already have know about it, but I don't mean to be sort of condescending on you, but it's going to lead to my final comment. The acting director of the Division of Commercial Fish issued a memo to the Board of Fish dated September 29, 2025, concerning AYK stock of concern recommendations. The recommendations are based on poor escaping goals for the AYK and Western Alaska salmon. In the memo, the acting director recommended to change Chinook salmon from stock of yield concern to stock of management concern for the Yukon River Chinook. Now it's under moratorium for that area. The acting director also designated Yukon Fall chum as a stock of management concern. The summer Yukon salmon should also be designated as management concern. So I haven't seen that designation yet. So and I believe the department will be revisiting that issue. So in 2007, President Bush signed the Magnuson-Stevens Act, Reauthorization Act of 2006. It mandates the use of annual catch limits and accountability measures to end overfishing. And in my opinion, overfishing I can interpret as bycatch by pollock in the Unimac Fishing District. So that's my opinion. The Alaska Department of Fishing policy for management of sustainable fisheries, 5 ACC 39.222 states in part, stock of concern. The Board of Fish identifies the and manages stock in 3 levels of concern. Yield concern, that's below expected range. Management concern, failed to meet established goals. And conservation concern, it's at the most severe level. And the ability to sustain a run is seriously compromised. We are in the Western Alaska region are currently at the management concern level. The policy for statewide salmon escapement goals, 5 ACC 39223, established the framework for Alaska Department of Fish and Game, but I'm out of time, and just one thought that the Board of Fish have all these tools based on our nation's law and the policies under Fish and Game. So we have the tools to work together as Alaska residents. We should come together and work and come to a solution. And I'm, as far as proposal 127, that's one option to consider to compromise. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mike. Questions? Thank you for your testimony today. Jamie Wirtz. Hi, Jamie.
Hi, my name is Jamie Wirtz, and I'm the owner and operator of the fishing vessel Paragon, a seiner in Area M. I have served 2 years as one of the 7 managers tasked with running the adaptive management program that was undertaken by Area M seiners to voluntarily reduce chum harvest and pressure on chum stocks that could be traveling to the CWAC region. The basis of the program is simple. 100% of Area M seiners are required to participate in the program. Enforcement is supplied by the processors, who only provide markets to fishermen who have signed the binding agreement before the season begins. We start the season with test boats in 3 locations across the district to determine numbers of salmon, breakdown of species present before the entire fleet is allowed to start fishing. This data is recorded and shared with ADF&G and the fleet, allowing fishermen to make informed decisions on where to position themselves. Each June, the fleet elects 7 managers who are spread out amongst all areas in the southeast Unimac and Shumagon Island sections. As managers, we use all of the information available to us, then decide to reduce time or close certain fishing areas for a tide or in more extreme situations for the rest of the day in order to minimize chum impacts. We use many of tools to do this. It includes ratio of fish, fish volume, number of chum, number of vessels. There is no one set ratio or tool to accomplish this best. These closures are entered into our data portal as well as broadcast to each and every fisherman on the water. In this way, individual confidentiality is protected while allowing full transparency. We use different types of closures that have evolved with the program. We use mandatory closures, which are issued by the board and can be either the entire district or by a localized area. This is the strongest tool in the adaptive plan. All fishermen are required to abide by those closures as if they were enforced by the department itself. There are also voluntary closures. Any fisherman can submit to indicate they paused fishing in an area so the surrounding fishermen can also avoid any unnecessary impacts. Our program has resulted in significant reductions in fishing time and area for the seiners. Our goal is reducing chum harvest, and that depends on chum abundance, which changes every season. It changes by the hour, and we make whatever closures are necessary to meet those goals. Fish travel on their own free will. Fish timing and patterns change with wind, tide, water temperature, and seasonal timing. Predicting when and where sockeye or chum will be and in what concentration is a constantly changing metric. This is why an adaptive and flexible avoidance plan will conserve the most chum. We heard our fellow Alaskans. You asked for time and area closures, and we're delivering on that in the most effective manner available. For more detailed information and numbers relating to the adaptive management plan, please reference PC 118.
Thanks, Jamie. Mr. Owen?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Jamie, for your testimony. So my question is, you mentioned the voluntary stand downs and then the mandated stand downs. And I just need to understand a little bit more. So through this program, you said there's 100% fishermen are mandated through this program. Who is mandating that? And if they don't participate, it's not like it's a regulatory or codified mandate, correct?
Correct. So we have a small fleet, 47 seiners fished last year. There's 2 processors. Those processors and the Area M Seiners Association have all decided that it's in our best interest to have full participation in this program. Those companies are not interested in buying fish from fishermen that are going to be targeting chum salmon or not fishing in a congruent manner to best benefit the, the resource.
So pretty much it's basically like if you don't follow this mandate, then the processors aren't going to buy your fish. Is that where you're getting at, basically?
Yeah, all fishermen have to be part of the program, or the processors are not interested in tendering their fish.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. It's really helpful.
Mr. Wood?
Yeah, Jamie, what time of year does this begin again?
So test fishing starts before our first opener, which is June 10th. We have 3 test fishing days, and then on June 10th, we stand down while they test 1 additional day.
And before this June 10th time I'm not sure when that occurred, but does the fleet often see fish returning sooner than this June 10th? Historically? Or
I would say that is probably a better pointed question for the Department of Fish and Wildlife, or Fish and Game. I can only give you what myself as a fisherman has seen out there. There's definitely seasons where we see good sockeye volume through test fishing numbers that are going by before the season is opened.
Thank you.
Mr. Chamberlain?
Thank you. And I'm sorry, I'm racing through 118. Do you have any statistics on actual reductions or time that was taken as a result of hotspot closures as opposed to regulatory closures? I'm seeing a lot of reduction in time based on the regulatory time scheme. How much additional time has been taken off as a result of hotspot closures?
By hotspot closures, are you referencing voluntary closures?
Yes.
All the voluntary closures are logged into the portal, so that data is available. I don't have it in front of me. Voluntary closures are if you have a couple fishermen fishing a hook off, and we have an understanding that we're trying to target sockeye, and fishing is not in, it doesn't look great for them right then and there. They will just log a voluntary closure when they might go anchor up. Like, we're going to go anchor up for 3 or 4 hours. We're going to log this as voluntary closure because maybe there's not a manager there, there's not a lot of other boats there. And they just want to make that known. We fish 20 miles from each other, 80 miles further from each other. If you're another fisherman and you see, oh, they're voluntarily standing down up ahead of me, well, I'm not going to run up there because there's no point in putting any more pressure anywhere that's,
Okay. Would you be able to RC either that log or how to access that log for the public?
I'll ask for that.
Thank you.
And I think you're seeing some of the trouble with the nomenclature here a little bit between this idea of mandatory and voluntary, right? So what you just described to me kind of is like somebody just decided that they don't want to burn fuel when there's not a lot of fish available. And that's being logged as a voluntary closure. So I think that that's a little bit of the confusion that you might be hearing up here. And maybe they can go somewhere else and target reds, but I think that the nomenclature that's being used is a little confusing because, you know, as board members, when we think mandatory, we think like the department said it or it's some kind of an enforcement action, but.
I don't think we're using any of the voluntary numbers as a reduction in fishing time and area.
Got it.
When we're presenting stuff.
Okay.
That's just, it's there to use as part of a toolkit for the fishermen. It shares, you know, an indication of where not to go fish.
Right. It's kind of like the use of a radio group in other areas, sort of.
Yeah, but we're using it for
For the
conservation.
whole fleet.
We're
for the
using
whole
it to
fleet.
conserve
Got it.
the chum salmon.
Okay. No, I appreciate it. I just wanted to make sure I had a good idea of precisely what the difference was. Mr. Wood?
Yeah, thank you. It kind of, to tag on to that, you just threw out some mileage, like 20 to 80 miles. What is the area that this team is working within? Can you just give me a relative idea? And then when you're not fishing, is that time to go to a place where you can go fishing, or just time to let those fish pass? Like, how is?
Just so I understand this, you're asking what the spread of the 7 managers that are spread out amongst the fleet. We'll have managers all the way from Red Bluff and the Shumagon Islands all the way out to Ludke. And the idea being is you have them evenly where they're able to communicate with the local fleet there and get the most accurate data into the portal, and most accurate data shared with the department and with the other fishermen.
But that's a distance of like 80 miles, like what you just, from one end to the other?
No.
What is that? Ballpark.
Don't have that number off the top of my head.
All right.
13-hour run.
Oh, boy. All right. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks for being here, Jamie. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Julian Manos? Hi, welcome back. Good to see you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Julian Manos, and I am a commercial fisherman based out of King Cove, Alaska. In 2024, I was chosen to lead the group of 7 seine fishermen responsible for coordinating the adaptive management program. This program, which began in 2022 and was formalized in 2023, was designed to maximize sockeye harvest while minimizing the catch of chum salmon. The plan is intricate and required significant effort to strategize, develop, and implement. The process was challenging for everyone involved. These stand-downs had a direct negative impact on the fleet, the processors, and quite frankly, me personally. Despite these challenges, we carried out the program, even when it meant making decisions that reduced earnings for many fishermen. While we did not always get every decision right, we remained well below the harvest triggers, and we were able to secure enough sockeye to make the June season feasible. In reality, we likely imposed stricter standards on ourselves than the department would have done, and we acted out of an abundance of caution. To illustrate our approach with concrete figures, by June 19th, the point at which 300,000 chum salmon trigger would have been reached, we'd harvested 144,000 chum salmon. By June 24th, when the second trigger of 450,000 chum salmon would have come into play, our cumulative chum salmon catch was 283,000. These numbers show that we made conservative decisions and stayed well below the trigger thresholds. In 2024, we concluded June with a harvest of 1,069,000 sockeye salmon, and that was the highest sockeye harvest total achieved during the 3 years of the formal adaptive management plan. The average sockeye harvest for those 3 years was around 786,000, which was approximately half the average sockeye from 2014 to 2023. About half. So further restrictions on June fishing would only exacerbate these losses. If June fishing time is cut too aggressively, it does not result in greater conservation. Instead, it limits the number of workable days, reduces our ability to schedule stand-downs when chum are migrating, and it decreases flexibility, ultimately making our conservation efforts less effective. You asked for time and area closures, and we're giving you that, but with better data. Trust and clear communication with a program like this is essential for it to succeed. Part of that trust means recognizing there are natural fluctuations in chum catches across different days and areas. When large numbers of sockeye are present, we fish more intensively, which can lead to higher chum catch for that day. This does not mean we are being secretive or underhanded. Rather, we are using the adaptive management program as intended. We have maintained transparency in our actions and hope for the same in return. This adaptive management program has been extremely onerous, and yet we have complied in an effort to help, even if our catch impact is minimal. Finding solutions to declining fish populations requires stable management, not major changes every 3 years. Such changes teaches us little about finding long-term solutions. Over the past 3 years, we have demonstrated good faith, and I ask that this be reciprocated by allowing us to continue managing our fishery responsibly and collaboratively with the department. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Julian? Appreciate your testimony today.
No question, okay.
You're good? Okay. Thank you. Fred Marinkovich, followed by Tammy Lee Shelikoff. Hi, Fred. Welcome back. It's like you never left.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Fred Marinkovich, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Bristol Bay Fishermen's Association. The Bristol Bay Fishermen's Association represents Area T permit holders who fish salmon in Bristol Bay. Our comments have been submitted in PC 24. BBFA supports Proposal 133. If adopted, Proposal 133 would extend the window closures in the South Unimac and Shumagon Island sockeye fishery. These longer closures would provide increased passage for king and chum salmon migrating towards Bristol Bay. The Nushagak River king salmon stock has been designated a stock of concern by the Alaska Department of Fish and Game. As a result, the board has already implemented restrictive measures in the Nushagak sockeye commercial fishery to protect king escapement. Maintaining optimal escapement for these kings has become a top priority. Proposal 133 is consistent with those conservation goals by allowing more uninterrupted migration time through these interception areas. This proposal would help ensure more king and chum salmon reach Bristol Bay. BBFA believes this proposal is a reasonable and effective step towards improving escapement and supporting long-term sustainability. BBFA opposes 134 proposal. Proposal 134 would increase fishing time in the June South Unimac Shumagon Island sockeye fishery. While increased fishing time may benefit sockeye harvest in the short term, it would also increase the interception and bycatch of king and chum salmon bound for Bristol Bay. Given the current status of the Nushagak king salmon, this is not a risk we should be taking. Every fish returning to this river matters. Increasing fishing time in these areas would directly work against conservation measures already in place in Bristol Bay and undermines the board's efforts to rebuild this stock. We believe Proposal 134 moves us in the wrong direction, should not be adopted. BBFA also opposes Proposal 135. Proposal 135 would require the release of king salmon 28 inches or greater in the June South Unimac Shumagon Island purse seine sockeye fishery. While the intent may be conservation-minded, this proposal is impractical in a high-volume sockeye-directed purse seine fishery. Handling and releasing large kings in this fishery is not feasible and is unlikely to result in meaningful survival. In closing, BBFA believes these positions reflect a balanced approach and prioritizes the conservation of king and chum salmon while recognizing the realities of the fisheries involved. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thanks, Fred. Questions? Greg?
Thanks for your presentation. Why do you think it's unrealistic to release those kings that are over 28 inches out of a seine net?
You know, I've been involved in Washington State fisheries that has had non-retention for the last couple decades, and the way this proposal is put together, the methods of you would have to change the methods of harvesting to be able to bring these fish aboard live and able to set them free instead of just watching them shine to the bottom of the ocean.
How tough would it be to change your method of doing it?
Like I say, there are methods out there, but they're not in this proposal. So I would wonder if the proposer would, you know, change his way of doing things, and it could be possible. But like I say, I've been involved with non-retention fisheries for quite some time, and like I say, the intent's good, but the results, no.
Are you a seiner then?
I'm born and raised a seiner.
Okay.
And I fished Area M seining
Okay.
on a crew for 7 years.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Fred. Tammy Lee Shelikoff. Good afternoon, welcome.
Good afternoon. My name's Tammy Shelikoff. I grew up in Falls Pass. I'm a landlocked subsistence user. We've gone through a lot of generational changes. And I'm not a commercial fisherman. Kind of landlocked, and there's not a whole lot I could do about it in my current circumstance. 75–80% of all of my subsistence resources come from the commercial salmon and fishing industries. They come out of the boats that come in the boat harbor, and then those fish are marked on our subsistence fish tickets that we get from Fish and Game out of Coal Bay, and those are submitted at the end of the year. Those tickets, you know, hold up to 250 fish per ticket, and we submit those at the end of the year. Due to changes in the weather, that's also, you know, we're having to get our codfish from the commercial boats that go through. We're having to get our halibut from the boats that go through there now. Same thing with our crab and with our octopus. We haven't been able to go bird hunting as often as we'd like in front of our house anymore. We're having to rely on the commercial industry out sports hunting out of Coal Bay, where they freeze the excess birds that the hunters don't want, and those are flown over from Coal Bay and brought over to Falls Pass, and if we're fortunate enough to able to get some of those, you know, charity as well. And this year, you know, my family wasn't fortunate enough. We did not get enough fish to sustain us through the summer out of the boats through the boat harbor this year because the fuel prices were so high. The people that normally had small catchers that would come and hand those fish out, they weren't coming in. They were selling the fish to the canneries. So we did not get enough fish to sustain us through the summer. If the tribe didn't buy the cases of salmon fillets from Silver Bay, we wouldn't have enough fish to make it through the winter. So subsistence for my family has changed a lot. The definition has changed a lot for our family. So that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you very much. Perfectly timed. You had 2 seconds left. Well done. I don't see any questions. Thank you for your testimony today. Let's go ahead and take about a 20-minute break, come back on the record at 3:20. It's 3 o'clock straight up, so we'll take about a 20-minute break. See you in 20 minutes. All right, welcome back, everybody. Time is 3:33. We're back on the record. It was a generous 20 minutes. We're going to continue on. Amy, I see you ready to go, and thanks for being ready. And whenever you'd like to start, please do.
Okay, thank you. I'm Amy Foster from Sandpoint, a member of the Unga tribe. I strongly support Area M, our fishermen, our communities that depend on the fishery for our livelihood and long-term stability. I oppose proposals that reduce our fishery. Proposal 119 addresses management of the Southeast District mainland, an area where permit activity has fluctuated significantly over the years. The number of active setnet permits has steadily declined, and no increase in participation is expected. Similarly, active seine permits in Chignik area has decreased. These reductions are not the result of poor salmon abundance, but rather the outcome of increasing restrictive regulations tied to sedum. Over the past decade, sedum has experienced 7 consecutive years without harvest, 2018 to 2024, and a total of 11 years with no harvest since 1997. Reducing harvest opportunities in the sedum does not translate into increased harvest in the Chignik management area. Setnet operations face high upfront costs, insurance, fuel, food, maintenance, and crew pay, while fishing is in exposed waters with low ex-vessel prices, often resulting in minimal or non-existent profit. The 10-year average ex-vessel value in the sedum area setnet operations is only $40,902, with a low of $17,112 in 2020, underscoring the financial challenges our fishermen face. It is worth questioning whether the historical assumptions used in Chignik management remain accurate. These include the belief that all fish harvested in the CMA are Chignik bound, that 80% of the select sedum area harvests between June 1st and July 25th are destined for Chignik, and that sedum fishermen may harvest only 7.6 of what Chignik fishermen harvest. Additionally, sedum fishermen cannot begin fishing until Chignik is expected harvest of at least 600,000 sockeye across both runs. These assumptions may overestimate stock composition and should be reevaluated. Chignik fisheries have experienced both strong and weak seasons, and while strong returns are always preferred, many sedum and South Peninsula setnet fishermen have faced disappointing outcomes. The challenges faced by sedum fishermen do not jeopardize the Chignik run, and restricting one area to prioritize another area raises important questions of fairness and equity. Existing economic constraints and management assumptions deserve careful review. It is advisable that the Southeast District Management Plan be updated to reflect current fishery conditions. Amendments should support a sustainable fishery, one that ensures healthy annual returns and provide fair access for all user groups. Implementing concurrent fishing periods between Area L and sedum is just only one practical solution that can help address the challenges faced by sedum fishermen. I oppose Proposal 136, climate-driven fresh. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Amy. Are you going to be around for committee?
Yes, I
For that
would.
committee? Okay, good, because I would like to hear more of what you have to say in committee.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Next up is Isaiah Ivanoff, followed by Jacob Ivanoff, Alex Peel, and Grace Kirky. Who is this sharp-dressed gentleman? Greg, he's giving you a run for your money. Welcome.
Hi, I am Isaiah Ivanoff from the community of Unalakleet in the region of Nome and in the Norton Sound. So there's one thing I've also noticed with like salmon, how you guys are trying to raise the population on them? There are certain dams in Canada where the salmons also try to get up to, and those ladders may help them, but what about the salmon fries? What happens to them when they try to get out? What if the fans that are in there, they get sucked into there, and the other ones that they get sucked in there, and which only some of them will not make it out. And we got dams here too, and it's hard for the salmon to get to their spawn points because of the dams. The dams have tiny holes in them, and normally they don't make them in those big squares really as much. And so when the salmon try to get through, they end up not making it because the holes are not big enough for them to get through, and they're just like real small tubes, and only 1 to like 10 will probably make it through, and the rest will just die at the beginning of them getting to their spawn points. And then on the way up, they also have to go through the progress of them dealing with the bears. The bears will go and just grab them out of the water when they're trying to jump out. And when that happens, less and less just go away, and there's not so much left at the end. And when there's also a problem with the salmon that they have 2 different sections that split out, and say Section A and Section B. One section doesn't have enough and the other has too much. And so, like, Section A could have not so much, and there would be, like, more males than females, or there's more females than males, and when the females lay their eggs, there's no fertility on the eggs, so they'll just not go, and they'll just be random eggs just laying there without any fertilizer on them.
Well, that's some really interesting ideas there. I have a question for you. So you're talking about dams. What other things build dams besides people?
There's also beaver dams, because when they also have, like, they just bite down big trees that are near the river, and when they do that, it clogs the fish from getting into there. And then what if the beavers are also eating the salmon?
Do you see beavers around where you live?
Yes, we do have beavers up there, but then we also have to deal with, like, river seals and otters. The river otters will go and grab them, and because I'd go fishing and I'd see bites from the river seals in them.
Yeah, there's a lot of scary things for a salmon to have to deal with, huh? Yeah. Any questions for Isaiah? Mr. Godfrey?
This is just a yes or no. Put you on the spot. Is your dad a good teacher?
You can say so.
All right.
That's high praise, I think. Any other questions? Thank you, young man. I appreciate you being here. You did a great job. Well done. Jacob, that's a tough act to follow.
I don't think I can beat it, honestly.
I'm not so sure. You can take a shot, though.
I can try. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. For the record, my name is Jacob Ivanoff, and I come from the community of Uniclete, which I resided for 43 of the 44 years of my life. The 1 year that I did not reside in Uniclete was in the community of St. Mary's along the Yukon. I'm sorry, I just had a train of thoughts. But I'm not going to talk about anything that I discussed during the traditional knowledge, and I'm just also mentioning that with the climate change that we've seen, and as Isaiah just had stated, is that we have seen an increase in beavers along the river systems, and they're building houses along the river that we've never seen before. And I can't remember if I told you guys the last time I talked about the king salmons that I've seen along the Uniclete River. There are 6 pairs of kings spawning in one section of the river. A few years later, we went back. There was a beaver house built along the river system, and along that river stretch where the kings were spawning, there was no downwelling in the areas. So I feel that The only change along that river section was that beaver house built along the river system. But I'm also, I understand that the urge that we have to bring our salmon back, because I am also a commercial fisherman in the Norton Sound. And in 2017 and 2018 seasons, that was one of the highest returns of chum salmons that we've had in Unalakleet area. And all the fisheries were still going on. And it's just due to the climate change that we've seen in our region, it had a major disruption on our salmon. So we need to share the burden of conservation. And I understand that the fishermen in Area M are concerned about their livelihood. They also have to realize that the people along the Yukon and in Norton Sound cannot put chums or kings away for subsistence food. We have not had any subsistence opener in our region for the past 3 years. I believe it could be longer. But I also want to bring into the board's attention that there's Area M is one of 2 EE zones within the state of Alaska, which allows them to fish up to 6 miles into federal waters, which would place them underneath the national standards of the MSA. And I will read a few of the standards in the MSA, which prevents overfishing while achieving optimum yield, use best scientific information available, showing that they are catching at least over 100,000 chums bound for Western Alaska and Area M, manage individual stocks throughout their range. No such measure shall have the economic allocations. I'm going to read just 2 more if I can.
Sorry. Will you guys be around for a committee? Are you going to be here for a few more days, or?
If it's before Sunday.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll try to get there.
I might change my flight back to Tuesday, but I got to think about that. I've been here since the 1st, so I haven't been home since the 1st of February.
Yeah, Isaiah looks really disappointed with the idea of staying a couple more days. Well, I thank you both for being here. Thank you for your input and sharing your thoughts with us, and you should both be really proud of each other. Thanks.
Thank you.
Alex Peel? Hi, Alex, welcome.
Thank you. Madam Chair and Alaska Board of Fish members, my name is Alex Peel, and I'm a 3rd-generation Alaskan and 1st-generation commercial fisherman. Working on the back deck of a seiner, I paid my way through college during the summer months and fell in love with the hard work, the connection to the water, and the respect for the resource that a fisherman must have to be successful. After spending a year in the hustle bustle of corporate America working as an engineer, I decided to pursue a career in commercial fishing as a seiner and purchased my first boat. Like the various people who are connected to the land and water in various ways, such as farmers taking care of the land that they farm, or fishermen's stewardship of the ocean that provides for them and their way of life. For many, this has been a way of life for thousands of years, as we have heard. This is a livelihood and a lifestyle I am very fortunate and feel honored to have just recently joined. Having fished for 3 years in Southeast Alaska before coming out to Area M in 2002, the only commercial fishing I knew was one of coded radio groups, secrecy amongst the fleet when it came to catch reporting amongst peers. And then I joined Area M, a place where an adaptive management strategy was in place. The fleet shared information in real time and was revolutionizing the industry, all for the betterment of the industry and the stewardship of the resource, fishery, and the communities that rely on it. This is a plan that works and that has been approved and supported by the Board of Fisheries in 2023. I'm here more specifically to support Proposal 135 and the ability to legally non-retain and release king salmon back into the water during our June fishery, and to keep non-retention of king salmon the rest of the season. I'm not a scientist, but it doesn't make any logical sense that we are being forced to retain king salmon during our fishery when other areas are allowed to release king salmon or are actually penalized for the retention of king salmon. I do understand that if a king salmon is released back into the water, it has a higher chance of reaching its stream to spawn than it does if I am forced to retain that fish aboard my vessel. As a fisherman who practices stewardship to the ocean, I want to continue to do my part in conservation and by being allowed to save as many king salmon. I can fulfill that practice with the support of Proposal 135. Thank you.
Thanks. How long have you been fishing Area M?
Since 2022.
Okay. What drew you there?
Just
Picked a point on a map and said, I'm going to go there and go fishing?
Yeah, I had the opportunity to fish Area M, and I liked the adventure of going out west, and I had never been past Cape Spencer before I drove my boat out there, and I fell in love with the communities.
Cool. Thanks. Mr. Swenson has a question for you, and then Mr. Chamberlain.
Thanks for your presentation. How would you release the king salmon? Do you have to dump them on the deck? Is there another way to do it? Just educate me just for.
So when we catch the fish, especially in a seine net, not very few of the fish are actually like landing on the deck because they're, it's fish on top of fish. So for instance, when I used to fish in Southeast, there you can't retain king salmon for a lot of the season, and you actually can potentially get fined. So as you bring the fish on board, you just have your crew members standing there, and they just pick them up and throw them over back into the water as fast as you can. And they do that in the Puget Sound fishery, lots of fisheries, and obviously it's probably not 100% success rate, but it's not a zero.
So can you pick them up being slimy and they're going to try to get away from you? I mean, can you get a hold of them?
I can't, but my crew can. They're pretty good at it.
Okay, but they don't grab them maybe they grab them behind the neck.
No, we make sure we don't grab them by the gills.
Okay.
Because that would defeat the purpose.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chamberlain?
Thank you, Alex. If a really good set, how many fish would you catch in one good set on a seiner?
Completely varies. It can be single-digit fish. It can be tens of thousands of pounds.
Okay, and if you were to get tens of thousands of pounds, a really good set, how long would it take to process those fish or get them sorted out and work through?
How do I answer this? It's human error, right? There's no way we're gonna be able to get every single one, but if we can get, in the past, we haven't been allowed to get any. So if we could even get one, that's better than none.
And for clarification, I'm not talking about sorting them out. I'm just talking about getting them into the hold from the time you get them.
Oh, 5 minutes?
Okay, thank you.
Great. Thanks, Alex. Appreciate
Thank
you
you.
being here. Grace Kirky, followed by Patrick Springer, Madison Springer, and Robert Mack. Hi, Grace. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board, for giving me the opportunity to testify today. My name is Grace Kirky. I speak on behalf of the Yukon River Drainage Fisheries Association, where I work as the Community-Based Monitoring Program Coordinator. Salmon fisheries in Western Alaska are facing extreme declines. Yet the burden of conservation is not being shared equally. In-river subsistence fishers on the Yukon and Kuskokwim rivers are facing closures, extreme restrictions, and the Yukon has a 7-year closure on Chinook fishing. while Area M commercial fisheries continue to intercept chum bound for western rivers. I'll be referencing RC 54. This includes additional statistics and comments from surveys I'll be speaking about in my testimony today. And before I get into that, I will say that Figure 1 does have a typo. Experiencing food insecurity has ended up as 2 categories due to some clunky typing on my end, but that is 1 category, and I believe it accounts for 23.4% of reports that we had gotten. Low salmon abundance is creating real, measurable impacts on food security and well-being. Through YERDFA's 2025 in-season harvest survey program, we documented how households are adapting to closures. Each week, households that fished used the fishing forum, while those who did not fish completed a non-fishing forum. Out of the 103 responses, nearly 80% came from households who did not fish. Closures were the #1 reason for people not fishing, and every respondent reported that their harvest needs were not met. Many households are relying more and more on store-bought foods. Almost all participants reported that foods do not provide the same nutritional value. We conducted a health-focused survey to understand the impacts of fishing restrictions. Participants shared that reduced access to salmon has led to weight gain, stress, diabetes or prediabetes, high blood pressure, and increased mental health challenges. These are not abstract statistics. They are lived experiences tied directly to the loss of a traditional food system. In this RC, you will also notice that I have highlighted comments, specifically ones that address commercial fishing in the ocean, specifically Area M. Subsistence users in the AYK region have already made significant sacrifices. There are no additional conservation measures left for in-river users to absorb. We asked the board to take an intentional action by implementing meaningful restrictions on the June and post-June Area M fisheries so that AYK-bound salmon can return home to their Alaskan rivers, to their western rivers, excuse me. The Yukon River Drainage Fisheries Association supports Proposal 131 and 136. I thank you so much for your time, and not just a way that I'm closing out this report, but in a way that is thanking every one of you for sitting up here and listening to everyone in this room and taking all the time that you do to do this work.
Thank you, Grace. Any questions? Appreciate your testimony today.
Thank you.
Patrick Springer. Good afternoon, welcome.
Hello, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Patrick Springer, and I drift gillnet fish in Area M, and have done so for the past 38 years. I'm a member of CAMP, and I'm here in opposition to Proposal 116. Not only is this proposal unsupported by any known data, the effects of it would be devastating for the region. An almost identical proposal was submitted to the board in 2023, and Peter Pan Seafoods that operated the plant at Port Muller stated that if passed, that proposal would result in them closing down operations due to lack of fish. Peter Pan did close up shop prior to 2024 salmon season, and now we are reliant solely on Silver Bay Seafoods as our only market for the entire North Peninsula, which includes Nelson Lagoon. The Nelson River has met their escapement goals for the past 5 consecutive years and has met or exceeded escapement goals for 52 out of the past 53 years, with the last 2 years exceeding their upper end escapement goal of 2 to 4-fold. The Department of Fish and Game advises no change to the management in Nelson Lagoon fishery. This proposal is unnecessary, it lacks any scientific merit, and threatens the very existence of maintaining a viable commercial fishery on the Bering Sea side of the North Peninsula. This is far from hyperbole. This proposal poses a real and imminent threat to all fishermen in the North Peninsula. We could very well lose our market entirely, and that would include the fishermen of Nelson Lagoon. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Any questions? Appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Madison Springer. Followed by Robert Mack and Tara Bordakovsky. Welcome.
Thank you. And good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Madison Springer, and I have drift gill-netted commercially in Area M for 9 years with my father, whom you just heard from. I am also a member of CAMP, and I am here in support of Proposal 115, which slightly modifies how the North Ilnik is managed. Proposal 115 would still allow ADF&G to manage how they have been, but limits how much area they would close for a river system over 80 miles away. Fishing has always been my path, and I take a great deal of pride in being a second generation brought into the fishery. I've always wanted to grow up and get out on the water with my dad. Myself and others like me who fished with their fathers would very much like to continue the generational legacy of fishing within our families, but are becoming increasingly unable to do so due to the economic viability of maintaining these expensive operations. That is why every single day that we are allowed to fish is important to us and makes a huge difference for our seasons. In recent years, we have had less and less fishing opportunities, which makes every day, every hour, that much more critical to our operations staying afloat. We're currently operating on extremely narrow margins and are not going to survive at our current trajectory. It is alarming that many of my friends are making plans to get out as soon as they can, and others have already left the industry entirely. Young blood is vacating the fishery because we cannot make a viable living. With the passage of Proposal 115, the ADF&G will be given the adequate tools they need to manage our systems and maintain their health while also optimizing fishing opportunities for us. This is a vital step in maintaining sustainable fishery on the North Peninsula and could make a huge difference. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Madison. Appreciate you being here. Any questions? Thanks.
Thank you.
Robert Mack. Hi, Robert. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Robert Mack. I am a multi-generational fisherman from King Cove. I am of, I'm of Aleutian descent in Area M. I'm a tribal member of Agdau in King Cove. Area M fishing is more than a job to me. I love being out on the waters of my home, waters of the South Peninsula. I'm against all the proposals to shut down or severely cut back the Area M fishery, as it will make it impossible for me to provide for my 3 little kids. The South Peninsula fishery is more important, not just to me, but the communities of the Aleutian East Borough, as these communities rely on the tax revenue to fund the schools. After the closing of the King Cove plant, King Cove has been struggling due to the tax revenue not being generated anymore. These proposals seem to be pitting natives against natives, and it's wrong. I don't see how shutting down fisheries benefits anyone, in my mind, as it will most likely kill off native villages. It makes it that are struggling to make it by year to year. These harsh limitations will likely cause me to not bring home fish to my family to eat, and cause me to have to leave my home waters to fish somewhere else or completely leave fishing altogether. My heart and soul is to fish in my home waters of the South Bend. I support Proposal 134 as it restores our fishing time to the fishing periods before the 2023 board decision. The extended time will help the adaptive management program operate better. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Any questions? Appreciate your testimony today.
Thank you.
Tara Bordakovsky, followed by Charlotte Levy and Patrick Brown. Welcome, Tara.
Kamala. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. For the record, my name is Tara Bordakovsky. I'm an Aleut board member, an original Aleut and Tanagusa Corporation shareholder, and a proud tribal citizen of the Aleut community of St. Paul Island. I'm speaking today on behalf of Aleut, the Alaska Native Regional Corporation for the Unanga Aleut people. Thank you for the opportunity to offer the testimony and for your continued service in the stewardship of Alaska's fisheries. I would like to say that the proposals 108, 110, and 111 before the board this week aim to further restrict Area M fisheries, but they are built on incorrect assumptions that such measures will significantly improve salmon returns to Western Alaska. The scientific record, including genetics, stock, identification data, harvest rates, and regional performances, does not support the conclusion that additional restrictions in Area M would meaningfully increase salmon returns elsewhere in Alaska. Our Aleut Unanga people have lived in relationship with these fisheries since time immemorial. Our values, the right way to live as Unanga, guide how we understand and care for the world around us. One of them is always learn and maintain a balance. Another one is subsistence is sustenance for life. For us, salmon is far more than an economic resource. They are a cornerstone of our food security, a living expression of our cultural identity, and a source of community well-being. Our villages depend on healthy, sustainable fisheries, not only to feed our families, but to remain in strong, vibrant places where we can live, work, and raise our children. Our ancestors taught us that stewardship is a responsibility, not a choice. It requires observing the environment, adapting to change, and ensuring that resources remain abundant for those who come after us. This traditional knowledge continues to guide our fishermen today. They do not stand apart from the ecosystem. They are woven into it, carrying forward for generations of understanding about how to harvest responsibly and live in balance with the land and sea. Further restrictions that disproportionately target Area M without clear science-based evidence of measurable benefits place an unjustified burden on our region. Current research does not demonstrate that additional limitations in Area M would meaningfully improve salmon returns to Western Alaska. Is that my buzzer that I'm done?
That is your buzzer, ma'am.
Thank you for your work that you're doing.
Thank you for
Appreciate
being
it.
respectful of the time, appreciate it.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Charlotte Levy, followed by Patrick Brown. Hi, Charlotte, welcome.
Just kidding. Madam Chair and members of the board, for the record, my name is Charlotte Levy, and I'm the fishery analyst with the Aleutians East Borough, the municipality where I've worked for nearly 12 years. I wear a lot of hats, but one of my favorite is to conduct cooperative research projects with the local fishing fleet. We're living in a time where managing agencies are perpetually underfunded, to the point where even core programs are getting cut. Cooperative research allows us to leverage outside funding and resources to answer pressing applied research questions that otherwise might not happen. One of the borough projects that was recently undertaken was developing the adaptive management portal for the fishermen. We have refined this portal with fishermen feedback over the past 3 years to utilize all of the information available for fishermen to make the best decisions possible. I have served as the portal manager during this time, where I worked closely with the fishermen, the board, and the department. And for those of you not familiar, you can reference our C88 from the previous board cycle, where we provided you an inside look on how the portal works. Since then, we have improved the portal with different analytics that the fleet can use to track overall harvest, harvest by area, harvest by species, the number of vessels, the number of fish tickets, and also the deliveries that we're receiving real time, and much more. I work with the department and the processors day and night, quite literally, to track all the harvest and to reconcile the buy reports with the landings. I also work with the processors to review individual harvest data against metrics that we set to impose penalties as needed. As the program has evolved, so too have the closures, which I realize can cause some confusion. But let me be clear. When a board member mandates a closure, whether district-wide or within a smaller area, all of the vessels in that area are required to stand down or they lose a market. We didn't even include the voluntary closures that were referenced earlier, and I'll also note PC 118, which provides a comprehensive 3-year review of all of the metrics that were discussed earlier. Those closures are more hours above and beyond what was reported. While this has been an immense effort, I cannot express how proud I am of this fleet. The borough has also taken an active role in research because of how important fisheries are to our constituents and local fishermen. One of our recent projects is a pilot study to satellite tag chum and Chinook salmon in Area M, which I will outline further in a coming RC. Please forgive me, it's been a busy day. Our satellite tags are able to collect in situ environmental data we can use to understand where fish migrate. We can estimate swim speeds. We understand depth and temperature occupancy, mortality and their potential causes, as well as so much more. From tag data alone, we show that both chum and Chinook are capable of being caught and released from seine vessels and survive to reach their natal streams. May I make a concluding sentence?
Very quickly, please.
Okay. I just want to say this is the kind of information that can better inform management, and I would call on everybody who wants answers to work closely with the department and come together to find those answers, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thanks. My first question for you is, it sounds like you're doing a lot of really interesting work. How are you getting the funding to conduct these studies and these programs?
Through the chair. That is an excellent question because funding is in a shortage. So a lot of times what happens is the borough takes it upon itself to try to fund some of the pilot work that's required these days to really show bigger funding agencies the importance of the work and that the work can be done. For this project specifically, we funded this work out of our own pocket. But we've done many previous cooperative research projects where we started funding the pilot and then we sought cooperation with agencies and together would apply for bigger funding. For example, for cod tagging, we got a $2 million grant to fully fund a comprehensive program there. So it kind of starts small, but it's a little bit of proving ground, and that helps us kind of move forward.
That's great. Thank you. Yeah. Mr. Godfrey, Mr. Swenson.
Regarding your reference of penalties, could you elaborate on that?
Through the chair, yeah, thank you. So the penalties was something that we developed early on because we recognized that there's kind of multiple forms of behavior, right? There's fleet-wide behavior, but then there's also individual accountability. And we spent a lot of time trying to think about what's the best way to do that. And because these are contracts with the processors, of course, the other board members aren't really privy to the specific details, but the processors have specific metrics that look at a single harvester's performance relative to how the fleet is performing. So we review those on a period-by-period basis. And so we wait for all of the fish tickets to come in, the final fish tickets, not by report data. And then I go through with the processors, all of the vessels to see how their landings are kind of looking compared to their peers in the same area, which is pretty easy. Like, we know who's fishing where. A lot of guys have kind of traditional places they fish. So if we see somebody who's kind of wildly outside of the relative average of the volume and sort of ratios, there's kind of a combination of things that we use, then we'll flag that person, and that results in a penalty the following week with a loss of fishing day.
And so the penalty's indirectly monetary, ostensibly. Can you give me an idea of the frequency in a season? That people are penalized for this?
We have had no penalties for two reasons. The first is because the fleet is scared and they're incredibly conservative with themselves. And the second reason is because we've had a couple of low volume years. So we really try to think about the big picture. So, and this is why ratio is not really a great metric to use, because it's really contextual. So if there's a fisherman who has below a certain amount of fish in a single set, or a delivery, I should say, then we take that into consideration, as well as how their ratio is doing relative to the rest of the fleet. And that we actually have in the portal an automatic system that flags those relative averages, so we know right away we get a red for a landing that has exceeded that metric.
Thank you.
Mr. Swenson.
Hi, Charlotte. Your presentation is really impressive. I just want you to know that. But I want to ask you, because I want to ask you, what is the mortality rate do you feel with releasing the kings and the chums in the seine fishery?
Through the chair, thank you for that question. And I'm going to be very honest with you. Okay. We released 27 chum, and we opportunistically released 3 kings. It was because of a timing issue with the permit. We had planned for more. And I really strongly advise you not to draw any conclusions based on 3 tags of what a mortality rate is, and I haven't even done that analysis yet. It is forthcoming, but of those tags, we had 1 Chinook that made it to the Connecticut. We had 1 that was caught in Unimac, and we had 1 that was immediately predated by a salmon shark. I don't know that you want to draw any rates from that, but what I can say is that we have seen empirically that a Chinook released from a seine can survive. And I would just note, I don't have a lot of time to talk about this, but I did provide my Fish and Game permit report that kind of outlined some of our methods and how we tried to simulate kind of an optimized release program that really just targets king of a certain size that you can easily identify in a large set of sockeye, which we provided an image that kind of goes with that from my project. And so we did really try to focus not on just what's the perfect conditions to release a Chinook, but we focused on what are realistic conditions. We timed the sets, we timed the sorting, we timed how long it took for them to catch, or to not catch, but to sort out every Chinook in a haul. So those are all covariates that we plan to look at and haven't yet. So we tried to make it as real as possible. I'm not gonna ask fishermen to do anything that they can't succeed at. We don't wanna set them up for failure.
One more question. Is there any differentiation in releasing the kings and the chum in terms of mortality? I mean, is there a higher mortality in one fish than the other, or are they about the same?
Through the chair, I don't have a great answer for you. I don't have a real answer for you because we haven't done like a survivorship curve, and we haven't compared them in any real way. I mean, I think there's other studies, especially in like the Pacific Northwest, that have maybe looked at that a little closer. And this is the first time we've satellite tagged chum. This has never happened except for a single chum that was released from a Japanese vessel. So this is all very new territory, and I don't know that they're comparable. But we did have 5 of our chum that went on to travel hundreds and hundreds of miles, and a lot of that were also predated by salmon sharks. So I would say that they're both, we're kind of seeing similar things with both, but I don't think they're directly comparable.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Sure.
Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Charlotte. Well, first, I'd like to actually commend, and I'm not sure if I've done this before, the borough and yourself for helping to put together this adaptive management plan, because I think when you look at state-managed fisheries, this is a very conceptual idea, and I think that there's been a lot of value that's been attributed to that. But I think there's a little bit of confusion maybe about what a mandatory stand down is versus a voluntary stand down. And I think if you could, you developed this thing, so if you could maybe give an example of what a mandatory stand down would look like versus a voluntary stand down and what the benefits are, it's not only conservation, but also the fleet.
Through the chair. Thank you for that question, and I appreciate you guys for really digging into this because I know it's confusing. It was confusing for us. We tried to evolve the program in a way that made sense, but in turn it made it more difficult to make every single year directly comparable. So what we did was we started out with these full fleet closures the first year because everybody was like, ready to shut down at any given moment. So there were times when the guys thought, you know what, chum just doesn't look like so great. We're just gonna shut the whole fleet down. So we started off with kind of a blunt tool, shutting everyone down. And then what we learned is, and you heard this in earlier testimony, the span of the South Peninsula is hundreds of miles. It's a very huge swath of area. And so it didn't always make sense for a fleet in the Shumigans who's having an excellent fishing day. They've got lots of sockeye. They're not really seeing as much chum than the guys in South Unimac, for example, who are maybe like, we don't feel great about the chum presence right now. And we thought we need a better way to address this on a finer scale. So then the following year, we started to develop what we call mandatory area closures. So we have district-wide closures that can shut down the entire fleet, and that would be the entire Shumigans area or the entire South Unimac area. But within that, there are smaller spatial fishing grounds where clusters of vessels will go. And even these are quite far away from each other. And the way that it works in our area is that chum and salmon in general will move through an area on a single tide, on a 4-hour time scale, and then they could be completely gone or they could be completely back. And so we moved to using those two mandatory tools. A mandatory district-wide closure, you know what? Every fishing ground in South Unimac doesn't look great. We're gonna shut it all down. We're just gonna shut it all down. Everybody in the South Unimac closes down. They could go to the Shumigans. That's a long way to go to hope that it's better over there. A lot of guys won't do that, and vice versa. And then we also have mandatory area closures. These are specific fine-scale fishing areas where a group of guys will say, hey, it's not looking great here. Our guys are just gonna shut it down in this one area. And then assuming it still looks pretty good in other areas, those guys will continue to fish until same thing. And they have the authority to do that, but that is something that the Fisherman Board will coordinate on and communicate that to everyone. So everybody knows when there's a small area closure here, they see it in the portal, they get an automatic email, they hear it on the radio, and they're like, hey guys, just a heads up, they might be coming your way, keep an eye out. So that's how that works. Voluntary closures, on the other hand, are simply a tool for individual fishermen who are on their own, who might not be fishing next to the rest of the group, or who just themselves don't want to, they're like, you know what, I'm close. I was looking at my individual vessel report card, and I felt like, my last delivery was a little high on chum, and I think I'm going to sit this one out. I need to make sure that I'm not, super far away from the fleet average. So they personally choose to stand down and they log that. We don't count that in the mandatory closures. That is a separate thing. We track it because we want to know for behavior, but that is not included in PC 118 and that is not considered mandatory. Does that help clear up?
It does. If I could just have a quick follow-up. Yeah, thank you for that explanation. I think that was great. I had another question, now I forgot it. Anyway, if I think of it, I'll ask you either here or off the record. Thanks.
Love that. Mr. Chamberlain and Mr. Wood.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for this wonderful testimony. I've got a lot of homework to do. You said, you mentioned that several of these salmon that were released were predated by salmon sharks. How do we, what is the metric we use to determine what that is? And I have a feeling I asked the right question.
I know everybody wants to talk about the adaptive management. All I want to talk about is tagging and research. Thank you so much for that question, Madam Chair. So What we do, we get a lot of data from these tags. So we program them to collect depth and ambient temperature, ambient light levels at 1 second intervals for the entire deployment of a tag. And then at a certain pre-specified date, that tag will pop up and it transmits the data in pulses over the satellite. So it does not require recovery, which is the beautiful thing about satellite tags. And then from those data, we can do a lot of things with them, but to answer your question specifically, we look at a combination of factors. So typically for a salmon shark, they're endotherms. And so we can see on a time series their depth, what temperature they're at, and then you'll see all of a sudden it will pop up rapidly to maybe 15, 16, 17 degrees, and then it'll start to hover between 18 and 25 degrees. And that is the temperature of a salmon shark's stomach. And then you'll see big dive behavior. You'll see, it'll look very uncharacteristic for a salmon. And then at some point, it has been digested, and it comes out one way or another. And from there, you can see that the tag will float right up to the surface, and that's when it starts to transmit. And I have really beautiful figures that I promise I'm going to submit once I have just a moment of time.
So, yeah, one quick follow-up. What's the timing? How long before those tags pop up naturally from the fish?
Through the chair, that's a great question. So it really depends. There's a lot of different ways that a tag can come up. Sometimes we'll see a tag that if a fish has died for whatever reason, maybe it's tagging effects, it'll sink to the seafloor, and then sometimes it takes a while. It could decompose, it could get nibbled on, and to the point where eventually it will pop up to the surface. That might take a little longer, but what we're seeing is that they are either predated, and then it just really takes the amount of time it takes to come out of the stomach, and it shoots straight up to the surface, like very quickly, because these are buoyant tags, and so they go straight up. And it could take a little bit. It could take a little bit longer if it's maybe ingested by a sea lion, but typically they come up right away and they immediately start transmitting, and we've got about 2 weeks of battery life for all of the data to be transmitted.
Thank you.
Mr. Wood.
Yeah, thank you. It's been cool to watch how this management plan has worked over the last 3 years. And I'm just wondering, the intent of this management plan is to save chum. And in the process, you've done a lot to look at fish tickets and counting and being super accurate. Is that true?
Through the chair, thank you for that question. And I'm going to get a little philosophical on you.
Not too philosophical.
Yes, Madam Chair, I promise. So to answer your question, we do everything within our power to make the data as accurate as possible. This is, I hate to take up more time, but we have multiple data streams that we work with. So we have buy reports that come in daily, and that is our best estimate that we get from the processors as they are going through and doing their average weights, they're extrapolating it, they're coming up with their estimate of what is being delivered that previous day. That's what we get first thing in the morning by 9 or 10 a.m., or else they get yelled at. And then the fishermen use that data, and that is an estimate. It's exactly what it sounds like. And then later, as the fish tickets start coming in, I'm working with the department, and we're looking at the fish tickets, which I have sole access to through confidentiality waivers. And then we start to compare notes, and we think, okay, on this day, this is how many tickets there were, this is how many landings have been put in the buy reports, what are we missing? And then we basically are looking every single day as those are coming in to understand what the differences are. But the truth is that accurate is not really the right word, because we work with the data that is best available to us as soon as possible, and that is the buy report data. We can't really change that because it's an estimate, but I will tell you that we account for any discrepancies that we see between the buy reports and the fish ticket data, and we are always calculating that in our heads when we're thinking about the absolute value of chum that are being harvested, as well as when we're thinking about, as we're approaching trigger dates. Because the department has to base their decision, as you know, on fish ticket data. That is the official data. So if the fish tickets are delayed, the department is going to have to make a call on their best judgment of whether there's a discrepancy and if they're going to have to close it early. And so we're constantly calculating that number to try to understand where are we really at that maybe we're not seeing in the buy reports that we're going to see later with the fish tickets. Thank you.
And I guess, so you basically answered the question. My next one was how close are you getting to the triggers? And this is all in an attempt to make sure you're not getting close, or you are getting too close. Is that true?
Through the chair, yes, that's true. And we, pre-season, we sat down with the board and we really tried to crunch some numbers and say, hey, worst case scenario, like what are we thinking about in terms of discrepancies in a buffer? And let's just kind of in our heads keep track of what that might be as we're calculating throughout the season. And we have never even come anywhere close to an additional conservative buffer on the triggers themselves. So we've never even had to implement that. Thank you.
Mr.
Thank you.
Swenson?
I just want to say quickly, if you ever leave this job, fishing game, don't let her get away.
Thank you. Thanks, Charlotte. A lot of really good information. Appreciate you.
Thank you,
Thanks
Madam
for
Chair.
explaining it to us in a way that is helpful.
Sorry for talking so much.
Guys, clapping, I've been pretty lenient with the clapping. It's not super helpful, and I'm going to start shutting it down. I understand, we want to encourage people, and she was phenomenal, but please don't do it. Please refrain. Patrick Brown, welcome, sir.
Thank you. Greetings, Madam Chair, esteemed members of the board. Thank you for this opportunity to speak today. My name is Patrick Brown, and I'm a lifelong resident of Sandpoint, Alaska, Area M fisherman and Chagnik tribe member. I've commercial fished for over 30 years and have been running boats for over 20 years. I'm a fourth-generation fisherman. There's a lot to be said about the Area M fishery, and there's a complex history behind us and a lot of public scrutiny regarding who we are and what we do. There are a lot of proposals written by outside factions who wish to harm our livelihood. And equally, there are a lot of misunderstandings surrounding the existence of our fishery and us as a people. People who have never been to our region put in harmful proposals cycle after cycle in an attempt to weaken us. And it is disheartening to have so much hate and criticism focused on us. I wish I could speak to every misunderstanding that stands in front of us, but the biggest and most harmful one is that there are many other alternative fisheries for us to participate in. The truth is, salmon fishing is the most important thing to us, and 80 to 90% of the vessels exist solely because of salmon. Vessels who are versatile in participating in many fisheries do so just to stay in business and pay the bills. Very few vessels could exist without salmon to be the main income source. Furthermore, while subsistence fishing is easy to prosecute, lack of land and abundance of sea means that land-based subsistence is limited. Another misconception is that Area M is an intercept fishery with no accountability, while in reality, Area M is a mixed stock fishery. Most every other fishery in the state of Alaska are mixed stock fisheries. Even Bristol Bay, which is mostly prosecuted in river, is a mixed stock fishery. Not only are fish in Bristol Bay caught that are destined for other rivers in their own region, is shown to harvest chums and kings that are destined for further up the coast in seawack. And bottom line, unless a fish is caught at the source of the top of the river, fish are being intercepted everywhere across the state. We have lost a lot of time and area over the years in Area M. We have voluntarily and mandatorily stood down many times, for many instances based often on time and speculation. We have the only sane test fishery in the state of its kind that monitors the presence of immature salmon. And if there are immature salmon present, we are shut down by regulation. Another misconception is that fish which are destined for Natal River are the property of the fishermen in that area. And that is where allocation comes into play. Our fishery has been allocated time schedules that reflect historical participation in the fishery. This time schedule has been tooled and retooled many times over the years. Before statehood and limited entry, there were no areas and there were no boundaries. Limited entry put a hard number on the amount of participants across the state. Most recently, in 2023, triggers were implemented to curtail chum harvests. The resources of the state are meant for the enrichment of all. Pastoral rights support this policy.
Thank you, Patrick. Any questions? Seeing none, would you like to give the AC report now?
Yes, thank you.
Please.
Greetings again, Madam Chair and esteemed members of the board. My name is Patrick Brown for the record, and I'm the chairman of the Sandpoint Advisory Committee. The Sandpoint AC is made up of 6 members. We are primarily commercial fishermen, but also hunters and subsistence users. Our members are involved in many commercial fisheries, but salmon fishing is by far the most important. We live in a remote area which is rich in natural resources, including some of the best salmon feeding and spawning grounds in the world. I represent commercial and subsistence users who reside in the city of Sandpoint. Our population is about 578 people according to 2020 census. This is down from 976 in 2010. We live on a small volcanic island that's less than 50 square miles in area. There are limited other industries available in our community, but our unique position at the northern end of the largest body of the world is something that has kept our people here for generations. Our community members are seiners, set netters, and drifters who navigate the high seas. Salmon is the lifeblood of our economy and our livelihood. And although there are other opportunities for commercial fishing, without commercial salmon fishing, our town would largely cease to exist. I'd like to reference AC 15, the results of our meeting previous to on-time comments. We oppose proposals 127 through 133 and 136, which aim to destroy the very core of our way of life. The Area M June fishery as we know it would be decimated and returned to the time between 2001 and 2003, when our June schedule was similar to these proposals and was nearly non-existent. Our fishery has operated successfully for the past 22 years with minimal impact and fairly low chum harvests overall. During the last board cycle, we were met with new regulations that removed time and area and put in triggers to effectively halt fishing and remove openings if large catches of chum occurred. In addition, the seine fleet as a whole has voluntarily stand-down measures enacted to halt fishing and announced closures in certain areas as necessary. With the availability of satellite communications, we're able to communicate freely across the entire area. As you can see from the results of the past 3 years, chum catches in the June fishery have been down, and we haven't even hit any of the triggers as a result of voluntary efforts and fleet adaptability plans. I've included in RC 25 a list of numbers, Area M June harvests, to reflect that. From 2003 to 2016, the seine, drift, gillnet, and set gillnet fisheries operated with 416 hours of fishing time between 5 openers in June. During this time, seiners self-regulated with mandatory closures and voluntary stand-downs. Beginning in 2017, drifters and seiners lost 64 hours of time for the month of June and were left with 488-hour openers, totaling 352 hours. Beginning in 2023, the maximum allowed hours for seiners has been 310 hours between 4 openers. And this is not including the time lost between voluntary stand-downs, self-imposed mandatory closures, and emergency order shutdowns that occurred when Chignik systems had not yet reached their escapement goals. Chum returns to CWAC from the time period between 2003 and 2019 remained relatively strong throughout the prosecution of our June salmon fishery. At least that is until 2020. In 2020, something changed. Strong evidence suggests environmental anomalies occurred between the years of 2016 and 2019 in the Bering Sea, with higher than normal water temperatures across western Alaska coast. This affected the smolts leaving their natal streams, where they encountered harsh climates and lack of food. According to the Yukon Management Annual Report of 2021, the 2021 season was predicted to be below average based on the parent years, which would have been the years of 2015 through 2018. As you can see, Bristol Bay fishery has been equally affected by low chum returns in the years described. Bristol Bay, which is known to harvest more than 1 million chums per year, fell short between the years of 2020 and 2025, when the bay harvested about half to a quarter of what they normally harvest. Additionally, the SEG for chums was not met in 3 of the 6 years. It's worth noting that the largest sockeye salmon run in the world only has a chum SCG of 200,000 fish and harvests regular in excess of 1 million fish. That's a 500% surplus. That's a really good return on any system. Bristol Bay sockeyes, for example, in 2024, 20 million fish were escaped, and they're harvested 31 million fish. It's about 150% return on surplus. That's considered fair, or pretty good, I think, according to the department. In reality, mixed stocks of AYK chums are being harvested in Bristol Bay, bound further up the coast. And their low harvests in the past 5 years are indicative of lack of AYK chums migrating past their rivers. We support Proposal 134, which Area M Seiners Association introduced, which would reinstate the former fishing schedule previous to 2023 of 4 equally spaced apart 88-hour openers during the month of June, from June 10th to 28th. The AC supports this proposal as it would allow time opportunities to fishermen in a climate where mandatory and voluntary stand-downs are the new normal. With the enactment of chum triggers for every opening, time is needed to find or wait for higher sockeye salmon ratios to harvest. Loss of time needs to be recouped and utilized wisely. We support proposals 119, 121, 122, 123, and 124, which would be beneficial to sedum user groups, particularly set netters. Historical sites in this area have not been utilized for many years due to low runs, but also because of archaic allocative rules that border on discrimination of user groups. In 2023, Chignik harvested over 1 million sockeye, and sedum didn't get to catch any of its allocation. There's a lot of restrictive language in the regulations that make it easier for the department to not allow openers. Having a 600,000 minimum harvest is particularly restrictive as commercial efforts have waned in years and the fleet has shrunk. We oppose Proposal 120, which seeks to push seiners out of the sedum until July 25th. We barely get time or opportunity to harvest the allocation as it is. We oppose Proposal 126, which seeks to impose restrictions on the Dogo Islands area and add it to the sedum management plan. This area already has its own management plan, which, though restrictive in nature, is not as restrictive as the sedum management plan, which has only offered openers in 1 year of the past 8. In 10 of the past 25 years, we had no fishing opportunities in sedum. In about 2/3 of the past 25 years, we weren't even allowed opportunities to reach our 7.6% allocation. The Chignik management area experienced a string of bad escapement and harvest years between 2018 and 2022. Scientific evidence shows that that time, the Gulf of Alaska between 2013 and 2017, a mass which became known as the blob, had formed as a result of warm ocean conditions and optimal growing conditions for pyrosomes, also known as sea pickles. There are resources which point toward environmental conditions in the Gulf of Alaska between 2013 and 2017. These would have been the parent years leading up to the catastrophic run failure in Chignik. These articles point toward environmental conditions in the North Pacific and Gulf of Alaska, which are characterized by warming waters and the presence of tropical organisms in the area. During this time, there were massive die-offs of cod stocks, seabirds, as well as evidence that marine mammals were malnourished as a result of lack of available resources. In the years leading up to the blob, the Chignik area had a successful fishery with healthy escapement and healthy harvest. Nothing in this time has changed on either side of the line until the run failure of 2018. What happened in the runs of 2018, 2020, 2021, and 2022 are anybody's guess. The quantifiable data does not point toward our fisheries having a large impact on the stocks. Our AC supports Chinook salmon conservation. We support Proposal 135, which aims to create a new regulation and provide the Department emergency order authority to require non-retention of Chinook salmon and to amend the retention provision. With larger Chinook harvests in recent years, we want to encourage the conservation of a resource by allowing these fish to continue their journey and life cycle. However, we oppose Proposals 147, 148, and 152, which claim to reduce incidental catches of Chinook. There's little to no scientific evidence to back the claim that the skew reduction will meet its ends it intends to meet. In addition, it would incur costly and untimely gear rebuilds that will likely not be available before the next season. We also oppose Proposal 151, which would remove leads from set gill netters. Gill netters have always been allowed to use leads, and this will negatively affect impact of operations of set netters. We support Proposals 138, 139, 144, 145 in regards to the post-June management plan. These are proposals put forth by local interests for the benefit of our fishery. We oppose Proposals 140, 141, 143 in regards to post-June management plan. These proposals come from outside interests with no stake in our fishery. They're ill-informed and misguided. Thank you.
Thank you for your AC report. Make sure that I was following along here with you, and that was AC 15, right? Just for other members.
Yeah, AC 15 and PC 15 as well.
Perfect, thank you. Ms. Irwin has a question for you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Brown, for your, providing the AC testimony and your service on the AC. My question was about, with regards to your comment that, that in the last couple of years, there's been a reduction in the CWAC chum harvest. I'm wondering, are you speaking specifically in regards to the seine fleet or in general of over the entire June month?
Yeah, through the chair. Thank you for the question. Yeah, as a result of the trigger caps implemented, a lot of stand-down measures have kept, historical catches low.
Okay, thank you. I'm wondering where you're getting that information, because from our genetic stock composition data in 2023, the CWAC harvest was 58,000 chum, and in 2024 it was 119,000. So if you have other data, that would be great to RC. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you for your testimony today. Appreciate you being here. Next up is Alvin Osterbach, followed by Mike Kurtz and Thomas Manos. Hi, Alvin, nice to see you.
Yes. Madam Chair and members of the board. Oh, before I start, for the state's information, Charlotte's not going anywhere. She's staying with us. She's our shining star. She's got boundless energy and smarts, and she's going to get us off of this 40-year-old merry-go-round with AYK.
Sounds like a bidding war.
Yeah, no pressure, Charlotte.
So, Madam Chair and members of the board, my name is Alvin Osterbach. I am the mayor of the Aleutians East Borough, which includes 6 communities in the boundaries of Area M. I would like to talk about the Aleutians East Borough. We formed in 1987 when the state of Alaska pushed for all areas of the state to form boroughs to help strengthen portions of the state and help growth and development. Upon formation of the Aleutians East Borough, we immediately took ownership of the schools in each of our communities as required by the state of Alaska. This alone was a large burden removed from each local government. Over time, we grew in our responsibilities to include infrastructure such as boat harbors, docks for our fishing fleets, airports, runways, terminal buildings, roads, invested in medical clinics, built new schools, and rebuilt existing school structures. All of this is accomplished using the 2% raw fish tax and federal and state match dollars. We have bonds that accompany most of our projects. The federal and state government approved these bonds because we have a stable tax base that they felt warranted the loaning of revenues. My comments are on Proposal 132, submitted by Fairbanks Fish and Game Advisory Committee. States we use nets 2,000 meters in length that equates to 1,093.5 fathoms. By regulation, an Area M seine can be 250 fathoms in length. Proposal 132 also states that the depth is 200 meters, which equates to 109 fathoms. The regulation states the depth of a seine is 375 meshes of 3.5-inch mesh. If this is stretched totally, it would be about 18 fathoms. So hung and fishing, roughly 12 fathoms, and there's also a 25 mesh chafing strip allowed on the lead line of 7-inch mesh. Proposal 132 also talks about the numbers of permits in Area M. So for the record, in 2025, 49 purse seine permits fished out of 117. 117 drift permits fished out of 161, and 52 set net permits fished out of 111. Total Area M permits fished in 2025 was 58% of the available permits. Another misleading issue is the size of the seiners. It's correct in the tonnage of vessels increasing from the 1960s, but the increase in tonnage started around 1980 as the fishermen started to adapt to fishing other species, such as king crab, cod, and pollock. These were necessary upgrades to provide a stable platform to safely harvesting of stocks. As I have witnessed over the past 40 years, there will be plenty of testimony pro and against each and every proposal. So I ask that each one be vetted properly and misinformation such as in Proposal 132 be called out and this type of misinformation be stopped before the proposal books are in print. I would also state, please use science when setting fish regulations. Also remember, every fishery is an intercept fishery. The only one that is not an intercept fishery is the one that takes fish from the spawning grounds. The closer to the natal stream, the higher the intercept rate. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Osterbeck. Any questions? Ms. Irwin?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Osterbeck, for making your way here and for testifying today. I asked this question of the school district earlier, but my question is, with regards to the funding that goes to the school from the borough being based off of the fish tax, my question was, since there's been such a long fight and on this issue, has the borough done anything to begin to transition out of the reliance on the fish tax for the school district?
We've actually, when we set up the borough, a couple of years afterwards, what we did was we started a permanent fund because we started bonding projects, and the assembly was sitting down going like, hey, what happens if we have a glitch in the fishery? How do we pay our bonds? You know, and we kind of asked the state, if we can't pay our bonds, what are you going to do? They said, we're going to come and put in a property tax, and we're going to collect our money. So we started a permanent fund. And the fund was set up originally our goal was to put $20 million in it so we would have money in the bank, so if we had a bad year, we could pay. Well, over time, we've grown that because money back in those years, so I went to the bank a few years ago and said, so we got the $20 million, but what is $20 million in today's money? And it came out to be more like $43 million. So we increased the fund. We have the money there, so we kind of set it up like the state, so we can use 4%, that's over a 5-year average, each year that we can take out of there. And that is our first obligation, is to fund the school systems. And this year, we're doing our budget right now. We're starting to look at it because budgets we do them in June for the new fiscal year in July. So basically, our cap is about 1.3 million for the school district. And right now, looking at the fisheries, you know, as near as we can in our little glass ball, is our fish tax is only going to be probably about 1.5. So, you know, we have some work to do because we're looking at least probably a $2.3 million deficit in the total budget for this year.
Okay, thank you very much for that information.
You bet.
Mr. Chamberlain?
Thank you, Mayor. That's wonderful information. Just breaking this down a little further, what percentage of your borough revenues derived from the June salmon landing taxes, roughly?
You know, I probably should have brought that here with me, but I didn't. Actually, no, I can't answer it accurately. I can get it for you, though. I can get you the total budget.
That would be very much appreciated. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate you. Mike Kurtz? Good evening. Welcome.
Madam Chair, board members, most likely there won't be any problem with the no clapping policy with my testimony. But anyways, my name is Michael Kurtz. I fished Area M as a drifter from 1969 to 1974, and I've purse-seined there till present. I'm opposed to any restriction or area reduction or restrictions of gear for our area. I don't have a lot to say. I'm really proud of all the younger people that have come forward, given testimony. It's been accurate, and all I could do is to repeat it. I do have a couple of things I'd like to talk on, though. One being on the redacted, our program for chums in June. One of the things that was mentioned a few times in casual is we didn't catch many fish, or we had too many chums. They were offshore. We went to the beach. That's one of the reasons we have this management plan we do, is because you don't know. We're fluid. We're there on every tide and every day, and it changes every day. It might be the beginning of a tide. It might be offshore chums and more reds closer to the beach, or it might be totally opposite. Or there might be all offshore if we've had a lot of storms and there's a lot of dirty water on the beach. So I just wanted to clear that up. Also on P-188, the Dutch Harbor herring fishery. That fishery was established years ago. Before World War II. There was a commercial and subsistence herring fishery out there. It terminated for World War II. And in 1981, it was started up again, and we fish it till present. The reason we started fishing in 1981 was the herring there have a real high oil content and a real high food value. So that was where they wanted to catch it. There was a 5,000-ton quota. That was what it was before World War II, I guess. That was the quota that was established when we first started doing it. And as it's changed over the years when there become row fisheries that wanted us just to take a percentage for that fishery. What we want to do now, and I've fished that fishery since 1981, what we want to do now is not take away any more fish. All we want to do is utilize some of the unused catch that's not being taken and put it on the market in our local area there for the demand that's there with the product that we have there. In the past, we've tried selling roe herring for bait, and it was never well accepted. The oil content's gotten too weak for the spawning process. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Wood.
Yeah, thank you, Mike. I'm over here. This mic.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
It's all right. Hey, over the years that you've lived through all these different management plans, how has this one currently worked compared to the years that you have fished in the past in terms of conserving chum?
There hasn't been another one that's come close, because you can't manage for something you don't know what's going to happen. And we're right there managing for what we're seeing is happening at the time. The fact that we got commercial fishermen, who aren't exactly the most agreeable fraternity, to agree 100%, I think is remarkable. It's the best that we've come up with yet. And working with the Fish and Game and the processors, all of us together in a quick as possible portal. Charlotte spoke to it as well as you could.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Thomas Manos, followed by Charles Mendeluk and Robin Samuelson and Rick Eastlick. Welcome.
Madam Chair, Board, my name's Tom Manos. I'm the father of an Area M fishing family. I fished there since 1999, I think. No, 1991. I fished in various fisheries from Naked to Norton Sound, and over the last 50 years, and participated in the Board of Fisheries process for over 46 years. It's always been a contentious. I shouldn't say contentious, but its purpose is to deal with contentious issues, and there have been contentious issues in the time I've been there. I was in Juneau when we had to pull Wayne Alex off the table as he's trying to throttle Jerem Bruce. And it's appropriate that we have a group like the Board of Fish to address those. And that group has probably helped make Alaskan fishing one of the healthiest resources in the world as far as fishing goes. And I appreciate that part of it. I've mentored many young fishermen and onboarded them into the fishery. In my decades of fishing, I've never seen a group of fishermen cooperate in conservation like they did in this adaptive management program. In fact, I'm not sure I would have been willing to do this when I was fishing. This is a major sacrifice for them for their June fishing. I find it hard to support continued sacrifice without evidence of a measurable benefit to the Yukon or its subsistence users. However, this group of fishermen has made it work and is willing to continue making it work. I'm going to yield my time now because I know you're busy, but I have total respect for these young people and these people that have pulled this off. And it's shocking to me that people would have anything to say that's not supportive of it.
Thank you, Mr. Manas. Any questions? Appreciate you being here. Charles Mendeluk? Menadaluk. Sorry. Good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Council members, I'm back. Mr. Chair, I would ask 20 seconds before you start the timer. I just wanted to, for my boss, I want to do this. Quirk is comprised of 20 federally recognized tribes in the Northern Sound Bering Strait region. Quirk offers many programs to our tribes and tribal members, and one of which is the subsistence program. And my name is Charles Menadaluk. I am the subsistence program director. Okay, through the chair. Quirk Incorporated submitted proposal 129 asking for a delay in the start of the area fishery by 10 days to allow chum salmon the time they need to migrate to the area fishery and to their home rivers. We also support 7 other proposals seeking to limit the area commercial fishing season. Delaying the commercial fishing opening can be expected to have a clear and direct benefit on Western Alaska salmon populations. Over the last couple of years, across several regions of Western Alaska, there has been a salmon crash of all 5 Pacific salmon species. From 2018 to 2023, the Northern Sound, through the state weir counts and compiled through the state website, saw an 80% average decline in chum salmon escapement in each of the 14 river systems in the region that are counted by the state of Alaska. That includes one river system which experienced a 97% decline in that same period. So it's, empty. Quirk recognizes that the drivers and the cause of salmon decline in the Northern Sound region and across Western Alaska are complex, with contributing factors including climate change, altered predator-prey dynamics, pollution, fishing pressure. While many of these factors are beyond our direct control, protecting intercepted fish is within our control and within your control here today. In addition to the ecological impacts of salmon crashes, the salmon declines we are living through negatively impact the food security, health, and culture of communities across Western Alaska. Given the wide-scale importance of salmon to Western Alaska, it is critically important that action be taken here to protect salmon migrating through Area M. And I need to reference RC 50, which was submitted. In addition to allowing more salmon to pass through Area M, Quirk's proposal can be expected to reduce chum chucking or throwing landed salmon overboard, as the delayed commercial fishing start date would prevent most of the intercept of chum salmon by Area M fishermen. In 2023, the Alaska State Troopers gave out 9 citations for chum chucking. I won't elaborate how I feel about that, but throwing landed salmon overboard. In addition to exemplifying wastefulness, a major problem with chum chucking is that those numbers aren't counted. Could be 100,000 salmon that are being thrown overboard. And I just have one more paragraph, if I may, ma'am.
Sorry. Damn it. But what you can do is if you can RC that and or you can, and if there's very specific points on the proposals, we'd welcome hearing from you in the committee process.
Okay,
Thank you.
all right.
Mr. Samuelson.
Any questions?
Oh, sorry, yep, are there any questions? Don't see any. Appreciate you, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Mr. Samuelson, come on up. Welcome back.
Welcome back.
I can tell you're thrilled.
Back in purgatory. Right, Commissioner?
You're in good company.
My Board of Fish, Madam Chair, my name's Robin Samuelson. I'm from Dillingham, Alaska. I was born and raised there 74 and a half years ago. I fished in Bristol Bay as captain for 57 years. I attended the first Board of Fish meeting probably 72. I sat on the Board of Fish for 3 years. The governor wanted to reappoint me. Again, I told him I didn't want to be in purgatory anymore. I moved on to the North Pacific Fishery Management Council for 9 years and put the Chignik cap on the trawl fleet. Madam Chair, this is a historic Board of Fish meeting. You've got the Yukon people sitting on the beach for 7 years. My grandfather, my daughter's grandfather lives in Koyukuk, Mr. Jones, and he says, the state might have closed the fishing season down, subsistence season down, but I'm setting my net. And they took his net away and cited him to court. They didn't do anything in court, but every year he sets his net, fishing game comes and pulls it. He passed away here recently. I support proposal 127, 133, 131, 132, 136, 131, and you got to look at what NEMS did to the trawlers. They capped them at 45,000 chums, Western Alaska chums. REM, seine, and gillnet fleet harvests millions of chums, more than the trawlers. Look at my graph I showed you. The Board of Fish cannot let this harvest continue. Let this fishery stay status quo, or let the fishery stay status quo. Yukon folks cannot take one chum for 7 years. They are completely closed down. You must reduce their catch by a big amount and pull them off the capes and make them fish inside their bays. You do that, they'll go nuts. Why are they on the capes? Because it's a mixed stock fishery. Proposal 135, 3 years ago, in Bristol Bay, Chignik, this board took action to save king populations. We supported those measures. Did we like them? No. We supported even though they affected us. The only king salmon spawning beds for king salmon is the North Peninsula area, and their spawning escapement is small. Most of the kings are caught in South Peninsula and the North Peninsula. And our migrating kings, they are headed for Bristol Bay, Yukon, Kuskokwim. You, the board, knows this problem, and we are having what the problems we're having in Western Alaska with our king salmon. And you've taken action to help save the Western Alaska king salmon stocks. Now the board needs to stop the interception of our king stocks in the Shumagan fisheries. They catch our big kings. There's not a damn escapement river in that area.
Thank you, Robin. Any questions for Mr. Samuelson? Thank you for being here. Appreciate it. And I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we're gonna.
That's all right.
Got to move on.
I know the rules.
3 minutes goes fast.
I know the rules. Thank you, ma'am.
My apologies. Thank you for being respectful of it. Rick Eastlick. Followed by George Gunderson, John Foster, and Keith Williams.
Madam Chair, board members, my name's Rick Eastlick. I'm a set net fisherman from Sandpoint. I have two proposals before this board. The first one is Proposal 137. We're asking that the set net fishermen be given 1 day of fishing at the end of the last period in June. The state's Appendix B, the department's Appendix B, shows that the most set netters ever fished in 1 day this past year in June was 12 of us. There was only 4 days when there was the double digits, 1 day of 10, 2 days we had 11, and then the 1 day of 12. Because of the less than 3 fishermen, it triggers that confidentiality. So on average, there's about 7 to 8 set net fishermen in the Chignik Islands in the month of June. I know to alleviate any concerns you might have, I just want to say that under ideal conditions, it takes about 9.5 hours from Sand Point to King Cove, and from Sand Point to False Pass is about 14 hours. So it's highly unlikely you'll see any increase in effort if we're given this 1 day. My second proposal is 146. There's 7 periods in the month of July in the Chignik Islands. This proposal would, after the 3rd opening, starting the 4th opening, the set netters would be given an additional 24 hours. We're fishing 36 hours, and then we're sitting on the beach for 60 hours. Well, this proposal's mostly out of boredom, because to sit there on a small boat for 60 hours waiting for the next opportunity to fish, is pretty tough sometimes, number one. Number two, I fish about 3 hours from town. Some of the set net fishermen are like 5 hours away from town. So to paddle back and forth is a great fuel expense for us, and to go around these capes can be quite dangerous. So that's why we're asking for these 4 additional days. And again, this is a very small fleet. I'd just like to address some of I'm the oldest set net active fisherman, Area M. There's times when it would be 3/4 of a mile out, we'd have kelp. That kelp is gone. Used to be you couldn't sleep because of all the birds. Okay.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you for being here. Appreciate your testimony today. George Gunderson. Good evening, sir.
Oh, yeah, I guess we are in the evening. Thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair and board members. My name is George Gunderson. I am an Area M fisher and member of the Polar Farby tribe. I am here to oppose further restrictions on Area M fishery. Right now, there is growing pressure from multiple regions to further restrict or close down Area M in response to an AYK chum salmon decline. Area M is not the problem. Chum salmon migrate throughout Alaska. They pass through many fisheries, including Bristol Bay, Togiak, Chignik, and others. Every one of these fisheries encounter some chum salmon bound for western Alaska. That is the reality of salmon migration. There is no single fishery responsible. Area M is being singled out unfairly for a problem that is much bigger than any one region. At the same time, we cannot ignore the environmental changes happening across Alaska. Western patterns have shifted, weather patterns have shifted, storms are becoming more frequently and more severe. Now there are a whole community being washed out with flooding and erosion that are damaging river systems and affecting salmon spawning and survival. I would also like to refer to RC 014, 015, 016, 017, 18. These are some real factors impacting salmon population in western Alaska. Further restrictions and or closing Area M will not stop storms, it will not fix rivers, it will not fix the problem. Area M fishermen are not causing the AYK decline. We are hardworking fishing families trying to survive. We have already faced restrictions, uncertainty, and hardship. Further restrictions and our closing area will not rebuild Western Alaska salmon, but it will devastate our community. So I am opposing proposal 120, 126, 127, 128, 129, 130, 131, 132, 133, and 136. Please do not sacrifice our fishing community in an attempt to solve the AYK salmon crisis. Meanwhile, Chignik salmon are improving, especially in their second run. There was no need for further restrictions on Area M in July, so I am opposing proposal 140, 141, 143, 147, 148, 151, and 152. Also, I would like to refer to RT3 tab 1, page 13. Also, I am a member of Standpoint AC, and I am in support of the same proposals that they are. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? Thank you for your testimony today. Very clear, very concise. Mr. John Foster, followed by Keith Williams and Madison Thompson. Is John Foster here today? Keith Williams? Welcome.
Madam Chair and members of the board, my name is Keith Williams. I've been fishing out of King Cove since 2013. Area M has undergone significant changes, which have impacted our operations and strategies. The 2023 Adaptive Management Plan, adopted and supported by the Board of Fisheries, introduced real-time management strategies, including targeted test fishing to guide decisions and minimize chum salmon harvest. This is stewardship in practice and has proven effective. As part of the Adaptive Management Plan, structured test fishing takes place each year on June 8th, 9th, and 10th. During the 2025 season, I was responsible for conducting test fishing in the South Unimak area. Test fishing requires making controlled sets to collect data on chum salmon abundance, which helps inform management decisions before the broader fleet begins fishing. This data is critical to managing the fishery responsibly and reducing chum salmon encounters. In 2025, I volunteered to cover 2 separate test fishing sites. This meant my crew and I had to have our vessel and gear fully prepared 3 days before the rest of the fleet. We traveled approximately 35 miles to the first test site, conducted 3 test sets, and carefully recorded the number of species of fish caught in each set. We then traveled another 20 miles to the second site and repeated the process. After completing both locations, we traveled an additional 40 miles to False Pass to deliver the fish to the processing plant. In total, that is more than 80 miles of travel over the course of the operation. The fuel consumption, time commitment, and effort required are significant. The proceeds from the fish caught during test fishing are split 50-50 with the department. However, that revenue does not come close to covering the fuel and operational costs. In past seasons, the Sailors Association has helped offset some of the fuel expenses, sharing the financial burden across the fleet. This experience illustrates the level of sacrifice, coordination, and commitment required for the Adaptive Management Plan to function effectively. Despite these challenges, the system has worked. Over the past 3 years, we have demonstrated our ability to adapt in real time and reduce chum salmon harvest while still operating efficiently. For adaptive management to remain effective, sufficient fishing time in the area is essential. Adequate time allows the fleet to coordinate operations, avoid high chum concentrations, and focus on sockeye harvest. Continued support and understanding from the board will be critical to maintaining both sustainability and economic viability in the fishery. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Appreciate your testimony today. Oh, did you have one, Mike? Oh, okay. Nope, we're good. Thanks. Just thought I saw a hand go up. Apparently, I'm starting to see things. Madison Thompson, followed by Liam Hoblet and Edgar Smith. Is Madison here? How about Liam Hoblet? Edgar Smith? Christian Porter? Oh, sorry. See? Nope, you're good. Edgar? You're good. Apparently, I can't see.
Madam Chair, the Board of Fish, my name is Edgar Smith. I am a Aleut fisherman and am from the Unga tribe. My family has been fishing in the Southeastern District for thousands of years. The Southeastern District Senator submitted proposals to this board cycle, all asking and referring to improving the gear it fishes and the time it needs to produce a living from set netting. I am the author of Proposal 139 and an amendment to the Proposal 139 with RC 11 to start fishing into August to a lower percent of the pink salmon BEG in the Shumigan Islands for the set netters. Fishing Game opposed the proposal because the set days in August would hamper their ability to regulate the August pink salmon EOs by EOs. And they also added weather as a factor in their plane flying to survey streams. My intentions with the amendment to Proposal 139 ensures Fishing Game has all the management tools with no restrictions to managing the August pink run under EOs, but what is new in the proposal and amendment is the sentinels are able to start fishing in August in the Shumigan Islands section when 30% of the lower end of the pink BEG for the whole peninsula is met. The Board of Fish passed a 25-item lead for area M set netters in 2010. A few board cycles later, the board improved the use of the lead for the set netters, only to the proposal 151 from Chignik Intertribal Coalition saying the lead increases the interception for the set net fleet. Since the lead was passed in 2010, the set net fleet has shrunk to half it was in 2010 in the Southeastern District, a decrease in interception. Governor Dunleavy enacted Administrative Order 360 mandates executive branch agencies to review and reduce state regulations by 15% by the end of the year and 25% by the end of 2027. The Sediment Management Plan is one of the most complicated plans for the salmon fishery in the state of Alaska, with the most regressive management regulations for the set netters in Southeastern District mainland. It can be simplified, and there are all the proposals submitted to the board to do this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? Appreciate your testimony. And you said you had amended language in RC 11, right? Thank you. Christian Porter? Okay. Stanislaus Shepherd? Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Ang my name is Stanislaus Shepherd. My Eskimo name is Uduk. I was born and raised in Mountain Village on the Lower Yukon. With hearing all the testimonies, I'm not going to try to go in there. I'm just going to, I have RC 053, and it'll just focus on pictures, skim through them real quick. On page 1, it shows you where my village is located on the Lower Yukon. Page 2 is my better half cutting the fish, whitefish, on the table at fish camp. She's my fish commissioner. She tells me when to go out and how much to catch. Page 3, my job is to hang them up, make sure there's enough space between the fish. Then after the outside dries, I turn them back over and let the meat dry a little bit. Page 4, it's the same thing, I just added more fish on there. Page 5, I move them into the smokehouse. I separate them, whitefish first couple rows and the cheefish in the back. Then the smoking process started. About 4 or 5 years ago, I really didn't know how to take care of these. I was taught all my life how to take care of chum, king. So I started off with 8 or 10, because this is my first time handling different fish on the rack. And then I got it down packed. I put up a total of 87 cheefish and whitefish together this year, and we distributed out to
elders in my community, and they were surprised how they turned out. So, page 6 is my brother, his daughter, and my better half over there. We're working on moose meat after we take care of those cheafish and whitefish. Page 7. Now this shows you my boatload of wood. There's never a dull moment in camp. We had students come out to my camp during the cultural week in September. After they get there, about 20 students altogether, they ran wildly around my camp. I caught myself controlling them. And we brought them in the building. As I was growing up, I passed on the traditional knowledge that was passed down to me. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Stan. I really enjoyed seeing your pictures. It looks like a really nice spot that you have for your camp there, and it's it's helpful to see pictures like this. It's good. Any questions? Thank you for being here. Thank you for your testimony today. Cheryl Cadzo? Okay. Karen Gillis? We're losing folks. Jimmy Weaver? Great. Happy to see you. Press the button on the mic there, turn you on. Now you're good.
We good now? Madam Chair, board members, I thank you for your service on the board. My name is Jim Weaver. I have been a resident of Alaska for 63 years and have been gill netting in Area M for 35. I currently live in Homer, Alaska. I've made my living in Alaska waters, Cook Inlet, Area M, and the Bering Sea since I was very young. Some of what we have heard in these meetings is absolute disregard for the scientific evidence that shows what is happening in the Yukon drainages. It is also well documented by science that Area M catches a very small amount of fall chum. In fact, last month, you had a Bristol Bay meeting where they catch 4 times as many seawack chums as Area M does. And once again, the fact that Bristol Bay, which borders the AYK region, has a much larger harvest of seawack chums than Area M, yet everyone is quiet about it. However, at an Area M meeting, everyone comes to attack an area that doesn't even border AYK, catches less fish, and is 600 miles further away. It's hard for me to comprehend the fact that this isn't clear for others to understand. You cannot make life on the Yukon River better by destroying economic opportunity on the peninsula. If you believe that problems in AYK can be solved by cuts to our fishery, in spite of what science shows to be true, then you are simply using emotion instead of reason. That is not compassion, but it does border on intolerance. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Ehrman has a question for you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Weaver. My question is just, was there a presentation or a report from our Bristol Bay meeting that said that it was catching that much more seawack chum than Area M? And if so, I would love to be pointed to it.
The one I was pertaining to was, one of them was WASSUP and study from back in the, however many years ago that was.
From 2009 to 2007
Yes.
to 2009? Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks. Up next is Steve Brown, followed by David Palushkin and Jesse Rogers. Hi, Steve.
Hello.
Madam Chair, members of the board, my name's Steve Brown. I live in Homer. I'm president of Concerned Area M Fishermen, which represents approximately 100 salmon drift permit holders on the Alaska Peninsula. We have members who live throughout coastal Alaska from Dutch Harbor to False Pass, King Cove, up to the Kenai Peninsula and Homer, and up here in the Anchorage Bowl, Wasilla as well. My plea to the board here today is to support sound, evidence-based decision-making. I represented CAMP on the WASP advisory panel as one of 11 stakeholder groups from 2006 to 2012 when the report was first published. That project cost the state of Alaska somewhere between $8 and $10 million. The South Peninsula chum and Chinook sampling that was done the last 3 years cost the state an additional $2 million, and the SEEB genetic study from the early 1990s is also funded by the state, and I'm guessing a couple $1 million there as well. And before that was the 1987 tagging study on the South Peninsula, which probably cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not more. My point is that the state of Alaska spent significant resources trying to learn the answers to the questions that stakeholders have raised at these meetings over the last 30 years, and we should apply what we have learned to our fisheries management. Please support the concepts in Proposal 134 that asks to continue the adaptive management that the fleet has done over the last 3 years since the 2023 meeting, and has done that successfully. We believe this has made a reduction in chum harvests and is also supported by the department in their staff comments. We are opposed to proposals such as 131 that asks for a 10-day minimum closure from June 12th to the 22nd. For the drift fleet, these are extinction level proposals, as normally the majority of the drift fleet leaves the South Peninsula fishery for Port Muller on June 20th, if there is fishing opportunity in the North Peninsula. It's unclear from this proposal whether there would be any opportunity on the South Peninsula before June 12th. Most of CWAC chum contribution in the June fishery appears to come from non-Yukon Western Alaska systems, mostly Bristol Bay and to some degree the Kuskokwim. And this is borne out by historical tagging data. So my question is, do we close the South Peninsula fishery for 10 days, send chums around the corner just to get caught in the Bristol Bay sockeye fishery 2 weeks later? It's unclear to me what the benefit to that overall is, and the harm to the local fishery is pretty obvious. So again, I would ask the board to allow the fleet to continue to refine the plan that has worked pretty well the last 3 years and keep it in place. Thank you.
Thanks, Steve. Quick question for you.
Yes.
What is the drift fleet's participation in the adaptive management strategy that's been using?
It's a little bit different in the seiners because our fleet, obviously, our catch rates are quite a bit less. We did stand down June 10th for the last 3 years. As far as to my knowledge, that was 100% participation by the drift fleet in that. We don't do formal stand downs like the seiners have done in their plan, but we have taken time off voluntarily, and there's been some reporting to Charlotte that's incorporated in some of her data.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thanks for your testimony today.
Thank you.
David Palushkin, followed by Jesse Rogers and Joe Hinton. Welcome, David.
Good afternoon, ma'am, members of the chair, members of the board. My name is David Palushkin. I came to Alaska with my parents in 1970 and have lived in Alaska till this day. I came to fish in the REM as a crew member in 1986, bought my own permit in 1987. I have been fishing in the REM for the last 40 seasons. I belong to CAMF. In the last few years, the escapement at Nelson River has exceeded the upper escapement goal by 500,000 fish in 2024 and 300,000 in 2025. These excessive returns to Nelson River have demonstrated that the run in the near future will suffer. REM fishermen should be able to harvest the sockeye salmon above the upper escapement goal as found in Proposal 113 for the Caribou Flats section, which I support. The last 3 years have been devastating for us on the North Peninsula, except for Nelson Lagoon, which has been having great runs. Proposal 116 would put the last nail in the coffin of shutting down the whole fishery. If the Port Muller drift gillnet fleet is eliminated, so will Nelson Lagoon, as there aren't enough fish for that fishery alone to support tendering fish to False Pass or somewhere else. The Port Muller fishery has been around since 1906. This proposal is the most restrictive proposal for the North Peninsula since I have been fishing in Area AM. There is no reason for such drastic restrictions. Pushing us into within 1.5 miles offshore and with 4-day concurrent per week mandatory closures will put the fleet into very dangerous situations. The whole coastline has sandbars along 1/4 mile to 3/4 of a mile offshore, and with the onshore Bering Sea winds, there are huge breakers on these sandbars, and it is not possible to fish in these proposal, and this proposal forces us into these waters. Most of the boats are deep draft, open ocean boats. This proposal will have large safety issues for the fleet. A study done in our fishery in 2016 by the University of Washington showed inside the 1.5 miles or all the way to 3 miles, there's no difference between sockeye salmon stock composition. The fish are all mixed, enclosing some imaginary corridor for the river system that already has too many fish swimming upriver is not necessary for conservation and will destroy the North Peninsula fishery. The Nelson River has met or exceeded the escapement goal 52 years out of the last 53 years, and clearly there is no biological reason for the proposal. This proposal lacks any supporting evidence and severely undermines the North Peninsula fishery, and I oppose Proposal 116. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Any questions? Appreciate your testimony today.
Thank you.
Jesse Rogers. Good evening.
Hello, Madam Chair and board members. I'm Jesse Rogers. I live in Dillingham, Alaska, in the Bristol Bay region. I consider myself a subsistence fisherman before anything else. I do commercial fish Bristol Bay Reds drift. I'm speaking on Proposal 188. I oppose allocating 15% of unharvested Togiak Sacro herring fishery to the Dutch Harbor food and bait herring fishery. Togiak Bay is a land of subsistence. It's a very beautiful country, rich subsistence and Yupik culture. My mom's dad's from an old Togiak village, Kasangamute, on the Togiak River. I've been spending the best part of each spring the last few years in Togiak Bay during late April, early May to get a row on kelp. I usually get 2 to 3 totes for my family. The years I can't get herring, I barter with people over there for row on kelp. People in the community of Twin Hills and Togiak Bay have mentioned that ever since there has been no commercial fishery, the herring spawn on kelp, the Maluchwalk have been thicker, and like grapevines, it's the best Maluch they've had in years. It's slowly starting to get better, the row on kelp, since they've had a chance to get thicker. People from Aleutian, Dillingham, and Manacook also travel to harvest Maluch in Togiak Bay. It's important subsistence harvest and family activity. The subsistence value of herring is really important. When the herons show up, everything comes to life in that bay. All the birds and marine mammals like the seals, halibut, sea lions show up in big numbers, bears on the coastline. Heron is very vital to the broader ecosystem. There are changes out there, and people are worried about broader ecosystem impacts. Elders say the seals are not as fat as they used to be, and when harvested, they sink a lot easier. Even on the good news side, where there's Western Alaska heron stock, subsistence hunters say there's a lot less seals than there used to be. Springtime, the heron is vital to food source for those ringed, spotted, and bearded seals. Give another 8% allocation away to a Dutch Harbor bait fishery, our region will never get that quota back. A better solution would be to find a way to get our region and communities like Togiak directly involved with that quota and create a plan for that to happen. A lack of a market is not enough justification to give away additional allocation. A current biomass estimate is needed by ADF&G before any long-term reallocation is made. ADF&G needs to prioritize surveys and current biological information to better understand heron population. Please move slow and conservatively on reallocating any herring. We need a very cautious approach, especially if there's any drop in the Togiak heron population. Please consider the traditional council at Togiak's position and public comment 200 in opposition to heron allocation. I do subsistence fish the Nishigak. In our region, we are worried about our decline in king and chum runs and future conservation measures. I'll be on the table down the road to save the kings. All right, thank you guys.
Thank you, Jesse. Good timing in 5 seconds. Any questions? Thank you for being here. Joe Hinton, followed by Mickey Sharp and George Anderson. Welcome.
Thank you. You hear me? Okay. Hello, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Joe Hinton. I live in Seward and I fished Area M for 37 years. For the record, please note Figure 1 for Proposal 113, PC 41. I hope it's in color, because if it's not in color, it's pretty much useless. I'm here today in support of Proposal 113, which would reopen the Caribou Flats section to commercial salmon fishing. Caribou Flats was closed to commercial salmon fishing in 1989 and has remained closed for the past 36 years. The Nelson River system is relatively straightforward for Fish and Game to manage due to lower in-river harvest and the presence of an upriver weir. This system demonstrates a clear cyclical pattern. Periods of high escapement are consistently followed by very poor returns within 3 years due to the chronic overescapement. In the 1990s, there were roughly 50 to 60 permits actively fishing Nelson Lagoon. Last year, only 13 permits made more than 20 deliveries over a 45-day period, even though fishing was open 24 hours a day. Additionally, approximately 2/3 of those permits belong to a non-resident family that fishes during the summer and then returns to Oregon. This highlights the continued decline in meaningful local participation. Reopening Caribou Flats would provide Fish and Game with an additional and much-needed management tool, particularly to address the overescapement issues that have plagued the Nelson River system for decades. King salmon in the Nelson River are actively managed only through June 15th. After that date, management shifts to sockeye salmon, with king salmon encountered only incidentally. Due to the small mesh sockeye gear used, incidental king salmon harvest is virtually non-existent, and Fish and Game has stated that incidental king salmon catch would not be a limiting factor if Caribou Flats were reopened. Looking at the history since the closure, in 26 of those 37 years, the upper end escapement goal has been met or exceeded. And in the last 53 years, the Nelson River has met or exceeded the escapement goal 52 of those years. The first escapement objective of 30 to 60,000 fish ends on June 30th. In many years, the Nelson River has already met the entire season's escapement goal of 97,000 to 219,000 fish by that date alone, on June 30th. Given the persistent overescapement issues, reopening Caribou Flats would allow Fish and Game to manage the system based on conservation objectives rather than purely social constraints. It would also create a viable outside beach fishery, allowing Nelson Lagoon fishermen to fish around the clock instead of being restricted to a few hours per day during the slack tide inside the lagoon. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thanks, Joe. Mr. Carpenter.
Yeah, thanks. Just want to see if you could restate something. The part about the number of pounds that were harvested and the number of participants in the set net fishery in there, could you restate what that was again?
Yeah, it wasn't pounds, it was deliveries.
Oh, okay.
So last year there were 13 permits that made more than 20 deliveries.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for your testimony tonight.
Okay, thank
I don't
you.
see any more questions. Thank you. Mickey Sharp. Welcome back, Mickey.
Howdy. Hello, board members, Fisheries Board members, and Madam Chair. My name is Mickey Sharp. I'm Bristol Bay fisherman of Twin Hills, Alaska. I oppose Proposal 188, and I'm in support of Proposal 136. I oppose 188 as I'm concerned about the ecological impact increased herring fishing activity in Togiak Bay Every year, we are seeing more and more dead whales throughout the years, and herring is one of the main food source, what comes once a year. Food gathering kelp row is a very important tradition for all of us Alaskans. I also barter kelp to also one of my barrow friends also. They love the kelp. I support Proposal 136 fully because of the loss of Togiak chum stocks has been an issue for residents of Togiak since the 1980s. Over the years, many subsistence harvest seals have been noticeably less fat, and many of us living in Bristol Bay, Western Alaska, depend on kelp, healthy seal fat to survive. Togiak prediction runs every year has been not achieved what we fishermen have been expecting, and the runs have been lower every year. Also, back in the day when there used to be a lot more fish, the Togiak Bay also heard there's this one lady, and she caught a king, and it took her, I don't know how long, but the tide went out, the tide came back in, and she managed to get the fish in. She went to deliver the fish, and it took 3 grown men to put the king into the tender. That was back in the day when there was a lot of big kings.
Thank you. Did you have more
No,
to add?
I'm
Okay.
done. Thank
Okay, great. Questions, Mr. Godfrey?
Yeah, when you were discussing at the beginning of your testimony, you're discussing herring. Did you say dead quails?
Yes, I'm starting to see a lot more dead whales every year, like anywhere from 4 to 5.
And forgive me, because I thought that's what you said, and that's indicative of what? That went over my head.
I think it's from a lack of eating herring.
So it's not enough herring for the quails, is your
Yes.
opinion? Thank you.
I also see it a lot of bones also in the Nushagak area.
Thank you. I understand now.
Thanks, Mickey. Appreciate your testimony tonight. George Anderson? We're gonna. Welcome, George.
Good evening. Happy Friday. Madam Chair, board members, I am George Anderson, President of the Chignik Intertribal Coalition. In 2024 and 2025, severe Chinook conservation measures were implemented in Chignik Bay. Chignik was restricted to a 48-hour maximum fishing per week, or a 71% reduction in time to conserve kings. Nushagak, 37% in the drift fishery, 46% for set netters, depending on the week. Copper River experienced a delay in their openings in 2025 for an entire week, or 168 hours to conserve Chinook. Upper Cook Inlet Set, also enduring sweeping restrictions in time for king conservation. Conservation actions for king salmon in these 4 areas result in a loss of access to sockeye and impacts our local economies. ADF&G, in my opinion, has diligently worked within their current framework to conserve Chinook, with efforts thus far concentrated only on terminal areas. It is now incumbent upon this board to share that to non-terminal areas. My participation in this meeting process will be guided by a few core principles: mixed stock policy, sustainable salmon policy. As I follow testimony, comments in committee, your deliberations, I will view everything through this lens of the precautionary principle, which encourages that the burden of conservation is shared proportionately among all users. Imposing proportionate restrictions to do so and upholding the mixed stock policy. I'll reserve my comments for allocation criteria for committee. The folks who are most impacted are the ones really shouldering this responsibility for these efforts. We have offered a suite of proposals to address this heightened conservation focus across many stocks of concern. We feel a paired or comprehensive approach is in order to protect these multiple weak stocks in these mixed stocks fisheries. This does require applying gear modifications in addition to time area restrictions, including the non-terminal areas. Thank you.
Thank you, George. Any questions? Thank you for your testimony this evening. Up next is Earl Krieger, followed by Earl Samuelson. Welcome.
Afternoon, board members. My name is Earl Krieger. I'm RC 062 and 064. If you look at those, I represent the Chignik Intertribal Coalition. During my 45-year career in Alaska and my formative years of fishing years before that, I have been on every type of fishing vessel on the West Coast: trollers, gill netters, seiners, trawlers, factory trawlers, longliners, crab and scallop boats. I have observed firsthand the technological changes that showcase at the annual Seafood Expo in both in Seattle and Boston. I sat on state and national and international groups that manage salmon, groundfish, and crab, and state and national scientific funding organizations that funded hundreds of millions of dollars in fishery research to understand stock and technical changes. There are 2 points that I would like to make. While climate change and associated stock fluctuations cause dramatic shifts in fishery resources, fishery regulations also have unintended consequences on species we manage, such as not sharing the conservation burden. It is my strong opinion that technological advances in vessels and gear and electronics have made the single greatest impact on harvesting power. This is important because historic fleets and old technology catching power were used when regulations were developed and do not reflect the impacts on the modern fleet and its catching power on those regulations. The simple graph that I've showed you on genetic impact and size selectivity of species we harvest, be that Chinook, halibut, or other fishery targets, year after year, cohort after cohort, the genetic trait for bigger and better is selected out by ocean predators and humans, so that you get a 16-year-old halibut in 1973 weighing 74 pounds at 34 inches, and today's 16-year-old halibut is 26 pounds under 24 inches. And where are the big Chinook? Boats and permits may now cost nearly a few $1 million. Fleets were larger when permits and boats were gifted within families. Today they catch significantly more fish with less vessels and make more money. And vessels are multi-purpose, fishing groundfish, crab, and herring, as well as salmon. Sets that took 30 minutes 20 years ago can be made in 12 minutes with deeper and larger nets. My PC 062 will describe the scope of these changes that I can't cover in 3 minutes. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Earl. Any questions? Not seeing any. You had 5 seconds left, so well done. Moving on, to Earl Samuelson. Is Earl Samuelson with us tonight? All right, I think that's a good place to pause for this evening then, before we get into some additional ACs. So, before we break this evening, I'd like to go through my list of second calls that I'm going to do first thing in the morning, okay? I'm going to begin first calls at, please stay seated or at least quiet until I can get through this list so everybody can hear it well. Second calls will start at 8:30 in the morning, beginning with Dale Peterson, Monty Mack, Raymond Watson, Henry Hunter Sr., Charlie Green, Tom Kriska, Gabriel Jonathan, Leo Lolitz, Vivian Corthius, Jeremy McGlashan, John Foster, Madison Thompson, Leon Hoblet, Christian Porter, Cheryl Cadzo, Karen Gillis, and Earl Samuelson. Thank you all for being patient, and I think we made some good progress today, a lot of good testimony. And again, I really appreciate everybody being respectful of the time limit. It really has helped us get through our testimony. Have a good evening. Get some rest. We'll see you at 8:30 in the morning.